my god. That syrup. Oh my lord. Şerbete yatırılan tüm tatlılar kötü bence. Siktir lan. Siktir lan. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the day, baby. It is Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. I got the Boogie Nights fit on. It's Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. And I'm feeling like it's boogie time. You know what I'm saying? Someone said Austin raid. What? Austin raid? That's crazy. What is happening to the world, man? We got Austin doing raids on my fucking broadcast. Like, what is happening? Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'ma do. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We got a lot going on in the world, and I'm gonna get right into it. But before I do that, personal news time. So, you wanted to support up and coming streamers, bro? I'm busted. Like I'm falling off. So it's good. Personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, where do I begin? Ended the broadcast last night. Didn't really do much. Hung out with the family. Finished Boy and the Heron. And honestly, I don't fully understand it. Like, I guess it's supposed to be like about dealing with loss. Like it's like Miyazaki has a lot going on in his life and his development and his upbringing that he like wanted to just kind of put out there. And it low-key feels like he kind of hated his dad, so I get why he was not a good dad to his son. Yeah, it's about loss, it's about coping, it's about grief, it's about giving up on loved ones that have gone. Like, not giving up necessarily, but just like basically figuring out how to deal with continuing with your life even after your Loved ones have passed. It's about letting go. And it's pretty crazy. It's a crazy fucking, are we talking about anime here? Yeah, but it's not like a regular anime. It's Studio Ghibli. It's Miyazaki. He is an auteur. He's a legend. It's about acceptance? Yeah, I think so. How could we understand it if we ain't ever lose? I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna tell you something, dude. I'm gonna tell you something. The way I've seen that man talk about his own father kind of puts it into perspective for me why he is not the best dad to his own son. It's a real cycle of absentee fatherhood. Maybe not even absentee fatherhood, but just like not the best fatherhood, let's say. Where would you put this on your Ghibli list? Is it up there? Mine is Spirited Away always. It's good, but I don't know. Why is Miyazaki a bad dad? He's like really ruthless to his son, very famously ruthless to his son. Someone get this man an ascot. Let's bring those back. This is it. There's no need for an ascot. I got this. I got the keffiyeh bandana. That's the new tech. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Personal news wise. Other than that, what kind of personal news do I have? Not really much. I've just been in a slump recently, but there's so much travel coming up. So I think that's going to kick us into high gear. I watched King of the Hill. I watched the first episode of King of the Hill. It was all right. I felt like a crack addict trying to get one last hit. You know what I mean? And I couldn't figure out if it was just not hitting. Like, it was good. It's just never going to be the same, though. Some of the characters are not there. The animation is a little weird. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But also, it's always been bad. That's not true. King of the Hill is fantastic. It's American cinema. King of the Hill is the greatest slice of life anime ever created in the Western world, okay? It is the real OG Western world slice of life anime. Regarding Never Gonna Be Same, they said that about the first reboot after the short cancellation. No, it literally will never be the same. John Redcorn's not in it. There's a bunch of, like, I think Dale Gribble also, or not Dale Gribble, but like some of the voice actors just sound so different. It's been so long. But there's definitely good in there. There's definitely good in there for sure. Oh, Dale's VA died. Redcorn's VA also was like killed in a hate crime, I think. John Redcorn's in it. The actor was murdered after the lines were recorded. Wait, really? It didn't sound like him. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. What else was I gonna say? Oh, I play ball. I went to bed, woke up early, played ball. I have so much stuff coming up soon, like so much travel. Chicago DSA this weekend. Gonna link up with some Chicago people. We got something in Toronto. I'm gonna speak at a conference in Toronto. We got, we have China coming up. Hopefully IRL Toolkit is going to be fine. Yeah, we're going to T-Dot, baby. That's right. We got France. We got China. We got Toronto. We got Ireland at some point. We got Dartmouth, where I'm going to be debating Charlie Kirk. Lollapalooza reacted to you. Lollapalooza reacts to Hasan Piker. Let's go. This is an old coworker of mine. Did you know that, chat? We'll watch this. We'll watch this. This is Rick Strom, TYT Sports. Did you see the goat is washed? Yeah, I know. How the fuck does he have a photo with Fidel, bro? This hurts. This hurts so much more. This hurts so much more than Chomsky. Like, that is crazy. Fidel? Like, Chomsky, we already knew, but Fidel? Fidel? That's gotta be fake, right? No. Ain't no way. No. Oh my God. When Nancy Pelosi's daughter, Christine Pelosi, says some of y'all's faves are implicated, some of y'all's faves are gonna be implicated, like Castro meeting was with Andres Pastrana, the former president of Colombia, who stands between Epstein and Castro in the photo. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is hurting me. This is what a fucking devastating piece of news that you just hit me with this morning. Some things are better left unsaid. Not Fidel. Not Fidel, bro. No. I'm not. We're putting that one back in the tube, okay? Okay, some of the toothpaste has to go back in the fucking tube, bro. Sorry. I think not directly, friend of a friend type shit. I don't know. It's just a photo bomb, right? He Batista bombed the photo, I think. It could be AI. In my mind, it's AI. We're putting the paste back. Toothpaste is back in the tube. It's over. Shh. I feel like a Trump supporter now. I feel like I'm a Trump supporter being like, he's just the white hat pedophile. Okay. I have a question for you. Did you cover Azerbaijan's relationship with Israel? Yes, extensively, numerous times. Anyway, let's blast off and let's get it twisted. But like, personal news-wise, I played a lot of ball, won a lot this morning, and then ended up losing. There's like a TikTok dude that also shows up now and balls with us. He beat me last game, but I was like, I won like every fucking game before that, so I was done by that point. Okay, but why are you coming to Toronto? I'm going to speak at a conference or something. I don't know. Hold on. Lots of travel coming up. Chicago DSA meetup this weekend. Do you prefer to ball indoors or outdoors? It's not even a question. It's always indoors as a preference, but I never get to play indoors. Okay, lots of travel coming up. Chicago DSA meetup this weekend. House probes Clintons in Epstein subpoena. Texas redistricting. Continues. Netanyahu reveals occupation of Gaza plan. Get in now. My usual circles is big guy stuff, schlack clap. So many HasanAbi heads all of a sudden and haters flooded it, lol. What is this? I made a tiny edited video on my TikTok and Ted playing basketball. Footage of his video blew up. Hell yeah. It'd be like that sometimes. Wow, exactly what I said would happen is happening. What do you mean? You're in the new boy community video and you're not gonna like it? Wait, really? Why? Our apology to the gun community? Why wouldn't I like it? I miss them. I miss them so much. The Macias, thank you for the playlist. They're going right wing now. Nice. Love that. Love that for them. I get your money up. That means freedom of travel. That means freedom of movement, honestly. So like that's cool. That makes me happy for them. Whatever they want to do, you know? I'm with them all the way. Okay. We have the blast off meme here somewhere. Hold on. Let me just get that out of the way real quick. Hold on. W Trump supporters boy so they can come into the US and not be fondled, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. W. Trump W. Big Trump W's all day, every day. I miss them, so I don't even care. If they have to say that they love Trump to be able to get into the country, I'm on board. You know what I mean? Please let me taste one of your aspartame burps. Ew. That's crazy. All that dog do is sleep? Yeah, because she gets her fucking energy out in the morning. Just like her dad. Someone in the chat unironically said, if you don't love Trump, why do you come to America? Bro, what kind of insanity is this? What an insane statement. Like, that is low-key the reason why tourism is down so much. Not only because people don't fuck with Trump, but also because Trump is quite literally being like, don't come here. We will cook you. We will cook you. And now tourism is busted in this goddamn country. And we're like desperate to bring back tourism revenue. So I think Trump is going to try to do some crazy shit.
Marx explicitly wrote, socialism is being friends with Hasan and stealing his shit.
I mean, I have been on the steal from Hasan train for a long time.
You invented it. You created it.
I did.
Thanks.
That's true. That's real. That's actually what socialism is.
Marx explicitly.
You know what's crazy? Speaking of socialism, here is the actual real truth in commentary. Okay. Aristotle explains how liberation only comes from revolution. It's not even Aristotle, it's Marx. Okay? I'm going to put the volume up for this one because y'all need to hear this. You understand me? Bilu and Zias are unironically, I mean, I see their clips all the time. They're fucking hilarious. I've balled with them, if you guys remember. Are you being facetious? No, I'm not. Zia's dang, dude. Bilu angles. They're very funny. They're very, very funny. But lately, their humor has evolved. Their humor has evolved into becoming the I think most important thinkers of our generation, if not of all time. Let's take a look.
Liberation can only come from revolution.
Facts.
And
When I first heard this, I thought this was AI, by the way. When I first heard this, I was like, this gotta be AI, bro. This is crazy.
nobody knows that better than America themselves.
Facts.
And that's why they put all these systems in place to keep us distracted, to keep
Facts.
us worried about other shit, to where we don't even got time to think about revolting, to come together and revolt, because they know how powerful it is for niggas to come together.
Because that's literally our origin story.
It's literally from revolution.
Yeah.
Think about it. Every country, because remember, it was a few countries in this bitch that owned everything. They colonized everything, and the only way they became free, they went and fought for that shit. They revolted.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way. I mean, shit, you can do anything. Shit.
All the shit that all the countries that the British had colonized, they ain't just say, okay, you got your independence. Nah, them niggas went and fought for that shit.
Yeah. Now British, they was trying to treat us like some hoes.
Revolted.
They was trying to treat us like we were some bitches.
And got their independence. So if anything, niggas is like, bro, we can't allow that shit to happen right now.
I mean,
We gotta keep
Yes.
these keep these niggas worried about maintaining a regular living. So when the motherfucker worry about bills and how they gonna eat and where they gonna stay
Don't know.
and they work hours, motherfucker is not worried about
yeah, say,
nigga power to the people. Let's overthrow this shit. No, nigga.
I'm tired.
Oh, I'm tired.
I'm trying to go
I'm trying to
sleep.
go home. I'm trying to go
I'm
sleep.
trying to get my baby a bath, change diapers
They
and
put
shit.
these systems to keep you distracted. Then they throw the sports at you, the entertainment, the music. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, bro, if you so consumed with all this other shit, your frontal lobe not even developed to the point where you even feel like going to go stand up against some shit.
Collab whenever, dude. Time and place. Collab whenever they want. Okay, I love them. I already have tremendous respect because like when we did DreamCon, I did not know B-Lou could ball like that. I did not know that. Okay, he can fucking ball. I don't know about Ziaz, but how is this funny? It's serious. No, man, it's funny because these guys are like, is who these dudes are and what they are saying that makes it funny. Okay? Yes, I know they're both former college players. I know they play college football. I know they're athletes. Man,
honestly,
god damn, chatters, have fucking fun.
shit.
So in other words, you're basically saying on the earth, on the planet, it's basically billions and billions and billions of distractions.
Exactly.
That's basically what the earth is.
That was amazing. I need this. It's just funny to see them describe this. Okay? So perfectly. It's so good. I need more of it. Marx and Engels truly and honestly banging on about revolution back in the 1840s.
Liberation can only come.
Oh yeah, this is the same one. All right, someone give me like a funny clip from them so the chat understands like normally what's a good one? Let me think. Like what's a great way to be introduced to them, you know what I mean? Not the Marx. Like
What is faster, sound or light? What type of question is it? Hold on.
Do you understand? Dude, come on. Googling Google. Oh, that's another good one.
you can't literally see out of an elbow as it's a joint, not an eye, and doesn't have the necessary structures for vision. So how am I supposed to answer the question though? Like, how am I supposed to answer the question? What was the question we was asking? I thought this was what you told me to look up.
I'm laughing at something else, bro, but go ahead.
He Googled Google, man. That's so funny.
Do Muslims eat 30 days.
He almost Googled Google. Like
Muslims-
also.
Damn, eat 30 days. Do Muslims not eat every 30 days during Ramadan?
During Ramadan.
Crisis
What the fuck is this? Get out of here.
Sound.
Think so?
That's what yours is, did.
The
Hold
sound
on.
was moving.
Let's see.
I once wished to study in America, but I think I'm good, bro.
I think sound, bro. That shit, that was fast as fuck, though. I ain't gonna lie.
That light was kind of moving though.
Now, that time that light was moving. Let's do 1-1 then. 1-1.
Oh, God.
Sound, bro.
Sound?
The sound, bro.
No.
Hold on, let me give it a head start.
No.
Light might have got you.
Light
by
might have
like
got-
a little
yeah,
bit. Like by a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
just by a little bit. Ta.
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 Do you understand why? I mean, dude, they're amazing. They're fucking amazing.
Come all the way around?
Bilu freaks out after he does an experiment and his arm gets shorter.
All the way around.
Okay, so touch the bottom.
Touch the bottom.
Okay. I'm touching it.
Dude, hold on, I'm gonna show you how to do it. Like, from where you are,
Okay.
do all the way around
Uh-huh.
and see if it touches. See if it still touches.
You ready?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Hello!
What's going on, Z? What was that? Did my arm just get shorter, nigga? What the fuck was that?
With this hand, come
Nah, their progress has been too fast, man.
all
They
the way
might
around.
discover how the universe got created.
Okay. I'm touching it.
Oh, man. They're fucking amazing. This you at DreamCon to Bilu? I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with the game. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Zia's Bilu reacted to manufacturing consent narrated by Amy Goodman, Real Trust. Wait, is this actually? No, they didn't. Shut the fuck up. This is just a screenshot. This is you just made. This is a fake screenshot. Bro, obviously not real. I don't know. You never 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 know. Is it a bit or are they really like that? No, they are. They are really like that. Anyway, yeah, I'd love to collab with them. I saw a clip of them once. I swear I thought they weren't real. I thought they were a bit. I thought they were characters. Like, are these people real? Get them on ASAP. No, they're fucking amazing. They are amazing. It's just like, you know what it is? It's like they have such a good nature about it. I think that's what's like so that's what makes it so funny. Like they're so wholesome and they have a very pleasant nature to their content. Like they don't do any like crazy shit, no drama, no nothing. So all the tech at their disposal magic to them? Yes. Please, this one's also so
How
funny.
does water get into a coconut? Like I drink water, right? But a coconut don't drink water.
The liquid which eventually reaches the coconut is referred to as the endosperm. This endosperm acts.
Damn, look! Creamy tissue! Oh! He's drinking Coke!
Oh no. coconut. That's the real coconut pill. When you find out that you've just been sipping on nut. When you've been sipping on nut this whole time. Why don't you ever do science education streams like that? No, I agree. I should. I think like they have the same vibes as Adapt. That's why I love Adapt too. You know what I mean? FaZe Clan. Aren't you Muslim? Do you not eat every 30 days? First of all, during Ramadan, you're not supposed to eat or drink water from sun up to sundown for 30 days straight, but you can eat when the sun is down. Okay? That's number one. You just fast. And it's not just like a food fast. No water either. A lot of people don't know this. But that's just during Ramadan for 30 days. Okay? I know it's a clip from them. I'm just giving you all information. Just giving you guys information. How fast are you going? Good one. When did you lose your childlike wonder, Hasan? I don't know. I don't know when I lost it, but I want to get it back. Unless a shawarma falls into your mouth during fasting. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you know, it just happens that you just trip and fall face first into a shawarma, or a shawarma just like falls into your mouth. Then it's like you didn't break your fast. It just happens all the time. It happens with a little tzatziki sauce on the shawarma. And then just like half a bottle of the water just like, you know, falls down your throat, kind of. It is what it is. I was talking, but yeah, before we get started, I was talking about King of the Hill. I haven't seen this episode yet, but Dale Gerbil like won and then contested his own electoral victory. First episode. There was a lot of good stuff in there. No spoilers, but I mean, there's a LaRouche mention in the reboot, so I guess there's some good stuff in there still. I do think that there's good stuff because it's a target-rich environment. There's so much that they can do, and we need Hank Hill to come back and restore order to the country. This fool Hasan is a certified Mexican. Thank you, Kevin K. Moreno. Brianna Wu spent 6 figures on plastic surgery to look like the alien face app filter every day. Oh my God, Liv Agar, calm down. You don't have to do it like that. Off topic, I'm sorry. Hey man, I'm a newer fan watching you for a year now. I live in a very conservative third world nation, borderline extremism among most people. As a Muslim, you gave my progressive feelings a voice, so thanks, man. I have a question for you, man. How do I reconcile my progressive values with my religious beliefs? So what's your suggestion for someone like me? I mean, your religious beliefs are always going to be up to interpretation. If it gives you comfort, the religious practices, if they give you comfort, then by all means, continue, right? It's great. If it gives you a sense of purpose, if it's if it's important for you, then as long as it doesn't interfere with other people's civil liberties, I don't have any issue with people's religious perspectives. It's the conservatism, I think, and the bastardization of religion that is frustrating. So just do your own thing. Because ultimately, all religion is still like a code of ethics, right? At the end of the day, all religion is just like a rule book of like what you're supposed to do. There's some stuff in there that I find to be strange, you know, some rules that I don't fully understand or abide by, but I'm the worst possible person to ask about said rules because, like I said, I'm not exactly a practicing Muslim myself. Having said that, the way I contend with that is like, you know, even if God was real and one of the Abrahamic religions or any number of different religions was the correct one, let's say, right? as long as you're a good person, and if there is a heaven, as long as you're a good person, I don't think God is going to be like, Allah is going to be like, oh, I don't know, man, you drank some alcohol. Sorry. You're not going to see Jannah, or you're not going to see heaven. You know, you tried your very best your whole life, but you also didn't pray 5 times a day. Or you tried your very best your whole life, but you never actually, let's say Catholicism, you never actually like confessed your sins. Okay. I guess I'm cooked then, you know? That is the way I see it. The way I see it is an all-knowing, all-loving, omnipotent, omnipresent God at the end of the day is going to look at all the things you've done, if it is real, right? Because we have no way of knowing. But let's say it's real. Okay, let's say heaven is real. You think God's going to be like, nah, dude, sorry, you didn't do all the other stuff. You were like, you tried your very best to be a good person your whole life. But honestly, you fuck with bacon pretty hard, you know? You were eating a lot of bacon, and that is not all right. Okay, I'm cooked then. What are you going to do? If he is, I'm crashing out at the heavenly gates. Yeah, me too. I'm going to be like, that is messed up, man. That is messed up. Don't do that. Yeah, you wore blended fabrics. You wore blended fabrics, so you're cooked. Not much you can do about that. I think your view on religion has matured a bit. If you think that this wasn't already my starting point when it comes to religion, since I started being a political commentator, I don't know what to tell you. This has always been what I've been saying. I'm very chill about that kind of thing. I was a way edgy r/atheism Andy back in the day when I was in Turkey, but since I've been in America, my opinion has evolved. Do you believe Kai is a bear? Yes. I remember you saying this exact same shit in 2019. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to governance, obviously, I don't abide by religious standards. I don't believe in that. I think it has nothing to do with governance at all. It shouldn't have anything to do with governance. And I say that as a Muslim, and the Quran is supposed to be the most like comprehensive religious text, which is precisely because like it does have a factor in governance. Like it does have details of like how you are supposed to govern society. Like that's what Sharia is. It just means law, right? There has been historic Muslim nations, including the Caliphate under the Ottoman Empire, that like didn't actually abide by the religious commandments, abide by the religious law, Sharia, right? So it's always subject to interpretation. But yeah, I don't fuck with militant atheism. I think it's annoying, and it's perhaps like one of the most annoying aspects of religious people that like try to proselytize is like how right they are, because they feel like they're just right and they want to do this thing, like they want to save you. And then militant atheists do the exact same thing in the direction of atheism. And then they'll just be like, well, it doesn't matter because I'm right. And it's like, okay, but you're still a fucking asshole. Not only is it unproductive, but you also don't know that you're 100% right. And not that it matters. Like just focus on the areas of impact where it does matter. If someone is like using religion to push for conservative values, then that's perfectly fine to just be like, that's, you know, that has no basis in this conversation. Religion should have no basis in governance whatsoever. Okay? Live and let live. Maybe that's the Ottoman in me, you know? And also pay jizya, and then you're good. Anyway. It's kind of funny that this is like probably one of the least controversial topics that I broach with regular frequency. And I think that should tell you exactly what kind of topics we cover here normally. That like the religion subject is like probably one of the least controversial things we talk about. Meanwhile, many streamers would not even dare to even broach this part of the conversation. What have you met a Muslim baddie? I've met so many Muslim baddies. What do you mean? The fuck? I grew up in a Muslim country, chatter. That's like, for the first 18 years of my life, the only baddies I knew were Muslim baddies, bro. What are you talking about? Also, all women are baddies. Your terrible music takes are the most controversial topic on the stream. Yeah, true. It's true. Need me a Muslim baddie? Okay, chill. Yes, Donald Trump went on the roof. The diddler on the roof. We're going to talk about that. Have you heard about this next religion? It's about you. Maybe you're the next Jesus or Meghan Markle. Okay, calm down. Tell that to the DACA Christian nationalist that was on the Jube. Yeah, but the problem there is not that he's a Christian. The problem there is that he's a Christian nationalist. Or the problem there is that he's a Christian nationalist who's a DACA recipient, which is like inherently... it's a concept that doesn't make sense because all the Christian nationalists are not trying to do actual Christianity. They're trying to do the opposite. Mike Huckabee's family is at the Western Wall in Israel. This is a thing that I've never understood. This is a part of the religious practice, right? I don't know anything about the wall. And a lot of people love like pointing to it to be like, oh, it's like Illuminati. I just don't get it. What's up? This is the one thing about Judaism that I do not know. Like, I mean, and we've learned deep lore. I've learned deep lore on this broadcast about Sukkot, you know, about the citrus, about the stick and the tent, you know. I know about all of the different aspects of. It's just a holy wall. I don't know. Wait, what the fuck? You don't know either? How do you not know? You're Jewish. This makes no sense. It's the wall of a temple, I think. It's the closest site to the temple equals holiest spot Jews can reach. So what is that? Why do Christians go there and like cry and stuff? Like, I know Jews go there too, but like, why do... Can any of the Jews in the chat enlighten me on this? Because, like, what is that? What is it? Just to be like, I love Israel? Is that what the... Because I feel like that's what the politicians are trying to do. Because, like, I don't think Eric Adams gives a shit about the wall. You know what I mean? Like, he's just going there, and he's got the hustle and grind beads on his arm as he's touching the wall. That's my favorite photo. He's got his swag on, touching the wall and going, yeah, I learned a lot. It's the last standing piece of the Second Temple from when it was destroyed by the Romans. I'm going to be real. It's not much. It's the outside wall of the Second Temple. This is the Temple Mount, mega holy, great place to pray. The Christians are imagining that that's Trump's border wall. The temple was destroyed by the Romans. This is what is remaining. I just, like, I've never understood that. I don't understand the fascination that, like, some of the Jews are responsible for everything guys have with the wall too. Like, it's just the wall, man. Calm down. Like, politicians are doing the classic, like, we're going to Israel to show how fucking to show how much we love Israel routine. That's it. But I don't understand like what the that's it. It's just that's the reason why they're doing it. So I don't know why they think like when you touch the wall and like it activates something in your brain. When the area in front of the wall was bulldozed in 1967, hundreds of homes were destroyed. Jewish person here, the wall represents the last remaining wall of the Great Temple. The temple being the last place on earth, you can technically do old rituals like sacrifice. Why do Christians go there? Because they're posers. I mean, it's cool that like a super old ass wall still remains. Like that shit is dope. It's just like old stuff. It's cool in and of itself. Okay, it's dope. That is for sure. Apparently has 4.7 stars on Yelp. Christians view it important to the religion and being as close as possible they will ever be to Jesus. That's the point of faith in Christianity, but Christians still visit for that. But there's biblical rituals you can't do because there's no temple. So the last wall of the temple is the holiest place remaining. Do you have a wall? I mean, bro, I grew up in Istanbul. It's old as fuck. There is so much old ass wall in Istanbul. Like, you know, this is really old though. This is old. It's stupid shit. Just the fact that people who used to pray in the temple, that the wall were apart were the original Christians, aka Jews, is just LARPing. Yo, that's it. This is my goat. Thank you. Thank you for showing this. Can't stop thinking about the New York City mayor, Eric Adams' visit to Jerusalem, where he touched the Western Wall while wearing the little beaded bracelet that says hustle. But I will say it's a big spot for political fanfare. Destruction in 70 CE fulfilled prophecies that shaped early Christian understanding. It's an obsession with the end times when the third temple is built. Yeah, bro, he's doing plur, but Judaism style. When the fascists rebuild the third temple, they're going to bring back animal sacrifices. The place is going to be an abattoir, which will be knee-deep in cattle blood multiple days every year. That's no exaggeration either. David Sheen has covered it. Wait, is this where they killed the red cow? The red calf? This is where the cow is supposed to be killed, right? Like not a single... This is it? Oh, that makes sense. There's the red heifer. So... A lot of the wildest, like a lot of the wildest parts of Israel Defense Brigade think that there needs to be like a red heifer that doesn't have a single non-red hair follicle. So they just like go around the world looking for this red heifer so they can fucking find the red heifer that doesn't have a single blemish, okay? No non-red hair follicles on this cow. It has to be a red cow that is perfectly red. So basically, when they find that, they have to slaughter the cow. They have to do a religious sacrifice of the cow here, and then it's over, right? It's OG. Like they brought back the Messiah, that type of stuff. I think it's just very anime. This is the part of like, I guess what is it? Messianic Judaism that basically turns into evangelical Christianity, where they get linked up. It's like when Family Guy does a Simpsons episode. You know what I mean? Like you got one lore on the one side, and then you got different lore on the different side, but then it's like a crossover episode almost. It's like that. It's a big crossover episode. Obviously, like the writers of one franchise have a very different attitude about what unfolds after that versus the writers of the other one kind of low-key hate the writers of the first one because like they came first. Maybe they're a little jealous. I don't know. But the writers of the second franchise basically decided that like when that happens, the writers of the first franchise and all the characters die in eternal damnation. Like they die, they go to hell. Unless they convert unless they become like regular cast members of the second franchise. Okay, it's a big crossover episode. The writers of the first franchise don't really believe the writers of the second franchise, but it like kind of goes along with their interests, so they just kind of act as though they believe in it. But it's a very interesting crossover episode. What the fuck are you saying? I'm talking about evangelical Zionism and Jewish Zionism and Messianic Judaism and how it corresponds to Israel, like the development of Israel as a nation state that is a Jewish demographic nation state, the Holy Land, if you will, and how that factors into evangelical Zionists' understanding of the end times. Their theological justification for why Israel must be given to the Jews is because once Israel is given to the Jews, evangelical Zionists believe that the end times will happen, the rapture will happen, and all the fucking evangelical Christians will be sucked into the heavens during the rapture, and then Jesus will come back to earth and will fight the forces of evil in Megiddo. This is what evangelical Christians, evangelical Zionists believe. Okay, evangelical Protestants are Omega Zionists in this country because of that reason, because they believe that once all the Jews go to Israel, the Holy Land, the chosen sons and daughters of God go to the Holy Land, and then Jesus comes back to earth and then fights the devil's forces in Megiddo. The devil's force obviously is like NATO, if you're one of those guys, and the UN and all the Muslims, right? Obviously. And then they fight in Megiddo, and Jesus is obviously leading like the good forces, which would be, I guess, Israel and Christians. And then 144,000 Jews convert to Christianity on the spot, so they can also be sucked into heaven. And then every single other Jew dies in eternal damnation. Like they burn in hell. That's what Christians believe. Obviously, no Jewish person unironically believes that, which is why they're like, yeah, no, it's super cool. We totally want to do that, because they're like, please keep supporting Israel. At the Jewish protest yesterday, they kept speaking about Israeli hostages and dead IDF people so much that Motaz asked to speak again to call out the others for not speaking about the Palestinian hostages. Peter Barnard also got a bigger applause than Motaz. It was infuriating to be there. Where was this, Yehuda? Is JVP doing like protests in New York or something? Is that what's going on? Wait, I missed personal time. What anime is this? It's not. It sounds like an anime, but it's just, I was just describing the theological justification for Christian Zionism. Evangelical Zionism. Evangelical Protestant Christian Zionism. Central Park, if not now. Oh, it was if not now. That's why. If not now is a little bit. JVP is more aggressive than if not now. I mean, they're fine. I don't have an issue with if not now either. I feel like they've also gotten way more radical in the past year or so. But did you see this about the temple actually worrying that it's becoming more common? Oh yeah, no, they're trying to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? Oh, like actively, they're like destroying what's underneath it so they can like collapse it. Yeah. The Jewish lore on the same topic is that the Messiah comes after the temple is built and sacrifices are done. Yeah. I know that part. When the Messiah comes, all non-Jews will become slaves of the chosen people. Wait, really? I didn't know that part. Anyway, nobody fucking believes any of this shit. Let's be real, okay? The overwhelming majority of Jews are fucking secular Jews that do not believe that, regardless. Stop touching historical sites and artifacts, please. Okay, that's so funny. The one friend who's too woke being like, hey, you guys need to stop touching the fucking temple wall. You're ruining it. It's a cultural artifact. It's a very important historic monument. The slave thing is not true. I've never heard the slave thing. I actually don't know what happens when the Messiah comes back. I guess like when the Messiah comes back, well, some people believe the Messiah is here already, right? The Orthodox Jews that point to that one guy who like died a while back. They believe that he was the Messiah and he's not dead, right? Do Muslims have an end time prophecy? I don't think so. Yeah, Chabad Lubavitch in Crown Heights. Chabad Lubavitch, isn't it? You said it like Labubu, bro. What the fuck is Lubavitch, right? Labuvich. Labubu. Chabad Labubu. Oh my God. I don't know if there's like a end times prophecy in the Quran. Shiite have an end time prophecy, the 12th Imam? Oh. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm not Shia, so. But yeah, there is like, technically in Judaism, Jews are not supposed to have a state until the Messiah comes. So low key, like the Neterai Karta and all those other like Orthodox sects are technically more in line with Judaic scripture. What would it be called? I don't know. Like technically, they're more in line with like with the religious interpretation under Judaism than like their anti-Israel attitude comes from their interpretation of the doctrine. They're technically more aligned with rabbinic teachings. They're technically more aligned with the actual rabbinic teachings than all these other dudes that do like almost very Christian-like shit. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Orthodox Jews that are pro-Israel have not branched out into like, because they're so Christian-coded in many ways, weirdly enough. I'm surprised they haven't branched out from doing conversion to, you know, secular Jews to like just straight up trying to do conversion to non-Jews. Because that's like the last aspect of evangelical Christianity that like some of these dudes have not adopted as a technique. You know what I mean? Watch this space. Who knows? Jews for Jesus. I guess there is that, but those guys are just straight up Christian, no? If you're saying if not now a centrist, I didn't say if not now a centrist. I said that they're you know, they've been a little libbed up in the past. They've gotten a lot better in the last year. I didn't say they're centrist. As a Jew, yes, they're just Christian. Yeah, Jews for Jesus are just Christian, no? Like, do we get credits for this 101 religious class? This isn't even 101, I feel like. Yes, pretty much. There's a sect of Christians that believe a true Jew is a Jew who converts to Christianity. Anyway, I don't know, man. I don't care. Daughter Sarah Huckabee and wife mother Janet Huckabee at the Western Wall to pray at Tisha B'Av as Sarah arrives for trade mission. I guess all religion is performative in general, but this is like the extra performative aspect of it. dude, Christians love doing this. They love this. I don't get it. I don't fully understand like what the reason is. This is how we started on the conversation. But it's just like, it's just they love this photo op. It's their favorite thing. It's just Pelosi and kente cloth. I mean, this is the same version. This is a different version of that, but unlike Pelosi with the kente cloth, she ain't doing anything for black people, but these guys will do a lot for Israel. This is just basically to show how much they love Israel, and they really do love Israel. So when Pelosi kneels with the kente cloth, that's just it. That's like, this is all you're going to get. Black people, this is all you're getting, okay? Nothing else. But when they do this photo op, even if they don't do the photo op, they're still pro-Israel regardless. Doesn't mean they're pro-Jew, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah, honestly, it's just coincidence that it's also the colonial vestige in charge of protecting interests in the region. I think it's not a coincidence. I think it works perfectly in line with the interests of Christians. So you can just like galvanize as many Christians as possible through a network of holy sites, through a network of churches in America where, you know, there's still a lot of community, there's still a lot of fundraising, there's still a lot of political momentum and mobilization. It just works so perfectly. In a way, it's not really all that different than the Holy Crusades, you know? More on Jews for Jesus explained by Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, very 70s. Oh, I was just looking at the schedule and I realized this is totally my fault. I'm so sorry, but I can't make anything after 4 on Thursdays. I have a church thing.
Church?
Yeah.
Your last name's Steinberg.
Oh, I'm a Jew for Jesus. I love this one.
Nice. Just gonna grab a picture.
Okay, great. So again, I can totally work around it if not, but I hope that doesn't like throw a huge wrench in it.
We'll fix it in the schedule.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Good.
Bless you.
Jew for Jesus, really? And you think he's sincere about it?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
I was so shocked and stunned that face, that punim. And by the way, you look at this kid, his parents are a big bowl of Jewish. He's screaming Jew. What do you think about this whole Jews for Jesus thing? That's crazy stuff. I don't know why anyone would do that.
You know, when you're a Jew for Jesus, you're embraced by the Gentiles immediately.
Right.
But as much as you're embraced by the Gentiles, you're reviled by the Jews. He's considered like a traitor.
That's right.
He's left us.
The Gentiles are liking him. They'll put that one in the front. They're proud of that.
We took him in.
Yeah.
You know, we got one.
We got one.
We got one.
We got one.
Why they want one, I don't know, but they got one.
They got one.
Hey, look who's
Larry
here.
finds out his lawyer isn't really Jewish.
Berg, how you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. So, Berg, I was talking to Cheryl, and she told me that a friend of hers went to high school with you.
Really?
Yes. I believe the name of the high school was St. Christopher's.
St. Christopher's, that's correct. That is my alma mater, yes.
Didn't know that they took Jews at St. Christopher's.
Oh, well, they don't. I mean, why would they, you know? Oh, I'm not Jewish.
Oh, you're not.
Did you think I was Jewish?
A betrayal.
Yes, I did.
Because of Berg.
Yes, because of
Berg,
Yes.
yeah. I've often wondered, you know, would people
really
think that?
Yes, and you did nothing to perpetuate that, did you?
Well, no, I mean, well, I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, how about on my birthday? Mazel tov, Larry.
Well, you're Jewish.
Yeah.
That's only respectful.
On the high holy days, I said, hey, you going to Templeberg? And you went, no.
Right, because I'm not Jewish, so why would I go to Temple?
Right, like, I'm a Jew, but not a practicing Jew.
Oi, Larry, with this.
Oi, again, see?
It's an expression.
It's an expression.
It's an expression that
what
people
is this
use.
thing? A shofar. Why is this on your desk?
People give me gifts. They'll give me like that for my desk or the mezuzah that's on the door.
What are you, by the way?
I'm Swedish.
I got a Swede lawyer? She's gonna get everything.
You got a good lawyer. You got the best lawyer, Larry.
Sorry, Berg.
It's a Shonda, Larry.
I got Sweden.
God, I love Larry Davis so much. I really do. A Swedish lawyer? She's gonna get everything. Oh, man. The GOAT. He's so good. He also hates Barry Weiss, so he's so fucking good. Have you guys ever seen that? I was just talking about this. I forget with who. But I think this was it, right? This is it. Curb Your Enthusiasm, the Hulu gang.
Thank you, guys. I don't know what happened over at Netflix, but big and
Was this it? When he's like on his way out of the door or something, and he's like, "Oh, I'm doing a. Oh, here, this is it."
it's my
Yeah,
office.
only you do that, yeah.
Hey, Larry, come for Shabbos dinner one of these weekends. We had Barry Weiss last Friday night. She's fantastic.
Did that guy ever do stand-up?
He just slams the fucking door. My Jen needs to fuck with Larry more. Yeah, he also fucking hates Bill Maher. He wrote the my dinner with Adolf Hitler piece on the New York Times after. I mean, Larry is a huge lib, like straight up. He's a major lib, but you know he's important in my development for sure. He is iconic. He is one of the GOATs. Big Joel released a video on Bill Maher. Might be worth a watch. Ooh, I love that. Yeah, he did that crypto ad. That wasn't great. But you guys don't need to always bring up all the worst moments of Larry David, okay? Calm down. People still give him shit over the Palestinian chicken episode in Curb, but it's got layers in my opinion. Well, there is some weird stuff in there too, but like I don't really give a shit overall. He's great. Like I was listening to a person on TikTok talk about how they learned about Israel and Palestine because they heard it for the first time when Zach Fox was rapping about it during COVID, when he was like talking about free Palestine or whatever. And that like, that made someone investigate the situation and be like, what is this? Right. And then the same person was talking about how he found out about Palestine because of Lupe Fiasco. And it's like, that was the reason why someone investigated it. And I feel like I just feel as though like the Larry David chicken episode is not like a wake up moment for a lot of people in the same way that like those instances might be. If that makes sense. I think for an old Jew in Hollywood, the Palestinian chicken is way more nuanced than the consensus of Palestine of his peers. Oh, for sure. For sure. I wholly recommend remember Lupe calling Obama a terrorist? Yes. Lupe Fiasco. Number one, my support for Palestine began before I was born. The man who married my mother and father is Palestinian. The same man buried my father, July 8th, 2014. Anyway, Donald Trump is on the roof. Let's take a look. What the fuck is this audio, bro? Oh, he's getting up there.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there? What are you building?
Are you considering more renovations?
I can't hear anything he's saying. I don't know why these guys. Grandpa slipped off the roof cleaning the gutters. Here's another camera view of the situation. Okay, dude.
I'm going to jump!
No! Do a flip!
Yeah. What is this? It Follows 2014. Another good one.
People down here are starting to murmur that you don't have the balls to do it.
I don't care!
Yeah. I say you can do it. I mean, I don't want you to jump and say you have the capability. I'm not going to lie to you.
He's just tempting fate, okay? He wants us to get excited. That's what he's doing. It's like that TikTok of the guy on the balcony going, and then taking a fucking gallon of bleach and going, He knows we hate him. He knows we hate him, and he's just giving it to us. He's just the entertainer, man. He can't stop himself. He's giving us hope and then taking it away so we feel worse overall. He's just teasing us. Trump says of migrant farm laborers. Let's take a look at the incredible take. The difference between Batya Unger Sargon, who is one of the worst defenders of the administration, who like tries to do this like populist right-wing thing, but obviously fails to do so, says the difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism lies in how you view labor. Trump views it as inherently dignified and worth protecting, while the left-wing populists view it as humiliating and the job of illegal immigrants. Immigration is always the tell. Yeah, totally. That's what right-wingers talk about all the time, how dignified labor is.
Let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said,
the Mexican, he's got a natural predisposition to working working the soil. A natural predisposition. It's genetics, folks. It's in their blood. That's crazy. That's a crazy take.
what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting.
Like a fucking racehorse? What are you saying? If they get a bad back, they die? Bro, is this what the fucking... is this what the farm owners, like capital owners, are talking about behind closed doors? That is crazy. That is crazy. Straight up talking about human beings like they are literal cattle. How is it any different than the way that slavers talked about black people, dude? Jesus Christ.
Isn't it? You know, these are very, you know, in many ways, they're very, very special people. We can't let our farm.
By the way, he's saying this on Squawk Box, dude. Like, Donald Trump is doing race realism about Mexican genes on CNBC. Like, this isn't even the Sean Hannity special. It would probably better serve him if he was doing this, like, race realism nonsense on there, but he's on the fucking financial side where you're supposed to be a little bit more normal, you know? You're supposed to soothe the fears of the market watchers. Incredible. Sharp as ever. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is something he would have said in his first term, too. Let's be real. He would have said this. I mean, this is like the average American doesn't say it out loud, but they kind of, they're in the periphery of this kind of belief system. Like, Jews are magic money people. Trump literally believes that, says it all the time. Like, he is that kind of guy for sure. Like, there are a lot of people who believe this without like realizing what this actually, without realizing what that entails. Okay. Like, if you were to be like, dude, this is literally race realism. This is what like the Nazis believed, right? They'll go, whoa, chill out. That's not me at all. That's not me. That's crazy. But like, it's certainly in the same, it's certainly on the same spectrum. When will you reject your whiteness? Never. I think the counter to this isn't to just like simply be like, I mean, depending on which group you're in, depending on like what kind of environment you're in, the best counter to this isn't to just be like, this is Nazi shit. The best counter to this is like, it doesn't matter what a person's fucking background is, dude. Like, if they went through the same developmentary process, like their outcomes would be quite similar to one another. There is no like genetic predeterminist issue here. It's just treat people like people. There is no fucking natural inclination. The reason why a lot of undocumented migrant workers are really hard workers is because of their material conditions, their material circumstances. The reason why they fucking work super hard is because they just have much less. And that is the process that we have designed. We keep them in this legal limbo in terms of their second class citizenship status so that we can keep fucking working them into the goddamn ground. That's it. Yeah. And the reasons as to why they migrate to the United States of America is because of American intervention in most circumstances as well. There's a bombshell New York Times article, by the way, showing a camera in Epstein's bathroom and so much more. We'll obviously get to that. And then we'll do the Israel stuff afterwards. But breaking news, House Oversight Chair has issued subpoenas for the Epstein files and is deposing the Clintons. That's right. It's happening. Oh.
Hi, I'm Diana Macedo. We have breaking news. The House Oversight Committee is issuing a subpoena to the Justice Department for the Jeffrey Epstein files. The Republican-controlled committee is also issuing subpoenas for former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and 8 former top law enforcement officials. Committee Chairman James Comer says he wants the Justice Department to turn over the, quote, full, complete, unredacted Epstein files by August 19th, setting up a potential standoff between Congress and the Trump administration. Let's bring in Justice Department reporter Alex Mallon for more. Alex, what are they hoping to get from these depositions, and what happens if these people don't comply?
Well, what they're hoping to get is what this administration originally promised it would release, and then obviously during the early July days backtracked like from that controversial memo that they issued saying that they were not going to release any more files. This is basically Congress taking the driver's seat and saying that we are going to demand these files. They're asking the administration to respond by August 19th. They've also issued a wave of subpoenas for officials like former attorneys general dating back to the Bush administration, and also you just mentioned former President Bill Clinton as well as Hillary Clinton. That could also set up a potential interesting legal fight because it's really abnormal for former presidents to ever appear for testimony before Congress. They could argue there are some significant separations of powers concerns there. But obviously what the Congress is seeking is information related to Jeffrey Epstein's activities as well as Ghislaine Maxwell's activities and the abuse of underage girls, and all of these records that would relate to federal investigations into his conduct.
Alex, how significant is it that these subpoenas are being issued by a Republican-controlled committee?
Well, I mean, this release also notes that this was actually done by unanimous voice vote. You had support from Democrats who see this right now as a really bruising political fight for this administration that has caused a lot of consternation among Trump's most devoted MAGA supporters. I mean, this is something that they really see.
Bro, Trump could do the funniest thing, okay? Bill Clinton could do the funniest thing. I'm just saying. Take it all down, baby. Come on. Mutually assured pedophilia destruction. Just drop it, dude. Just get up there and say it all. Be like, yeah, that's right. Trump was there with me on Lolita Express. Fucking hell yes. Oh my God. I mean, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. But man, it would be sweet, dude. Oh my God. The entire executive and former leadership just like takes itself out due to their Jeffrey Epstein connections. Oh my Lord, that would be, Trump supporters wouldn't believe the Trump accusations and only hyper-focus on Clinton? I don't know. I mean, you're right. That's the red meat. But the reason why I don't think Trump has touched that red meat is because of the potential pushback. And as I said before, because like I told you already that eventually they have to give their base of support. They have to give the MAGA people something, right? They have to give the MAGA people something. And if it's just Hillary and Bill Clinton, there are a lot of people who are going to be satisfied with that for sure. Okay? And there is plenty of evidence for Bill and Hillary's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. They're probably the most high-profile people that Americans care about. But I just don't think that you can take out Bill and Hillary Clinton like that without repercussions. Just say Billary, dude. I don't have time for this. True. Billary.
As they have the administration currently on its heels on an issue that we haven't really seen before, like throughout this entire administration, they've been able to kind of...
Yeah, they are. They're the load-bearing, potential alleged pedophiles that hold this structure together.
Shirk or escape any scrutiny. So anytime that they can get Republican partnership in demanding this, they're going to take advantage of that. I think that what remains now is the question is, how will the Justice Department respond? They are...
What the hell is a cum dance, dude? Maybe use a different phrase than load-bearing pedophile. I mean, but that's what it is.
Very typical to really be protective over their investigative holdings. This will be something that we could see result in a really interesting court fight with a Republican administration opposing and actively trying to fight against this effort by a Republican Congress.
All right, Alex Mellon, thank you.
got new information on the latest back and forth over the files related to convicted sex traffickers Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer has issued a slew of deposition subpoenas.
What are the actual allegations against Hillary? I never really knew that part. Like, it's obvious Bill because of his past. But is the idea that Hillary was also molesting teenage girls? No, but Billary went to the Zorro Ranch in New Mexico a bunch. So, like, Hillary's connection to Jeffrey Epstein is it runs deeper than I don't know, like a fucking Noam Chomsky or some shit.
From multiple people, including the Department of Justice, former President Bill Clinton, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. CBS News Justice reporter Jake Rosen following this development from Washington. So walk us through this, Jake.
And also the Clinton Foundation with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell being a guest of honor at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Like, the Clintons are insanely connected to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but Hillary Clinton's connections directly to Ghislaine Maxwell run deeper. Like, I don't know if Hillary Clinton was like doing pedophilia, right? I mean, if you ask me about Bill, well, you know.
Well, that's right. While the House is out, Reed, because of a different legislation relating to a potential floor-wide vote of potentially forcing the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files, James Comer, who leads the House Oversight Committee, and Democrats who are on that committee have not stopped pushing for more information coming from...
Do you think the Cuomo's are connected? Yes. I know that they are through Ghislaine as well.
People in the government, but people who have covered and worked on these investigations going back 2 or 3 presidential administrations. We're talking former Attorney Generals William Barr and Jeff Sessions. We're talking about former FBI directors, Merrick Garland, who was the Attorney General under the Biden administration, in addition to obviously former President Bill Clinton and his wife, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, and former FBI Director James Comey, among many others. This is in an attempt to potentially bring out new information, but the bigger takeaway here is that the House Oversight Committee is actually going after, and again, it's led by Republicans, is going after Trump's Department of Justice to get access to any and all potential conversations that were had under President Biden's watch between the Department of Justice and the White House relating to Jeffrey Epstein, but also they're going after all the files that are potentially in the possession of the Department of Justice to independently get access to those, to sort through them, to potentially wean out other information that the Department of Justice has not put out yet. It's another big step in Congress's now fight to force some transparency after the Trump administration, again, Reed, we've covered this for weeks, has promised some and then kind of walked that back.
And you say all of the files, which is interesting, but is there any discussion in Washington, any question about why specific people have been named? You went through them. I'm especially interested in 2 names, former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State, and before that, Senator Hillary Clinton.
Well, we know that, former President Clinton, to be clear to our audience, was on those flight logs and has been associated with Epstein and his associates for a number of years. That would certainly be reason number 1. But whether you actually get to bringing him in front of this committee is a totally different question, in which, at least for Clinton and First Lady Hillary Clinton, it's more of an act of political move. Because very likely, Reed, former President Clinton would have to voluntarily go before this committee to offer new information. We've seen presidents before try to fight these out, going back to even the Truman administration fighting against, the Red Scare when he was accused of that, or President Trump. Think about 2022 when that House investigative panel was going after him for his actions on January 6th. President Trump sued, claiming that he had the separation of powers and the ability to not go before this committee, and eventually the committee kind of dropped that request. So it depends on what former President Clinton wants to offer here. But again, for some of these other people who are now private citizens and out of politics, it's certainly possible that they might come in and want to talk, and it's certainly possible that they point back to the Department of Justice, who's in charge now, and say, listen, you're going to have to go to them to get more information about what you're seeking here, because they, at least are, as of now, are in possession of all of these files.
Well, Jake, you rightly said we've been covering it for weeks. I'm going to catch that ball and toss it right back to you, because I have a feeling you'll be covering this for weeks still ahead. Good to talk to you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Breaking news sources tell CNN that the Trump administration is considering whether to make an audio recording and transcripts of Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with the Justice Department public. CNN's Elena Treen is back with us from the White House. What can you tell us, Elena?
Yeah, that's right. Well, first I would point out, Pamela, that it wasn't previously known that they actually had made an audio recording of the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, which we know occurred over the period of 2 days.
Is Bill even mentally capable or trustworthy given his mental state right now? Like, how much information are we really supposed to believe? I think he's all right. I don't know. If they leaked the audio recording, would you listen to all of it on stream? Yes. 100%. Bill was in a worse position overall. I think when Hillary was running, like in 2016, he looked like he was going crazy. But since then, I've seen other videos of him where he seems to be fine. I don't really know.
Weeks ago, last month, and essentially from what we're hearing from both sources within the Justice Department and here at the White House, 3 senior administration officials told us that what's currently being discussed is whether or not they want to make the audio and the transcripts of that meeting public. Now, we know that they are going through and digitizing some of the audio. We were told by one official that the interviews were more than 10 hours and also going through transcribing it and, of course, redacting parts of it where maybe victims' names who have not been previously made public, trying to redact those if they do ultimately release this information. Now, I think a big question, of course, is we all knew that Blanche went to Florida to have a sit down with Maxwell, one of Epstein's associates who is currently serving a 20-year term for some sex crimes that she was engaged in along with Epstein. And the question was, are you even going to share any of that information? Now we're learning that that is, of course, a big topic of conversation between people here at the White House and the Justice Department. Some of the people we spoke with said that they want to release this information sooner rather than later. They believe that the Trump administration needs to be more in control of the optics of all of.
Nobody is considering Al-Qaeda. Epstein worked for Al-Qaeda and China and Hamas. Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein was actually Russia, China, Al-Qaeda, Iran, and Hamas. Famously. All of them. Definitely not Israel, okay? Do not say Israel, please. Just anybody but Israel is who Jeffrey Epstein was working for, okay? Oh my God, how crazy that this guy who was able to operate inside of American boundaries freely was meeting up with high-ranking intelligence officials from both the CIA and also the Mossad. He was just simply working with the KGB. He was working with Russia, and he was working with Iran, and he was working with, are you sure? Yeah, I'm joking. Whoever they consider, whoever they personally consider to be an op at any given moment, you know?
This. Others said, they believe that the Epstein story has largely died down right now, and they would prefer not to resurface that at this moment. But all to say, it's a big topic of conversation. We could see some of this information come to light shortly. I would also note that we did hear from White House Communications Director Stephen Chung, who essentially said that he believed that this is nothing more than CNN.
This is a unique situation because, like, I do think I do think Billary getting into trouble with the Epstein connection is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. But also, I want more evidence and I want the truth to come out in terms of, like, who Jeffrey Epstein was connected to, how he was, like, who else he was connected to. And I feel like if they just simply used this as a gift, if they went after Billary and Billary alone, it's just like, that's kind of messed up, because on the one hand, I'm like, sick, great, well deserved. But also on the other hand, it's like, well, there's still plenty of other people, you know, we're not packing this up, you know, it's not going away. I also don't really know how this would work as far as, like I said, mutually assured pedophilia destruction.
Trying to desperately to create news out of old news. He was pointing to a Newsmax interview the president did last week where he essentially said that he would like to release everything, but that we don't want people to get hurt that shouldn't be hurt. He also argued that he hadn't, at this point, this interview was done Friday, that the president argued he hadn't spoken directly with Blanche about this. So all to say, this is new information that we, of course, had not known before. The fact that there is an audio recording of this and that perhaps the White House is going to release this transcript of everyone kind of staying by to see what ultimately they will do, Pamela.
All right, Elena, thanks so much.
Joining us now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie's a former federal and state prosecutor. What's your reaction, Ellie, to the Justice Department considering releasing of Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's interview that went on for hours and hours with Maxwell?
Well, Wolf, it's significant, first of all, to know that an electronic recording actually exists. That's actually in compliance with DOJ policy that's been in place the last decade or so that says when you are interviewing a federally incarcerated defendant, you are supposed to electronically record it. And so that means if this comes out, we will have a verbatim record of what was said. We won't have to rely on someone's notes or testimony, which can be fallible at times. The other thing that's really important to note is the decision whether to release this is entirely the Justice Department's. It sits in Pam Bondi's hands. This is not a grand jury testimony, so they don't need to go to a judge. So the decision here whether to put this out is 100% up to Pam Bondi.
How common is it, Ellie, for the U.S. Justice Department to publicly release this type of recording?
It's extremely uncommon, almost unheard of, Wolf. If we're talking about prosecutors going into a prison to speak with somebody who's a defendant, who's a potential witness, potential cooperating witness.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking bullshit. Is Trump's literal lawyer, man, is Trump's lawyer, who is now the Deputy Attorney General, is crazy. He's implicated. I don't understand how else you can describe this situation. Like, it's so transparently corrupt that even like Trump fans are looking at this and being like, it's a little weird. It's a little fucking weird.
You would never publicize and put out and make and disclose publicly the interview that you had with that person. That would be an investigative file. That would be something you would keep in-house. You would never put it out. But of course, a lot of what we've seen here is happening outside of the normal track.
Well, CNN is learning this morning that the Justice Department has an audio recording and transcript of the interview it conducted with Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, and the administration has been considering releasing that publicly. What do you think about that? Would you support it?
I would support it. I mean, it was a very unusual interview to begin with. It's very unusual that she's been moved to the prison that she is in. We need transparency right now. Just the lack of transparency, what appears to be a desire by the White House to hide what is there. Let's just see what it is. I mean, this man was disgusting. He is guilty of horrific crimes. We are forgetting that there are victims that are still recovering, more than 1,000 of them. We need to know what the facts are, and then we need to move on, because quite frankly, not the Democrats, it's the Republicans in the Congress that are keeping business that needs to get done for the people of this country by blocking rules to consider anything.
Well, there are two victims, at least two, who actually wrote the court. And their identities are anonymous right now, but they're concerned that they could be exposed with the release of grand jury testimony, right? They say that this is political warfare and that people are being insensitive to these victims. How can Congress simultaneously push for transparency while also protecting the victims here?
I think the victims have a right to have their names not made public. I think that there have been we know that there's an ability to hide their names, yet talk about what the facts and some of it was. I have, unfortunately, I'm glad that the person felt that they could come forward and talk to me. They're scared to death. They don't want their name to become public or become part of a hate tunnel. You know, people don't understand what happens to people when their name becomes public. People that have...
Especially on this issue, come on. Like, people are already ruthless to victims. There is definitely an environment. There is definitely an environment of protecting abusers. Okay. But outside of that, especially in this case, like beyond the misogyny tourists and whatnot that will go after all the victims just because they hate that shit in general. You know, there are a lot of suspicious deaths surrounding people that have come out against like Epstein or even an affiliate like Kevin Spacey.
Don't know them, they have no facts, just go after them in all kinds of horrific, brutal, bullying, frightening,
Cry me a river. I don't care about these people's reputations. Release a list. No, man, we're talking about the victims, dude. What the fuck? We're not talking about like Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I don't give a shit about Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I want those names. We all want those names. We're talking about the victims, dog. What is wrong with you, chatter? Calm down.
They've already been victims. They want to move on with their life, and they're scared to death about what is going to happen if their names become public.
So tell us a little bit more about that conversation you had. And, you know, you said they want to move on with their life, and yet, you know, the Democrats and Republicans are calling for more transparency, which will only keep this out there in the headlines.
I think that the calling for transparency is there a list? Is there a list of, you know, here's what happened. Okay, it wasn't Democrats who called for this. As part of his campaign, he said he would make the Jeffrey Epstein list public. The Attorney General stood in front of the White House and said, I have the list on my desk. We will make this public. They said to their mega base, we're going to be transparent. We're going to tell everybody what happened.
Make
but,
England
you know, when
great
you
again.
release a list, it's of the...
Oh my God, mega. Make Epstein great again. That's what does Debbie Dingle know?
Abusers. It isn't of the victims. In this country, we have tried very hard to protect the victims. I'm somebody who works in domestic violence abuse every single day, trying to...
I think the Epstein files, which 1,000% exist, are a distraction, which will be prolonged to make sure more deportations happen, more Israel funding, and more tax exemption for the rich. Congress won't do shit. Release a list of billionaires and politicians who make up the foundation of the U.S. I mean, I agree with you on the second part, but I don't think it's like a distraction per se. And the reason why I don't think it's a distraction is because like the interest in this is real, and a lot of very powerful people, as you also said, are implicated. So you can't say it's a distraction necessarily, because the distraction can't be something that is so important to continuing the empire. And it's certainly not a distraction because like it's something that they're trying to bury anyway. It is a consequential piece of information. It is a very, very consequential operation. If unearthed, if there was like real transparency, which I don't believe there will ever be real transparency, I would be shocked. That would be, I mean, that would shake up the entire system. You're talking about powerful financiers. You're talking about heads of intelligence agencies. You're talking about foreign. You're talking about people, members of the royal family in England, MBS, Saudi Arabia, former prime ministers of Israel. It's just so the network is so vast for some reason. Maybe because they all love Jeffrey Epstein's vibes, in spite of the full knowledge that he was a pedophilic sex trafficker. Interestingly enough.
Help people. They should not ever have their names. They're sexual assault. I've helped some who've been victims of sexual, they're survivors. They don't want to be called victims. Their names should not be made public. It's hard enough for people that just are like that. When you take a case like the Jeffrey Epstein case, which is on the minds of millions of people across this country, there are people that are not kind. There are people that are mean and brutal. There are people from other countries that are trying to stir up more trouble in our country. And those survivors become victims again by the sheer hatred and brutality that people put towards them. Not, some of us have empathy and compassion, but that's not what they feel. They feel the hate that comes at them. And we need to understand that's happening too much in our country, period, on social media.
All right, on the campaign trail, President Trump promised he'd go after those who have investigated him. Now,
do you see this insane video with Cory Booker? Oh, is it with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach? Yes. I'm sure this doesn't have to do anything with kosher sex. Rabbi Kompromat compiler Shmuley Boteach leaking a video of himself wearing a clown costume and drunkenly piggyback riding Cory Booker on Purim in Oxford in 1983. Yeah, Cory Booker has been obviously super, super pro-Israel. But not only that, but he's also besties with Rabbi Shmuley. I had never seen this video, though. I don't think this is compromat, to be fair. It's not like this is on the fucking Washington Post, you know? This is some 4chan shit? Yeah. It has become a liability law. I mean, they've been homies, and he is ass, and so is Cory. I don't know. I don't think this is like, yeah, they've been friends for a very long time. Yes, that's Cory Booker. Cory Booker has been friends with Rabbi Shmuley for years and years and years. I've talked about this on the broadcast. He's also been super pro-Israel for years and years and years. It is precisely the reason why he refuses to. I mean, look, this is the reason why they brought this up is because Senator Cory Booker declines to endorse Zohar Mamdani, saying, New York City, you're about 10 miles from where I live. You guys figure out your elections. I'm going to focus on mine.
Mamdani, are you going to support him? I have learned a long time ago. Let New York politics be New York politics. We got enough challenges in Jersey. I got a governor's race. I'm supporting Mikey Sherrill. I got legislative races. That's where my energy is going to go going into November. New York City, I love you. You're my neighbor. You're about 10 miles from where I live. You guys figure out your elections. I'm going to focus on mine. Mamdani.
July 26, 2021. Mr. Adams is also navigating critical relationships closer to home. He met with Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, over the weekend. Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, among others, has also reached out. Yeah, he did. He had no issues. He had no issues pumping Mayor Adams. You know, he had no issues like defending the Eric Adams endorsement after he won the primary by a much smaller margin than Zoran did. This is all about Israel, 100%. And Israel is not even just about Israel. Israel is about democracy. You can look at the Democratic Party's like prominent politicians and the next wave of leadership as putting the interests of American foreign policy, the State Department, or numerous other lobbying efforts, numerous other corporate interests over the interests of the citizens, over the understandable, justifiable, moral demands that the overwhelming majorities of the Democratic Party's base of support is making. Okay? He needs the AIPAC money in general? No, he doesn't. None of these guys need AIPAC money, okay? AIPAC money is consequential. It is important, especially at a time like this. But the AIPAC money is not the most important part of this. Okay, is not the most important part of the puzzle. IG, I guess, not in general. Oh. Yeah. In late recording, Cory Booker says he and AIPAC president text message back and forth like teenagers.
Elections.
Yeah. AIPAC is simply a representation, like is the tip of the iceberg in terms of how pervasive Israeli lobbying efforts are and how pervasive Israeli influence is in American politics. Okay. But I think people hyper focus on it. It's not a bad thing that people hyper focus on it because like it's such a important part of the puzzle, and it's good that people know what AIPAC is. It's good that people are aware of it. It's good that people are mad about it. It's good that like AIPAC has sullied its reputation. Same with the ADL, because these are all different parts of the pervasive influence peddling operation at the behest of the apartheid state doing a genocide. So the more people are aware of them, the more people are repulsed by them, the better it is overall. But it goes beyond that. And a big part of the reason why AIPAC is not a FARA violator, even though it is, right? It's not a foreign agent. It doesn't have to register as a foreign agent, is not because, oh, it's American Jews that are like funding it. What do you mean? It's just the interest of like American citizens who happen to be Jewish, like who, you know, who happen to care about Israel. Like, no, it's Israel's in the name. Okay. The reason, the reason as to why AIPAC is so pervasive in its influence and so successful is not just because it is a well-funded organization or whatever. It's because Israel is in line with American foreign policy. Israel has a special interest, a special designation in American foreign policy as the most important ally in the region. But the more people push back against Israel and the allegiance that we have with Israel, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this this special designation. The more consequential it becomes to continue this allegiance. Okay? Mersheimer contradicts your point of view in his Tucker Carlson interview. He explained that the convergence of interest is limited for the U.S., and it doesn't justify everything regarding U.S. policy in favor of Israel, and that money from the lobbies are the key factor because the U.S. even goes against its own interests for Israel, so not always convergence of interest. I know Mersheimer, I think, fully focuses on the influence of lobbying, but I don't think it's, I'm a centrist. Noam Chomsky says it's all American foreign policy and nothing else. And Mersheimer says it's all AIPAC, it's all different interest groups, like different lobbying efforts. I think it's both. One cannot exist without the other. AIPAC would be registered as a foreign agent if it wasn't for the fact that it is a profoundly important part of American foreign policy. Okay? That's it. Wrong day to bring up Chomsky. I know. And I have the Lollapalooza reacts to Hasan a video on the docket. I do want to watch the Tucker Carlson interview with Mersheimer because I feel like it's something. It's you know, it's solid. Here, we'll watch like the Novara summarization of it.
Something strange is happening to Tucker Carlson. And this is from his interview with political scientist and international relations scholar John Mearsheimer.
And in fact, if you go back and read the literature on the creation of Israel, this is all thoroughly documented. Ethnic cleansing was a subject that the Zionists talked about from the get-go, and they talked about extensively, because there was no way they could create a greater Israel without doing massive ethnic cleansing. You want to remember that when the Zionists come to Israel, starting in the late 1800s, early 1900s, there are remarkably few Jews in Palestine. And those Jews are not Zionists. The Zionists are the Jews who come from Europe.
Right.
And they understand that they're moving into a territory that's filled with Palestinian villages and Palestinian people. And the question you have to ask yourself is, how can you create a Jewish state on a piece of territory that's filled with Palestinians without doing ethnic cleansing, massive ethnic cleansing? And the answer is you can't. So they're talking about and thinking about ethnic cleansing from the get-go. So the idea that they wouldn't think of what the situation looks like after October 7th is an opportunity to do ethnic cleansing, it belies.
So it wasn't really a land without people for a people without land.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Classic Carlson, isn't it? He says something, which he knows it wasn't a land for people that land. He knows that's not. So what you're telling me is this thing I already know. Anyway, it's a nice sort of.
I guess there's not more. There's not more clips from this. Hold on. Let me find the actual one. Then I thought that there would be a.
Professor, thank you.
This is a 2-hour interview. Obviously, I'm not gonna. What the fuck? You are not alone. Suicide and Crisis Hotline. The growing threat of China and how the U.S. empowered them. The U.S. public calls Zelensky. Donald Trump's biggest challenges with ending the war. Why the U.S. foreign policy establishment is so hawkish on Middle Eastern wars. Why the U.S. puts Israel's interests first. Here, we'll start here.
If need be, it can help Israel if it gets into trouble.
I didn't hear any reference to American interests in that description.
Well, when it comes to Israel, right, and what Israel needs, right, that has little to do with American interests, right? The truth is, any two countries in the world.
I don't understand how these guys, how Mersheimer says stuff like this. I mean, I guess I kind of understand it because he is ultimately an international relations realpolitik guy. So in his mind, he does not have like a dialectical perspective. He does not have a materialist perspective. So therefore, like when he says, "Oh, this is not in the interest of America," I think he's his assessment is still structured around liberalism. His assessment is still structured around the limited confines of liberal capitalist framework. Because America has a profound interest in both propping up Israel from the start as a Cold War ally and also utilizing its incredible espionage facilities all around the globe. And not only that, but also just using it as an unsinkable aircraft carrier and a military base, a forward operating base in a resource-rich region that also has the capacity to control an invaluable trade route, right? So for that purpose, for that very reason, it is absolutely in the quote-unquote interests of America. It's like saying war is not in the interest of empire, or war is not in the interest, like doing these foreign wars is not in the interest of going, is not in the interest of like the American public. It's true.
Are going to have
but
similar interests plus different interests.
Yes.
Right. So there's no question.
I'll hear what he has to say.
Israel and the United States sometimes have similar interests and sometimes have different interests. Let me give you an example of this. The United States has a vested interest in making sure Iran does not have nuclear weapons.
Yes.
We're against proliferation. It's in the American national interest. It's obviously in Israel's national interest for Iran not to have nuclear weapons. Right. So two states can have similar interests. In the case of Israel and the United States,
we already have Egypt and Jordan. They don't commit genocide. Yes, this is where I misalign, I guess, with like a full-blown materialist perspective, because I don't think the people that are fucking operating here are thinking like that. But those guys are brown, okay? Israel is seen as a white country in the simplest terms. And Egypt and Jordan not committing genocide like Israel does not even matter a little bit, okay? Saudi Arabia does a fucking genocide in Yemen. We love that. We gave them weapons to do so. We helped them out. We helped them target some of these fucking school buses that they struck, okay? But ultimately, there's only so much trust you can put in the hands of Egypt and Jordan from the perspective of the American State Department, especially considering that they are on shaky ground to begin with. Jordan is a literal British invention, a holdover state, waiting there for the greater Israeli project to inevitably take over. Egypt is a little bit different, but ultimately, Egypt is also a client state that could be toppled. A regime that could be toppled. It is a client state that has millions of angry citizens in it that could just at any given moment go, what the fuck are we doing? It has happened before in Egypt.
They also happen to have different interests. And what we have in the United States is a situation where we have this thing called the Israel lobby, which I, of course, have written about with Steve Wald, which goes to great lengths to push the United States to support Israel unconditionally. In other words, no matter what Israel does, we are supposed to support Israel. And the lobby is so effective, it is so powerful, it is so effective that we basically end up supporting Israel unconditionally. What that means, Tucker, is in those cases where Israel's interests are not the same as America's interests, we support Israel. We support Israel's interests, not America's interests, because
over and against America's interests.
Of course, because the interests clash in those specific instances.
Right. Which is, as you noted at the outset, just the nature of like sovereign countries doing business with each other. You're going to agree on some things and disagree on others.
Absolutely.
But can you think of any moment in the last, say, 40 years where there was that clash between non-converging interests, where the United States chose its own interests over Israel's interests?
No, I can't think of anything that fits that description. I mean, one could argue that.
I mean, there have been instances where America has told Israel to quit it. Okay. George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan with Lebanon, George H.W. Bush with the expansion of settlements, and even Joe Biden with the 2021 incursion, right? Obama with the nuclear deal. That's another one. That's a major one. You're right. I fucking forgot. Okay. There have been plenty of instances where America has said, cut it out, and Israel has cut it out. Now, one could still say that was in the interest of Israel's continuation, and there is truth to that. Like, there were moments where America was like, we are the party that controls Israel. They know better. They know that that is the truth. And therefore, Israel has responded to American demands. Okay? And yes, you're not wrong when you say that's not the U.S. choosing its own interests over Israel's. It's the U.S. protecting Israel from itself. I agree. But the reason why they're not doing that right now when they could have, the reason why they should have dialed back Israel a long time ago for the sake of Israel's continuation, okay? Because under normal circumstances, post-October 7, what should have unfolded, what has happened, what should have unfolded is exactly what had happened in the past, which is Israel goes in, they kill like 10,000, 20,000 people. It's incredibly bloody. And then they piss off more and more people. And you know, you have more attention to Israel's behavior in the Western world and all this stuff where America then steps in and goes, you have to fucking dial it back because you're getting out of control and there's too much enmity. You're becoming a pariah state, right? That is how things have happened in the past. But Trump 1 was a major convergence, I would say, where the Israeli interest and Israeli intelligence had always been profoundly important for American strategic interests in the region, but they had never had their hands on the fucking wheel. Maybe they could just like make some, if we're driving a car, right? America's driving the vehicle. America controls everything, right? Israel's in the fucking shotgun seat, basically telling which routes to take. And America usually listens. America even allows Israel to make them feel like they're driving the wheel every now and then. Or even in certain instances, Israel misbehaves and even kills like, you know, a bunch of like American naval officers in the USS Liberty incident or whatever. But because ultimately it's so important that this allegiance continues for America's strategic interests, as I described before, that they just kind of let that slide, okay? They kind of let that slide. Trump won after Obama's JCPOA and after a lot of fucking anti-Obama stuff that came from Israel turned into a situation where Israel took control over the vehicle completely. Our Middle Eastern policy was entirely directed by Israel after Donald Trump's first term. And Biden, being the ultra-Zionist that he is, an ultra-nationalist pro-Israel figure that he is, allowed that to continue. There was no off-ramp. There was no scaling back on Israel's influence on American foreign policy. Biden straight up let Israel continue its, continue its like incredibly influential position in American foreign policy that like started directing the car as well. And then post October 7, it was over. It was like fully accelerated, right? With the bear hug strategy. Entirely disagree. Israel runs the show. America is Israel's dog. You have a misconception that Trump has any say. No. Israel currently runs the show, but ultimately, if Donald Trump woke up tomorrow and was hit with a fucking woke ray in his mind, he could literally just be like, Israel, stop it. And Israel would say, yes, we're stopping it. They don't want to do it. They can explain exactly why this would be devastating, how this would collapse Israel as a nation state, collapse Zionism as a fascist project, and all of that. But if Donald Trump was like, no, you're not, you're done, it's over, it would be over tomorrow. Okay? Straight up. There is no genocide or no apartheid state without America's weapons. There is no genocide or no apartheid state without America's go-ahead. There is no genocide, no apartheid state without America's political support to Israel in the global stage. America is the hegemonic superpower on the. America is still very much the hegemonic superpower. Like, I'll give you a totally separate example. Cuba, right? Cuba has a trade embargo. Cuba has a trade embargo by the United States of America. And I sometimes see some liberals be like, oh, there's no blockade. There's no trade embargo. You guys are like greatly exaggerating. Other countries are allowed to fucking trade with Cuba. Wrong. That's not correct. America has actively tried to sanction other countries and other companies from like, you know, Spain immediately comes to mind. They have actively tried to stop trade altogether to Cuba and have been successful in stopping trade altogether to Cuba. Okay? Bad Empanada agree
There was
with you
a
on
bit
this?
of a discussion on the Twitter platform recently over a tweet by noted Turkish man Hasan Piker. In this tweet, Hasan Piker argued that the US president could end the genocide in Gaza with one phone call. And a lot of really stupid people took issue with this. The tweets in question can be seen here in this post by friend of the show, The Willie Mack Show. So the original tweet is this one by Hasan Piker. One phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put up a sanctions package. And if that fails, invade Israel militarily. That is why all it takes is one phone call. And this was responded to in really the most generic Zionist way.
All it takes for Hasan to end the war in the Middle East is one phone call or a full-scale U.S. invasion. The escalation of this tweet is hilarious. Oh my God. That is where America's power comes from. That's it. That's not where it's going to go. Why are these people so stupid? I don't understand. It's so goddamn frustrating how stupid these people are. And we have propped up stupid people. Like the online community has propped up people who are not knowledgeable on the history of the dynamic between Israel and the United States of America. And now they just fucking buy into it. It's just, I don't understand it. I literally don't understand it. Are you so incurious? I fucking laid it out right there. It's reductive. It's, within the confines of Twitter word limitations, but
was bringing.
Here's Christian Amanpour also saying it. I guess they need to hear more like famous liberals say this shit because that's the only people that they respect. But I don't even think they respect those people. It's kind of like when I say it's a genocide, I hate Hasan, so I don't believe it. But if fucking other people say it, other people that I trust because they come from like reputable outlets, if they finally say it, then I'll believe it. But Hasan is still in the wrong, kind of like that.
Like, I'm making a video about this. Probably my next main channel video is going to be about this. It's going to be called something like How Zionists Argue or something like that. And it's going to talk about the main Zionist argumentative tactic, which is just repeating back what you said as if it's self-evidently wrong and then accusing you of anti-Semitism. Not always the second part, but usually. In this case, they were gracious enough not to accuse you of anti-Semitism. Very nice of them. They usually would. So the original response is this Twitter account saying, Hasan thinks you could solve the Israel problem with one phone call. There's no attempt to debunk this because, obviously most of Israel's armaments come from the US and they could not easily replace the American weapons manufacturers who give them these armaments. So if the US cut off their supply of arms, they would be unable to prosecute the war. You
need to understand why. I mean, I don't even think these guys know what they're doing in terms of trying to prop up pro-Israeli propaganda. When a Democrat or a liberal, like the liberal Vox reporter, also responded to this and said it's childish and stupid. She knows better. She's doing that deliberately. These guys are just fucking stupid, and they think this is a good way to, I guess, counter whatever I'm saying or belittle whatever I'm saying without any additional information, right? Without any knowledge, without any fucking counter narrative, without any counter examples. Is just simply to be like, this guy is real stupid, huh? Right? That's it. And there are plenty of people who have also propped themselves up into believing that, into believing this ridiculous thing. So there is no value. If someone is so actively well poisoned, you don't ever have to address them. You could just be like, this guy's wrong. And unfortunately, there are certain sides of the internet where people get their notes from apolitical slop tubers where they just genuinely don't think about these things at all. They don't. They just go, oh, Hasan said it, so it must be wrong. It's a very stupid way to learn anything. And that's why you find yourself wrong in many circumstances. And you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't reflexively disbelieve someone in general. I'm saying this about Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson, people who even cynically put forward correct information from time to time. You shouldn't do that for anybody. Okay? This is not just for me. You should not do that for anyone. You should always try to investigate further what the claims are and then try to disprove said claims. Okay?
Be in real risk of like being attacked by their neighbors and stuff, because the US support, the US patronage is what allows them to do what they do. So a phone call like saying, hey, stop what you're doing in Gaza, withdraw immediately, or the arms transfers are gone. That would end the genocide right away. It's not a question of could this happen? It's a question of why doesn't it happen? They don't even try to argue against it. They just restate the statement as if it's self-evidently wrong. And I really like the Willie Mack Show response here, because Willie Mack Show seems to have thought that Hasan was saying here that he could call Israel and end the genocide. I don't know.
All it takes for Hasan to end the war in the Middle East is one phone call or full scale. I don't even know if these guys are saying like, I'm going to make the phone call. I don't think anybody actually believes that, right? I hope people don't literally believe that. They can't be that stupid. I mean, that's stupidity beyond what I'm accustomed to online. I see a lot of stupids online, but this is like this is a new level of stupidity. I don't think he's saying that.
I don't know how to take this aside from him saying that. All it takes
They
for
are
Hasan,
saying that? No, that's what they think, Law. No, I think it's better for us not to assume that our interlocutors are just like that dumb, okay? I think they're dumb, but they're not that dumb, right? It's better to assume, it's better to try to be charitable. I don't think he's saying you would make the call. He's saying for, as in Hasan's view, which is only slightly less stupid. Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is him just saying, this is my view. Ethan literally did post that you think you can make that call personally. Really? Okay. Yeah, I guess I just had. What? What is this? Hasan, who would solve Israel-Palestine with one perfect phone call, and Noah, who thinks the Houthis are the only ones following international law. The fact that these airheads dominate lefty discourse on Palestine is a bigger gift to Netanyahu than anything else they could accuse me of doing. Why? These guys are political commentators, right? Like, just address the issue. Like, address the argument. Explain why America does not have this level of control over Israel, despite the fact that America has supplied 70% of all offensive and defensive weapons to Israel. Explain how Israel would make up for the lack of munitions that they are getting from the United States of America. Then explain how many Israeli military officials in the past, and even during this instance of genocide, has actively told the media in Israel that America has demanded that they scale back on certain instances, in spite of what the Israeli public is demanding. And they've literally said, we can't do this without the United States of America. Explain why throughout Israeli history, American politicians, American presidents have actually made that one singular phone call to stop Israel's atrocities. Explain all of that. You know, there is no Israel without America. It's that simple. Why don't they address any of these points and instead just go instead they just like vaguely gesture into the fucking wild and go, this guy's such an airhead. He's so dumb. What is this? Does Ethan think Hasan is saying he's the one who would make the call? What the fuck is this dude saying? Me when I'm daydreaming about me when I'm daydreaming in the shower about being a hero, and then everyone stood up and clapped. I mean, he's implying that, but I think he's just, it's so stupid. It's irrelevant. It's not even worth addressing. Who cares? Like, this is the expectation I have from a slop tuber, certainly, but it's not the expectation I have from, like, a person who is, I guess, my ideological opponent here, you know? A person who is who is making this claim that I'm wrong should probably explain why I'm wrong, right? It's very strange. There is no continued genocide without American weapons. Okay? It's that simple. And not only that, but also, if America cut off weapons to Israel, which would never even happen because it wouldn't get to that point, Israel does not have a meaningful way to make up for that supply chain. Okay? Especially in the short period of time necessary to continue this genocide. Who are they going to go to? Because when America shuts off weapons, you could say, oh, well, they're going to get it from Germany. Germany doesn't have the same industrial base that America has for a steady flow of weapons. They don't have the same arsenal. They do not have the same industrial base. And also, many of the weapons that Germany would probably send to Israel in the interim would not even be German weapons. They would be American weapons. So if America is shutting off weapons, then Germany cannot send weapons to Israel. That's number one. Number two, let's say they're getting it from Russia, right? Also wrong for a multitude of different reasons. One, because Russia is invested in pummeling Ukraine. They do not have that runway to make up for it. Okay, they have their hands too busy with Ukraine to begin with. But also on top of that, they have a strategic allegiance with Iran, as well as a strategic allegiance with Israel as well. But because of their strategic allegiance with Iran, they can't let go of their partnership with Iran either. Okay, Iran is still an important player in the region and an important player against American interests in the region. There is no place they can get it from, with the exception maybe of China, which I highly doubt China would, out of nowhere, start supplying Israel with a steady flow of munitions so they can continue doing their genocide, no matter how much they fucking love trade maxing. Okay? China is their number one supplier in general for their economy. It's profoundly important to the Israeli economy. They do a tremendous amount of trade with China. It's their number one. It is the number one country that they trade with. Israel trades with. Okay? China has a lot of influence here as well, which is why I've also routinely criticized China, just kind of gesturing against Israel and being like, Palestinians deserve to live, please stop, and then never really following through with any sort of coherent policy there. But there is no country that Israel could go to that could give them the same amount of and the same steady flow of weapons in the short period of time necessary if America shut off the weapons transfers. This is precisely the reason why it takes one phone call. But let's say Israel was, in this hypothetical scenario, capable of making up for the lack of munitions, and they were able to literally go and work Chinese weapon systems. Let's say China decided we're arming Israel, okay? That's the only country that has the bandwidth and has the industrial base to be able to supply weapons to Israel, right? America and Israel's allegiance has fallen apart. All of a sudden, America is anti-Israel. They said, no more weapons, right? Let's say China is actually sending the weapons. Let's say that while China is actually sending the weapons, Israel what? Magically figures out how to operate Chinese weapon systems? Like, you have to get trained on this stuff. You can't just like come in and be like, all right, perfect. Now these anti-aircraft defense systems that they shipped in, which is a logistical fucking nightmare to begin with, we can now use. You can't do that. It takes a tremendous amount of time and a tremendous amount of training for people to be able to start using this stuff, okay? You know this. You know this from what happened in Ukraine. It's not fucking plug and play. These are foreign adversaries. Israel is an ally. Israel uses American weapons. They do not use Chinese weapons. They use Chinese surveillance and things of that nature, Chinese drones, but they do not use Chinese weapons. They can't. It's an entirely different weapon system. America would never allow that anyway. America would nuke Israel before allowing Israel, who at that point would still retain a bunch of American weapons, a bunch of American like missile systems, to then all of a sudden bring in Chinese weapon systems onto that same platform. That would be insane. That would destroy any kind of security America had, because now Israel would give everything to China. Okay, there are a million different reasons as to why this would never work. But let's say it did work, okay? Let's say it did work. Let's say magically all of these impossible things took place and Israel was able to perfectly take all the Chinese weapons and change their platforms to the Chinese platform, and were able to fucking train themselves overnight and started using that to continue as genocide. At that point, America would just destroy Israel's economy. That's it. America would say, no more trade with Israel. If you trade with Israel, with the exception of China, let's say, because it's too much of a powerful player in the global marketplace, they would just fucking pull a Cuba on Israel. They would do a full-blown embargo. They would stop other countries from trading with Israel. It would, again, never get to that point. Regardless, I can't stress this enough, because that is the reason why all it takes is one phone call. And let's say Israel says, fuck it, we're doing full genocide. We don't care. You can kill our economy. Okay? You can kill our economy. We still want to do genocide. At that point, they would invade. Okay? That's it. It never gets to that point, and it never has to get to that point, because it starts and ends with one phone call for this reason. It would never in a million years get to the point where America's invading Israel militarily. Okay? That is why all it takes is one phone call. Even from the first step to the second one, there is a tremendous amount of impossible things that are literally physically not possible for Israel to do to be able to continue its fucking genocide. Okay? Once again, 70% of all weapons that Israel is using, both offensively and defensively, are supplied since October 7 by the United States of America. Can you go and yell about something else? You yell about the Israel's genocide fetish. Can we go and yell and bitch about something else? You bang this Israel's genocide fetish drum every time I watch you, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about other things that are going on as well. I mean, I was covering other things before we got here.
To end the war in the Middle East is one phone call. He genuinely seems to think that Hasan was talking about himself rather than the President of the United States of America. God, I love Willie Mack Show. He's so funny. But look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to assume this is just some bad wording on his part, and what he meant is that he thinks it's ridiculous to think that the US president could ever end a conflict in the Middle East or a war in the Middle East with one phone call. And I'm going to look into whether or not there's any precedent for this happening or not. Okay? So, in 1982, during the Israeli assault on Lebanon, there was a phone...
Ronald Reagan made a phone call, said, "You are doing the Holocaust. Stop."
Call between President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister of Israel, the noted terrorist Menachem Begin, whose name I surely mispronounced, but I mean, modern Hebrew is a constructed language anyway. They pronounce everything wrong, so I'm going to also pronounce things wrong. He called him and he said he told him, stop the bombing. What you're doing here is not okay. We don't support this. Stop. And within 20 minutes, the bombing stopped. Okay, so that's one precedent for this happening. Ronald Reagan, by the way, Ronald Reagan was an extremely Trumpish president. He was just better on camera than Trump is because he was an actor and Trump isn't. Ronald Reagan was absurdly stupid, absurdly dumb. And even
wrong. Donald Trump is a TV guy as well, and that's the reason why he's very telegenic and very charismatic. I disagree with Bad Empanada.
Even he did this. So clearly the US president does have this power. They have massive coercive power over Israel because Israel relies on their arms to be able to prosecute its war. It relies on their diplomatic support and in many ways their indirect or direct military support. Like the US, for example, famously helps shoot down missiles that are launched at Israel. It famously patrols the waters near Israel just to keep, make sure its presence is known because Israel wouldn't be able to do that as effectively by itself. You also see like the US attacking Yemen essentially on behalf of Israel a number of times, and the US attacking Iran on behalf of Israel. So the US does a fucking ton for Israel, and Israel knows this, obviously. The Israeli leaders know this. And if this stuff was taken away from them, or if there was a credible threat that it could be taken away from them, Israel would have to fall in line. So the question here is not, would that work? As Hasan Piker said, it does work. It's proven to have worked in the past. And even like a basic thought experiment using the most basic Occam's razor would have you conclude that yes, Israel would indeed have to stop the genocide in Gaza if the US president called Netanyahu and told him in firm terms with a clear threat to escalate if he doesn't, that this needs to stop. The US is the world's premier empire. Israel is one of its proxy states. This is obvious. It's just so evident. It's so clear why they have not attempted to actually refute what's being said here. Because as I said, the Zionist argumentation is to repeat what you are saying as if it's self-evidently wrong and then call you anti-Semitic for saying it. So rather than attempt to refute what Hasan was saying here on the merits of his statement, on the merits of the evidence for it, they just say, all it would take is one phone call.
Yeah. And there's one other thing that can actually kind of jam up this machine of death and destruction, and that is mounted opposition, mounted military opposition that is too consequential for Israel and even the United States of America. We saw this with the 12-day war with Iran. Okay? Iran was able to successfully cripple the Israeli economy and shut Israeli society down for 12 straight days. And in the process, they actually expended American munitions. THAAD missiles are not cheap. They take years to build. We do not have enough stockpiles. Israel does not have enough stockpiles, certainly, but Israel does not even have enough stockpiles with America backing Israel. So there was a point as well. There is a point where this can come to a halt without America making that phone call or force America to make that phone call. In the Western world, our only way of pushing for this phone call is by constantly protesting, constantly creating an environment where we punish politicians for maintaining their allegiance with Israel. And then it's same in the Western nation states as well, where you can actually get more involvement from your politicians, even though they're fearful of America's interests, fearful of ever sidestepping the United States of America. You can actually create more pressure on the global stage by getting European countries to criticize Israel, to create an even more expansive permission structure to say fuck Israel, right? And then all of that ultimately becomes costly for the United States of America. In the region, though, the way to do this is by expending America and Israel's munitions. It's that simple. That's it. I mean, this is what happened after the 12-day war. Had Iran fired a few more large volleys of missiles, Israel could have exhausted its supply of top-tier Arrow 3 munitions, one of the U.S. officials said. Okay? THAAD operators burned through munitions at a furious clip, firing more than 150 missiles to shoot down the waves of Iranian ballistic missiles, according to U.S. officials. That is nearly a quarter of the interceptors ever purchased by the Pentagon. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. It wasn't just the THAAD. The U.S. ran through large numbers of shipborne interceptors as well, and Israel quickly drained stockpiles for its own systems. Dozens of Iranian missiles got through anyway. It would likely take more than a year and cost between $1.5 billion to $2 billion, debatable, to replenish the THAAD interceptors fired during the 12-day war, according to Wes Rumbaugh, a CSIS fellow who researches Pentagon missile procurement and budget details. Most of America's Arleigh Burke class-guided missile destroyers are armed with SM-2s, SM-3s, and SM-6s. Those warships also went through interceptors at an alarming rate. During the 12-day war, the ship shot about 80 SM-3s at Iranian threats, according to a U.S. official. So everyone who predicted that Israel's multi-layered missile defense was 1 to 2 weeks away from critical grid attrition was correct. It could have been sooner, depending on the tempo of attacks. That stage would force Israel to triage its finite supply of interceptors, saving the rest only for sensitive military sites, while they let the rest through to strike their targets. This is obviously a situation Israel would want to avoid. Do you understand? It's a multifaceted, multi-layered approach. At the end of the day, war can be as complicated or as simple as you want to explain it. And I think the simplest ways to describe war is attrition, both in the economy, but in the simplest terms, attrition with how much it costs for an Iranian missile to be lobbed in the direction of Israel versus how much it costs for Americans to defend Israel. Okay? It is unimaginably costly to defend Israel like this. It is, in comparison to how costly it is to defend Israel like this, it is insanely cheap to attack Israel if you are Iran. It's not even a comparison. It's the same with Yemen. Operation Prosperity Guardian under the Biden administration was a multi-billion-dollar operation, and it failed. They wanted to stop the Houthis from implementing a blockade and making it so that regular commercial shipping that goes to Israel could continue. That they wanted to stop the Houthis implementing a blockade against Israel. Okay? They wanted to do that. They wanted to stop it. It failed. Donald Trump continued it, restarted it, and continued it. It was even more costly when Donald Trump did it. And they still were completely incapable of stopping the Houthis from implementing a blockade. So they had to come to the bargaining table and implement a negotiation where they basically said, Houthis, stop attacking our ships, our Navy ships, American Navy ships, and you can continue bombing Israel if you want. That was literally the deal that Donald Trump put together. He even said the Houthis are very brave warriors. They're very brave people. They fight so good. And in the process, one of Israel's two major ports has gone bankrupt. The Houthis did that. Okay? The Houthis dropped during the second wing of Operation Prosperity Guardian approximately 20 plus Reaper drones that are around $20-30 million a pop. Four fighter jets dropped in the process due to maneuvering incidents, due to hitting one another. And they were able to strike the Ben Gurion airport. Is not even a question. It is not costly for them to do this. It is incredibly costly for America to continue doing this.
Hello, stupid. And I mean, yeah, in 2021 as well, the Biden administration pushed Israel very firmly towards a ceasefire, though not quite as firmly as Reagan did. So this is something for which there is precedent, and it's something for which, even if there wasn't precedent of it happening in the past, you can just look at the relationship between the US and Israel, see how much the US gives to Israel, how much Israel is reliant on the US, and easily conclude that yes, the US president could absolutely force them to stop what they're doing in Gaza. The question is not, can he? The question is, why doesn't he? But again,
thank you. Exactly. And no amount of explaining this is going to help these people understand this reality, because they don't see this video. They don't come here. There is a steady flow of fuck Hasan propaganda that just like circulates in that corner of the internet. And especially if you're already like invested in the mindset that like America can do no wrong, or America can sometimes do wrong, but they're doing wrong while they're trying to do right. You know, if you have this kind of attitude, you never actually learn the truth. This is what's so frustrating about the nature of discourse online nowadays. I guess it's always been this way, but it's gotten especially worse in recent years, where no amount of explainers is going to cause someone who is already invested in the Hasan is stupid and dangerous and violent and a terrorist to basically turn around and go, wait a minute, let me look into this myself. Do you understand? We fought for over a year and the administration never said ceasefire. Now, this is from Drop Site News all the way back in April 28. Israeli officials were blunt about the benefits of Biden's passivity. Former Ambassador Michael Herzog declared, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was president during this period because it could have been much worse. We fought in Gaza for over a year and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did. And that's not the problem. That's not to be taken for granted. It's ironic because people will always say like, oh, he's looking at Twitter links. Like that's another one. That's another like fucking thought terminating cliche. I'm not looking at Twitter links. I'm looking at Twitter summarizations of an article from a reputable outlet like Drop Site News that is comprised of investigative reporters that have worked all around mainstream news that are fucking very well credentialed people who I know personally. Okay. People always love doing that where they're like, he's just looking at Twitter links. It's like, I'm not. This is a Drop Site News summarization of an article that was initially reported in Axios. Okay. Or this is Channel 13. Sorry. Axios reported on it as well. You can dismiss those people out of hand. I know. But the problem is you shouldn't, because there are a lot of people like that.
Them. And then October 7th happened and that absolute catastrophe and slaughter inside Israel. And now for nearly 2 years now, the revenge has been bitter and deep. And where is it leading Israel? Where does it leave the hostages? And where does it leave the Palestinian people? So there's a huge amount that Israel's allies, and especially the United States of America, who could, with a single phone call, change this.
Yeah, there you go. Christian Amanpour, reputable, notable liberal, also saying that America could change this with one fucking phone call. Anyway, there's a Trump press conference happening right now after his executive order. Let's take a look.
Redistricting, or whatever you want to call it, the Democrats have done it long before we started. They've done it all over the place. They did it in New York. They did it in a lot of different states. But in Massachusetts, so somebody used this as an example today. I was interviewed this morning, and they said, you know, it's pretty unfair. Trump got 40%. I'm not proud of that, but I think I probably got more, but that's okay. I got 40% in Massachusetts, and yet they have 100% of the vote in terms of Congress. So there's no Republican, there's no anything. So we should have 40%. You know why? They redistricted, and they've done it all over the place, and they've done it in California, by the way.
You said that before, just one phone call. Is that an exaggeration or literally? Of course it's not literal, dude. Like, there's no policy change that happens with one singular phone call, okay? Don't be dense. Oh my God. It's the closest you can get, however, in terms of foreign policy to ending something with one singular, literally one singular phone call.
Medical provision for people. We've watched them destroy our country for 4 years, and people don't want that. And people in Texas, as you saw, I got the highest vote in the history of Texas. I love Texas. Texas likes me, obviously. But I got the highest vote, and that was checked out on the show. Did you see that, where they checked it out? They said he actually did get the highest vote in the history of Texas, which disappointed them. They were very disappointed to hear that. But Texas is a place that's done very well with a free enterprise kind of an attitude, with the exact opposite of what's happening in New York with a communist mayor. And they know what they're doing, and they're doing the right thing. Yeah.
Two questions for you. Mr. President, thank you. Texas Senator John Cornyn is asking for your help to force Democrats back to the state and hold them accountable. Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. They may have to. No, I know they want them back. Not only the Attorney General, the governor wants them back. If you look, I mean, the governor of Texas is demanding they come back. So a lot of people are demanding they come back. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Two questions for you. One, were you aware of and did you personally approve the prison transfer for Ghislaine Maxwell that your Justice Department
I didn't know about it at all. No, I read about it just like you did.
And do you believe that she is
It's not a very uncommon thing.
Do you believe that she's credible to be listening to? Your Deputy Attorney General sat down with her recently.
Well, let me tell you, he's a very talented man. His name is Todd Blanche. He's a very legitimate person, very high, I just a very highly thought of person, respected by everybody. And I didn't talk to him about it, but I will tell you that whatever he asked would be totally appropriate, and it's not an uncommon thing to do that. And I think he probably wants to make sure that, people that should not be involved or aren't involved are not hurt by something that would be very, very unfortunate, very unfair to a lot of people. But I will say this, Todd Blanche is one of the most highly respected people you'll ever meet. So I know this. I didn't discuss it with him, but anything he talked about with her or the fact that he did that, not unusual, number one, and most importantly is something that would be totally above board. Please. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Sonia
Mr. President, how
Lang.
much more would you
Thank you
like
for the 100
DOGE to cut
gifted.
from the federal government?
Well, it's not so much Doge
Why?
anymore. And by the way, I have to say that somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run. But it's not a question of Doge. We have great people,
Thugs.
secretaries and all, working with Doge and cutting with I said with a scalpel as opposed with an axe. This cutting with a fine-tooth comb.
This is a turning point in
and
domestic
they're getting
policy
rid
when
of
you're taking a
people
pee
that aren't
break?
doing
Yes.
their job, or bad people,
I still
or
have to
bad
piss.
things, bad policy, et cetera, and I think we've been very successful in that.
Casually
And there's
Explained
more
just
cutting
tweeted
to
about
do,
you.
But there's also more getting. We want smart people in government. Our country is doing great. I think we are doing probably, maybe in many ways, better than we've ever done before. We're taking in trillions, not billions, trillions and trillions of dollars from other countries who, for years, took advantage of us. They took advantage of the United States like we were children, and that's not happening anymore. Now they're paying a lot of money, and they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Individual countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. You're seeing what everybody else is seeing. And we have a lot of things we can do. One of the questions asked of me this morning is, are you going to make a dividend to the people? And the purpose of what I'm doing is primarily to pay down debt, which will happen in very large quantity. But I think there's also a possibility that we're taking in so much money that we may very well make a dividend to the people of America. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, back to Mersheimer.
that Israel wanted us to fight against Iran in 2024, that they tried to bait us into attacking Iran in April and then in July. And as I said before, the Biden administration did not take the bait.
Can you think conversely of instances where the U.S. government chose the interests of a foreign power over and against its own interests and its people's interests?
Besides the Israeli case?
No. In the case of Israel, we're allied with Israel informally, and they want us to do something that is hurtful to us, does not help our interests at all, but we do it anyway.
What is our interest? What is our interest? What is, in air quotes, our interest? Okay. Was Iraq in our interest? Depends on who you ask. Was it okay for 12,000 Americans to die in this illegal invasion of a foreign nation? Even if you're not thinking about the millions, the tens of millions that are displaced, extremism in the region, a power vacuum that was created, the formation of ISIS. Even if you're purely looking at it from the perspective of the average American, was it in their interest? No, of course not. Was it in the grand interest of American capital to go into a foreign nation and piece up its natural resources, like oil, for example, and to forcibly sell it off to foreign capital? To continue a steady flow of munitions to an ever increasingly expansive military industrial complex, one of the only remaining domestic manufacturing hubs in this country? It was in the interest of capital. It was. It was in the interest of corporations. It was in the interest of Halliburton, which then played a formative role in the rebuilding efforts of Iraq, right? So technically, it wasn't in the interest of America or Americans. But it was in the interest, broadly, of American capital. It was also obviously in the interest of Israel as well. Iraq being a destabilizing force in the region for Israel's interests. Like, Israel wants to blow shit up. Iraq is a standing military and is outside of the periphery of American empire. They could move in a direction that complicates things for Israel, right? Because think about it this way. Post-Iraq war, Israel gets to fly its fighter jets over Iraq airspace to strike Iran directly. Same with Syria. Don't you think that's profoundly important for Israeli interests? This is where there is convergence with America and Israel. You understand? But ultimately, this wasn't like Israel duping us, okay? It was not. Our interests were aligned. And of course our interests are aligned because Israel is a colonial vestige, both in its inception as a British settler colony and its continuation as an American settler colony that is a destabilizing force in the region for American interests, a controlling force in the region for American interests. That's it. And people who don't recognize that are being a little silly.
Can you think of examples of that?
Two-state solution is the best example. Every American president since at least Jimmy Carter has pushed forcefully for creating a Palestinian state.
I don't believe that. Like, this is where I disagree with Mersheimer, who I think is very smart who I've listened to over and over again, but I just disagree with him on this because I don't think it's actually forceful. Like, if America wanted there to be two different states there, they would get it. That's it. It would be more complicated than telling Israel to cut it out with one phone call, certainly, because Israel would want to fuck up the bag over and over again, fuck up that two-state solution over and over again. But if America wished it, they have tremendous influence over Israeli politics. They have tremendous influence over Israel's military. Without American weapons, Israel would have at least a decade plus to try and redevelop their own domestic military manufacturing, which they're already doing in the aftermath of October 7. And also on top of that, they would have to look elsewhere for a steady flow of munitions. And no one has the same level of prominence at the global scale, control over financial markets around the globe through banking systems, and also as a party to the Security Council, tremendous political influence it wields in defense of Israel.
We have long believed that the best solution to the Palestinian problem, which is the taproot of so many other problems that we face in the Middle East, is to create two states. So every president has pushed hard, except for maybe Donald Trump, for a two-state solution in the Middle East.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
The Israelis have rebuffed us at every turn. And the end result is we now have a greater Israel, and there's no possibility of a two-state solution.
How does it hurt the United States not having a Palestinian state? Why is it in our interest?
My primary issue with Mearsheimer is that he denies U.S. global hegemony. This is why he fails to recognize that if the U.S. wanted a two-state solution, they'd get it. Yeah. I think, like, denying U.S. global hegemony is crazy. Especially because it's just deeply untrue, right? This is our system. We've designed it. We won the Cold War. It is what it is. Okay. But outside of that, like, the only place where this is applicable would be maybe with Russia, right? America still has a lot of power there as well, but Russia is a foreign adversary. So certainly that is a more complex situation. Russia has designed its economy now to withstand sanctions. Same with Iran. Iran is a little bit easier than Russia because it doesn't have nukes, so it therefore doesn't have sovereignty, and therefore America could just do what it did with the Fordow facility, and just strike Iranian targets directly, knowing full well that Iran will demonstrate restraint over and over and over again because ultimately they don't want their massive country to be resembling Iraq or Afghanistan, right? But ultimately with Russia, it's a more difficult, more complex situation because of the nuclear arsenal that Russia has. But even then, America still has tremendous influence because it could just go to China. It could go to Russia's backers. It's trying to do that with India right now. I wonder if I could link up with Mearsheimer when I'm in Chicago this weekend.
Why does every president push for that?
Because the United States has a vested interest in having peace in the Middle East. It's not in our interest to have wars in that region. First of all, it forces us to commit military forces. It forces us to fight wars. And that's not in our interest. And we have long felt.
I mean, like, this is what I mean. It's like war is always in our interest, man. It's always in our interest. Even when we're fucking deploying, even if we are destroying our stockpile of our anti-aircraft missile systems, okay? That's still in the interest of the military-industrial complex, because now you go back to the state and you say, we need billions and billions of dollars to rebuild America's anti-aircraft defense stockpile, right? Ultimately, I feel like if you don't take the next leap into how this corresponds to capital interests, to the interests of capital, whether it be the military industrial complex or any number of different industries, you inevitably get to this point where you're like, well, America's just kind of doing it because I guess they're bullied by Israel. I guess the pervasive influence of AIPAC and all these other instruments of influence that Israel utilizes on American soil. And then the question goes, okay, why is America letting that happen? You know, why is America not letting that happen for Saudi Arabia? Why is America not letting that happen for China? Why is America not letting that happen for fucking France? Right? Yes, of course, Mersheimer is not a Marxist. That's why I'm saying, like, I think this is a significant weakness in an otherwise very influential and very intelligent person's assessment of the dynamic between the United States of America and Israel. I know his background. And I think this is what leads to people engaging in conspiracy. Okay, this is what leads this kind of sentiment leads, this kind of analysis leads people into believing that there's got to be another explanation for it then. And that's how you arrive at, oh, it's like Jewish mind control, is Jewish blackmail operations, it's Jewish media control. Okay, that's it. Do you consider yourself a journalist? No.
From a strategic point of view, that what you want to do is make sure you have peace in that region. You want to remember right before October 7th, Jake Sullivan, who was then the national security advisor, was crowing about the fact that...
why isn't Lockheed Martin and Palantir donating to senators to pressure them to end the wars abroad if it's against America's interests, you know? Why is nobody pressuring America to do this? Why is it that American politicians are completely at odds with the American public on this? And that is in spite of the multi-trillion-dollar fucking media apparatus that is constantly beaming into the collective consciousness of every boomer in this country that we have to be in a permanent state of war because otherwise our enemies will get us and they're scary.
Not seen.
By your logic, every single war is good for America's interest because war equals money spent on weapons? Yes. No, that's exactly what... yes. Yes. You that's exactly what I'm saying. Wars are not meant to be won. They're just meant to continue. Yes. What? 20 years in Vietnam, 20 years in Afghanistan. Why do you think it took that long? Then helping Israel can only possibly help America regardless of any blowback. That's the assessment. Yes, you're arriving at my conclusion. That is the assessment being made by American politicians. That is the assessment by the American State Department. Now, there is some disagreement there, as we saw clearly in the aftermath of October 7, when many American State Department officials resigned. They resigned because they thought Israel was going too far. And regardless of our interest in like maintaining the war economy, that Israel would basically end itself. Israel would make it so that they would no longer be as useful to America's strategic interests in the region, given how violent they are. In a way where like everyone can see it. And that is also true. And it will take a long time for for that to bear fruit. That enmity, that animosity, that resentment that many people have towards the state of Israel, it will take a while for it to bear fruit. But in an incredibly short period of time, you have seen attitudes swing wildly in the opposite direction. America, it was not even a question in the United States of America on whether or not we support Israel. until these past couple of years. But the U.S.'s actions can directly strengthen support for insurgent groups like Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. You can always say it's in America's interest by claiming, oh, this is good because more money spent on defense, but it's actually better for America that Hezbollah and Houthis have more support. I'm a little bit confused by what you're saying. The point is, action by Israel, which is supported by the U.S., weakened a U.S. ally and strengthened an enemy, Hezbollah. My point is that this directly hurts America's interests. What? Hezbollah is America's enemy? Brother, Hezbollah wouldn't exist if America and Israel was not meddling in the events, in interfering in the politics of Lebanon. Or maybe it would exist as like as a sectarian faction that defends like Shias inside of Lebanon, at best. That's my point. America helping Israel in the 2006 war, strengthening support for Hezbollah. Yeah, that's marginal. It's negligible. It doesn't matter. As long as Hezbollah, as long as Lebanon doesn't have anti-aircraft defenses, because they are, again, in a joint security partnership with the United States of America where it's not allowed for them to have anti-aircraft defenses. One must ask the question why. As long as Lebanon does not have a standing military and like true independence from American empire, then Hezbollah is meaningless. Hezbollah as a military force is engaging in guerrilla warfare. That's why they're considered terrorist groups in the same way that Hamas is. These guys have nothing in comparison to what Israel has, in comparison to what America has. It's ultimately inconsequential for the United States of America that they exist. To varying degrees, obviously, like, because Iran is certainly more consequential. But it would be tremendously costly for the United States of America to go to war with Iran. That's a calculation that they do make, certainly. And as it stands, clearly, we're not there yet. Seems as though America does not have the bandwidth to continue. You're describing what those in power think is in America's interest, not making a normative judgment. Yeah, I'm not saying this is good for America, obviously. I'm saying this is how they make this calculation. This is how the State Department makes this calculation.
The Middle East so peaceful in a long period of time. And he understood full well that this is in our interest. Well, if you compare the world, on October 6th, 2023, with the world that exists in the Middle East today, we are much worse off today. This is not in our interest. And this is in large part because of Israel. And this is just the strategic dimension. We're not even talking about the moral dimension. I mean, the Israelis are executing a genocide in Gaza, and we are complicitous in that genocide.
When you say it's a genocide, what do you mean?
Well, if you look at what the definition of a genocide is, right, it's where one country tries to destroy either all or a substantial portion of another group, another ethnic or religious or national group, for the purposes of basically destroying that group identity. That's what you're talking about here. I think that that's the definition of genocide. It's laid out in the 1948 convention. I think that what the Israelis are doing fits that description. And lots of people and organizations agree with.
What is this? Hasan, he's speaking from the POV of America as a state, not American foreign policy via American military-industrial complex and political nexus. He's speaking from an academic understanding of what state is and what its interests are to secure security. You are conflating it with American foreign policy in its current inception, which serves American. And yeah, no, I get it. I understand. I understand what you're saying. Mearsheimer's assessment is like the state's function, which encompasses bettering the lives, bettering the welfare of the average American citizen. Okay? I don't believe that a capitalist state functions in that way ever. I don't think that the American state has ever functioned in this way, which is why I'm saying it's wrong. The American state is also not a perfectly rational entity to begin with. I get that the assessment is, and I already factored that into my analysis. I already factored that into my criticism of Mersheimer's position. Okay? What I'm saying is that that is not the reality. The American state has never put the interests of American citizens and their welfare against the interests of capital. They've always defended the interests of capital every single time. And therefore, when he says, oh, this is going against the interests of America or our interests, especially when he's analyzing foreign policy, I think it ends up being somewhat incorrect. It is just too heavy-handed on the side of Israel's pervasive influence in American politics.
Me on that point. It's very important to understand here that just killing large numbers of Palestinians is not necessarily genocide. I mean, the United States, when it firebombed Japan in World War II, killed many more Japanese than the Israelis have killed Palestinians in Gaza. There's no question about that. But no one would ever accuse the United States of executing a genocide against Japan. The United States was killing large numbers of Japanese civilians. And by the way, we killed large numbers of...
No, he's right. Firebombed. It was a nuclear weapon? No, they did firebomb. Come on, dude. John Mersheimer is a fucking he's a poli-sci professor. He's right. The firebombing campaigns over Japan was far more costly in terms of overall lives for Japan and Japanese society than even the fucking atom bombs were. That's how deadly the firebombing campaigns were. Anyway, I don't know if, I mean, he said it's not, you wouldn't call that genocidal. Sure, I guess if we're going to be super strict with the legal designation, fair, I guess. That's a fair assessment to make. The intention there wasn't to like eradicate Japanese soil of Japanese citizens. The intention was to punish the entirety of the Japanese civil society for the crimes of Imperial Japan, which I guess Israel also says is their goal here in Gaza. It was still very much a crime against humanity, for sure. But again, it's complicated considering that, yes, Japan was literally doing an unironic genocide to the Chinese and Koreans at that time. So, but as far as like America's perverse military goals goes in an otherwise like bombing campaign, I would say that the Korean War is closer to a genocide than the bombing of the fire bombings or even the atom bomb of the atom bombing of Japan.
German civilians as well.
Millions.
Yeah. For purposes of ending the war. We wanted to end the war. And if you look at how we treated the Japanese and how we treated the Germans once the war ended, it was very clear that we were not bent on genocide. This is not to excuse what we did against Japan and Germany. And I do believe we murdered, I would use the word murdered, large numbers or millions of Japanese and Germans together. But in the case of what's going on in Gaza, right, what's happening here is that the Israelis are systematically trying to destroy the Palestinians as a national group, right? They're targeting them as Palestinians, and they're trying to destroy Palestinian national identity in addition to murdering huge numbers of Palestinians.
And I mean, it's not just a rage reflex. This is a strategy. Of course, 2.5 years later, almost 3 years later, what is the strategy? What's the goal of this?
My view on this is that the Israelis have long been interested in expelling the Palestinian population from Greater Israel. If you look at Greater Israel, this includes the Israel that was created in 1948 and the occupied territories. This is the West Bank.
Post-67.
Post-67, West Bank and Gaza. So West Bank, Gaza, and what we call Green Line Israel. That's Greater Israel. Inside Greater Israel, there are about 7.3 million Jews and about 7.3 million Palestinians. And from the get-go, going back to the early days of Zionism and the views of people like David Ben-Gurion, they believed that you needed a Jewish state that was about 80% Jewish and 20% Palestinian. In an ideal world, you would get rid of all the Palestinians. But the least bad alternative is 80-20. But you actually have a situation in Greater Israel where you have 50-50. So October 7th happens, and what the Israelis see is an excellent opportunity for ethnic cleansing. And they make this clear. In other words, it's an excellent opportunity to go to war in Gaza and drive the Palestinians out of Gaza and solve that demographic problem that they face.
That's such a dark thing, and therefore that's a very strong allegation. On what basis are you making it?
Oh, there's just a huge amount of data that supports this.
Okay, now I'm back in. Now I'm back in because Unc is right, 100%. Like everything from here on out, he's cooking with gas. He's 100% correct.
In the Israeli press, they have been perfectly willing to make this argument loudly and clearly. The issue of genocide, which I'll get to in a second, is a different issue. I'm separating ethnic cleansing from genocide. So what happens after October 7th is that the Israelis see an opportunity to drive the Palestinians out of Gaza. And you want to remember that you had massive ethnic cleansing in 1948 when the state is created. Virtually all of those people in Gaza are descendants of the ethnic cleansing of 1948.
We're kicked out of another place.
And sent to Gaza.
Yeah.
And by the way, there was another massive ethnic cleansing after the 67 war in the West Bank. So this is the third attempt at a massive ethnic cleansing in Gaza. So this is hardly surprising at all. And in fact, if you go back and read the literature on the creation of Israel, this is all thoroughly documented. Ethnic cleansing was a subject that the Zionists talked about from the get-go, and they talked about extensively, because there was no way they could create a greater Israel without doing massive ethnic cleansing. You want to remember that when the Zionists come to Israel, starting in the late 1800s, early 1900s, there are remarkably few Jews in Palestine. And those Jews are not Zionists. The Zionists are the Jews who come from Europe.
Right.
And they understand that they're moving into a territory that's filled with Palestinian villages and Palestinian people. And the question you have to ask yourself is, how can you create a Jewish state on a piece of territory that's filled with Palestinians without doing ethnic cleansing, massive ethnic cleansing? And the answer is you can't. So they're talking about and thinking about ethnic cleansing from the get-go. So the idea that they wouldn't think of what the situation looks like after October 7th is an opportunity to do ethnic cleansing, you know, it belies.
So it wasn't really a land without people for a people without land.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And David Ben-Gurion, Vladimir Jabotinsky, all these key Zionist leaders understood that full well. And they understood that they were going to have to do horrible things to the Palestinians. They understood that. And they were explicit in saying that they did not blame the Palestinians 1 second for resisting what the Jews from Europe were going to do to them. They fully understood that they were stealing their land. And they fully understood that it made perfect sense for the Palestinians to resist, which of course they did. But anyway, just to fast forward.
Even in contemporary Israeli society, plenty of current and former Israeli officials, whether it be leaders of Shin Bet, leaders of the Mossad, leaders of Israeli politics, leaders of the Knesset, have actively said, if I was born on the other side of that Gaza boundary, I would do everything in my power to try and stop Israel. Okay? Someone said, is this anti-Semitic? And then this person said, it is Sag.
October 7th. What happens after October 7th is that the Israelis see an excellent opportunity to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians.
I mean, yeah, everything Israel does is anti-Semitic because Israel as a state has declared itself the singular state for the Jews, and everything it does by its own claims is advancing the interests of Jews. So yes, Israel is unimaginably anti-Semitic.
In Gaza, you have about 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza. Just to be clear, you have about 2.3.
Israel's literally running around being like, we are Jewish. We love doing this for Jews. We love starving children for Jews. And if you ever say starving children is bad, then you hate Jews. Of course, it's the most anti-Semitic thing you can think of. Like, it's unimaginable. Israel literally just looking at fucking a list of blood libel and being like, here's what we should actually try to do and incorporate into our military strategy with regular fucking frequency is the most insane thing I've ever seen. That's why I say it's like the equivalence of Muslims in the Western world being like, we love ISIS, it's the best. And if you fucking hate ISIS, then you hate Islam. Can you imagine if like all Muslims just were straight up were like, no, you don't understand, like fucking ISIS is awesome. Like they were just like running around. Muslims didn't do that, and the American media was saying, no, all of ISIS is actually all of Islam. That's how Islam is all about. That's why we should lock up every Muslim we possibly can.
Million Palestinians in Gaza, about 3.2 million in
West
Bank, and about 1.8 in Green Line, Israel.
Yeah. A poll by the Israel Democracy Institute finds that 67% of Israelis are not at all troubled or not so troubled by reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza. Note the dramatic demographic split. Yeah. For Israeli Jews, this is the Israeli state's own designation. I always have to repeat that because people get mad and people get sad and people get scared because they don't understand that Israel makes this separation. This just means Jew and non-Jew. There are a fuck ton of Arab Jews living in Israel. They're just designated by the state as Jews. Why? Because it's a fucking ethno-state. It is a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. That is why. Just so you understand. Okay? I will always have that conversation if you want to. Anyway, yeah, Armenians are categorized as Arabs by the state because Armenians are Christian. So, anyway. As I was stating, to what extent are you personally troubled or not troubled by the reports of famine and suffering? Not at all troubled amongst Israeli Jews is 55.6%. Not so troubled is 23.4%. That is fucking insane. Note that the majorities believe the IDF is making substantial efforts to avoid causing unnecessary suffering to Palestinians in Gaza and believe the IDF reporting to the extent of Palestinian civilian casualties in Gaza. Do you think these are massage/accurate or due to propaganda? No, they're not massage, bro. What are you talking about? Literally look to any like man on the street interview in Israel and you will very quickly realize that this is not actually this polling has been consistent non-stop since the beginning. It is due to propaganda. It's due to the fact that Israel is a Nazi country. Okay? This is what happens when you basically when you basically design a society around expulsion and death and destruction of the out group. Okay? The in group will never in a million years feel sad about the out group being destroyed. A vast majority of Israeli Jews, 79%, say they are not so troubled or not troubled at all by the reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza. Good for them. They learned the lesson of October 7. Yes, totally. The lesson Israelis should draw from October 7 is to ignore Palestinian suffering. Genius. I think what's really interesting about this is this number. Among those who responded to the poll, only 0.8% of Jews in Israel said they don't know to what extent are they personally troubled or not troubled at all by the reports of famine and suffering among the Palestinian population in Gaza. Which means they all know what the fuck is going on. Okay? They know what's going on. And 79% of them like it. Israel's public broadcasters befuddled as to why German football suddenly drew a line at an Israeli footballer saying Gaza should be wiped out, seeing as it was such a pro-Israel institution before. That's so funny. That is fucking hilarious. How did German football, which was associated with supporting Israel, shift from gestures for Hirsch Goldberg Poland to giving up on Sean Weissman? Dude, when you got Germany being like, come on, dude, don't say Gaza should be wiped out. That's like, how do you not recognize that? Well, you don't recognize that when you are completely fucking echo chambered and everyone outside of your echo chamber is conveniently Hamas or anti-Semitic. They have the greatest fucking thought terminating cycle you could ever have. Anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism plays a formative role in the collective identity of Israel. Okay? Especially because there is real historic anti-Semitism and real historic violence that you can point to. It is so unimaginably successful. It has wiped the collective consciousness of so many Israelis at this point. It's just their brains are fried with hatred, maximalist, genocidal hatred towards all Arabs.
Okay? So this is an opportunity to get rid of those Palestinians. And the way to do it is to turn the IDF, the Israeli military, loose and let them tear the place apart. And the idea is that that will just drive the Palestinians out. But the problem that the Israelis face is the Palestinians don't leave. Both the Egyptians and the Jordanians, which are the two countries that the Israelis would like to drive the Palestinians into, make it, unequivocally clear that that's not going to happen.
That's Jordan is just a giant refugee camp already.
It already is.
From all these other wars that have been inspired for the same reason. So, I mean, I think Jordan is, what percentage Jordanian is Jordan? I mean, tiny percentage Jordanian.
Well, it's definitely less than 50%.
Way less.
Way less.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Egypt has 100 million people already. So.
But here's what happens, Tucker. And I think it makes sense if you listen to the logic. They start with the goal of ethnic cleansing. I don't believe they want to murder all of the Palestinians in Gaza. They just simply want to drive them out. But the problem is they don't leave. And then the question is, what do you do? And what they do is they continue to up the attacks, increase the attacks, kill more and more people in the hope that they will drive them out. And
I'm sorry, I should have asked you this. Why do they want Gaza in the first place? It seems a lot of trouble killing all these people, committing, atrocities on camera. I mean, the press are barred, but we're still getting a lot of video out of the area. That's a big hit. Why would you be willing to go through all of that to get Gaza? Why do they want it?
Well, the Zionists from the beginning have wanted a greater Israel. And David Ben-Gurion wrote a piece.
I know his past is sketchy, but is it possible that Tucker's now an ally, at least in some progressive messaging? Like, this anti-establishment stuff is generally good, what he's doing. Salute the rank, not the man sort of deal? No, absolutely not. Tucker Carlson is not an ally, and I will explain to you why over and over again. He did this during 2016 when Donald Trump was the president, where he started pushing this left populist, economic populist messaging over and over again, when he has no interest in such things, okay? He is first and foremost an ultranationalist. He is first and foremost a fascist, and a very dangerous fascist propagandist, by the way. He just recognizes that this issue is done, okay? This issue is one that he can get people on board on. Like, he can use this issue to get guys like you, or ladies like you, or people like yourself to go, wait a minute, maybe he is earnest. Israel is one of the easiest ways that you can communicate earnesty. Okay? One of the easiest ways that you can communicate earnesty to a broad audience of Americans. Because it's one that the overwhelming majority of Americans recognize is fucked up. And yet none of the people in the media ecosystem or in American politics is actively telling it like it is. So when you come out, and at this point, I'm saying, because before October 7, it was not the case. Okay? Before October 7, the broader public opinion on Israel was just like, yeah, we're pro-Israel. What the fuck do you mean? They're like sometimes getting hurt by scary Muslims. Of course we're going to support Israel, though. What are you talking about? But post-October 7, especially at this stage, it's over. Public consciousness has shifted dramatically to recognize the humanity of Palestinians and the plight of the Palestinians. And therefore, anyone who comes out and sees this messaging void and just slams a pro-Palestinian position into their commentary is doing so, like a person like Tucker Carlson, who has always been pro-American empire, pro-American imperialism, who is first and foremost a nationalist, will use this as an opportunity to farm sympathy, will use this as an opportunity to get people on board to say, look, I'm not like the other Republicans, okay? I'm not like those guys. Those guys are compromised. And for the record, yeah, this is why Nick Fuentes is getting a platform again, because of his Israel position, because they look to people like Nick Fuentes and go, well, you've been on the fuck Israel tip all along. Explain to us why. The scariest part about all of this is that Americans are more likely to believe someone like Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson than they are to believe someone like myself, partially because Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson come from the side of patriotism. Okay? That's number one. Number two, their commentary on this actually ends up defending America's morality. Okay, America as a entity, America as a institution, America as like Americans, okay? It defends America's infallibility here, that Americans want this to end, but our politicians, who also see how fucked up the situation is, simply can't stop because they're getting Jewish money. Jews are the outsiders here. American Jews are the outside entity here, because that's what fascists believe, or at least that's what fascists communicate. Okay? That's how anti-Semitism works. So if we were to rid ourselves of the scourge of Jewish mind control, Jewish influence, Jewish interests, these guys say that America would be this shining beacon of light and prosperity. Do you understand? This is why I think if you do not have a materialist analysis in your basis, you end up falling victim to these sorts of conspiracies, because everyone wants to solve the puzzle. And if the reasons as to why America is letting Israel do all of this is because America also enjoys the benefits and even lets Israel get out of hand from time to time, because ultimately this position, this cycle of reinforcement has only happened due to decades of steady propaganda, moneyed interest, pervasive influence, institutions that were propped up exclusively at the behest of defending Israel. None of that would happen if Israel did not play this formative role in American foreign policy in the region. Okay? And if you can't see it as that, then you have to seek out an alternative answer. And if you're looking for an alternative answer, well, Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson will give it to you. Tucker Carlson won't say it outright. He'll always dance around the issue, but he'll dangle it to you like a carrot. Okay? And Nick Fuentes will say it outright. It's Jewish influence. It's Jews. It's American Jews. It's Jews are the rootless cosmopolitans that actually are a dangerous scourge on the otherwise infallible and superior Western civilization. Western civilization that was propped up by white people. Western civilization that has been defended by white people. Western civilization that is incredible, that has brought so much technological prosperity to the entire world, that has civilized the entire world through colonial expansion, has brought technology to the fucking unwashed savages of the world. That's it. That's the alternative argument. And that argument, unfortunately, is that alternative argument is certainly one that is in line with Americans that have been sheltered from dialectical materialism, sheltered from socialist opinions, sheltered from and made fearful of anti-imperialist sentiment for a very long time. That's what I'm fearful of.
In 1918, and David Ben-Gurion, of course, is the founding father of Israel.
Yes.
Wrote a piece in 1918. I don't think it's ever been published in English. It's just in Yiddish, where he describes what his goals are for a greater Israel, right? And it obviously includes Green Line Israel, Gaza, the West Bank. It includes parts of the East Bank. It includes parts of southern Syria. It includes parts of southern Lebanon. And it includes the Sinai Peninsula. Just think about that. That was Ben-Gurion's vision. And this was a vision that was shared by almost all the early Zionist leaders. And there are still many people in Israel who are in favor of a greater Israel. They don't want a tiny Israel. The Israel that was created in 1948 is a tiny state.
Yes.
Even with Gaza and the West Bank, it's quite small. It's a postage stamp-like state, right? They want more territory, and they believe they have a historical right to that territory. Israel has never said, these are our final borders. What are Israel's final borders? They've never been articulated. And the reason is the Israelis don't want to say out loud. The early Zionists did not say out loud what their intentions were. David Ben-Gurion didn't get up on a soapbox and say, we are going to create a greater Israel, and it's going to include southern Lebanon.
It's such a weak argument that Israel wants Gaza because they want a bigger Israel. Wait, what? I don't think it's a weak argument. I mean, it's an overly simplistic argument, but it's not incorrect. Yeah, they want to rid the scourge of Palestinians. They're fascists. And as long as Palestine as a national project, as an emancipatory project exists, which can only be propped up as long as Palestinians exist in and around Israel, then that will always be an ever-present threat. Yes, it is Jewish manifest destiny. Exactly.
Southern Syria, the occupied territories, Green Line Israel, the Sinai, and so forth and so on.
It's just a little, I mean, irony isn't powerful enough a word. I can't think of one. It's odd that the very same people who are saying we need to consider tactical nukes in order to preserve the territorial integrity of the sovereign.
Why bring Jews into it? You're gonna get banned again. You keep trolling, okay? You keep trolling. I'm going to give you a second off, Aphex Twizzy.
Nation Ukraine, because national borders are sacrosanct. You know, that's our sacred norms are violated when those borders are violated, are saying it's totally okay for this one country to like take over other countries.
But this gets back to my point to you.
Right?
I agree completely. We support Israel unconditionally, right? In other words, whatever Israel does, especially vis-a-vis the Palestinians, the United States backs them to the hilt. And the fact that
this is the final stage, the final evolution of the Greater Israel Project, and it's between the Nile and the Euphrates. This is the biblical prophecy that evangelicals believe, for the record. When evangelicals talk about this, when evangelicals talk about Israel belonging to the Jews, this is the map that they're referencing, by the way, evangelical Christian Zionists. Now, of course, this is, not possible through current means, but this is the biblical prophecy. And evangelical Christian Zionists believe this will trigger the rapture once this happens.
What is...
We can look at that later.
they're changing borders. I mean, I look at what they're doing in Lebanon and Syria, and you would think that the United States would have a vested interest in trying to put pressure on the Israelis to stop causing murder and mayhem in Lebanon and in Syria. But we do hardly anything at all.
And those are real countries. Those are ancient countries and beautiful, beautiful countries with sophisticated, intelligent people, and like that the roots of Christianity are there. And like, it's not, in other words, I mean, there's a sense if you're fighting over Sinai or something, it's one thing, but like Lebanon? I mean, that's like one of the great countries in the world. Syria, same thing. And they're being destroyed. I don't understand why people allow that to happen.
Well, let me explain to you what Israel's goal is here. first of all, Israel's goal is to
stop, Tucker. You're making it worse. I mean, this is classic Tucker. He knows the fucking answers. He's just playing stupid. Okay, he is like functionally, he's a great interviewer. He is a like if you're talking about skill, he is a media demon. That's why he's so fucking evil. Okay, he is very, very smart. That's part of the reason why I really dislike him. That's why I think he is dangerous. He is a far better propagandist than many, many people on the Republican side. Is he not grifting here? I feel like he's totally grifting. Look, when he has John Mearsheimer on, no, I don't think he likes Israel. Okay? I don't think he likes Israel in general. I don't know if he really, if he cares much for Jews in general. And I think like that probably is part of it. But he's ultimately an American fascist, okay? He is a real ass American fascist. And as an American fascist, as a white supremacist, whether American Jews are a part of that puzzle or not doesn't really matter too much. The reason why he's having these conversations, the reason why he is like this overtly anti-Israel now is because he knows that this is a way to bring millions of people on board with whatever the fuck he's going to do next. Okay? That's it. I mean, there's a reason why he has rarely ever fucking spoken out against Israel until recently. People will say, oh, it's because he was at Fox News. Okay, there were plenty of people in prominent positions of media that lost their fucking jobs after October 7. There are plenty of people who, there are plenty of people who have been incredibly outspoken on Israel. Tucker's not one of them. I do not think Tucker Carlson is a left-leaning populist at all. I think Tucker Carlson is in the business of using broad populist sentiment to bring people on board for a dangerous nationalist reactionary ideology that he cares about first and foremost. A white supremacist ideology. There's a reason why the Nazis are National Socialists. Did they do any socialism? Is there anything in the Nazi elimination campaign that had anything to do with socialism? No, of course not. The first people that Nazis put in concentration camps were socialists. Socialists, trade unionists, and communists. The Nazis despised socialism, said that socialism was a Jewish invention. But they still called themselves socialists. They called themselves National Socialists. Why did they do that? Because they also understood the popular sentiment of socialism at the time. Just like Tucker Carlson, who will never call himself a socialist because that doesn't exist anymore. That kind of popularity doesn't exist anymore, okay? Will still lean heavily on left-wing economic populist ideals, regardless of his lack of interest in implementing those left-wing economic ideals. You're being paranoid, bro. Hasan, listen to Daryl Cooper's 20-hour pod on Palestine. I don't agree. He has never been anti-Palestine. I think maybe sometimes you read too much into it. Chatter, I do media criticism first and foremost, and I don't know how to say this without coming across like an asshole, but I think you're maybe a little misguided about how much I know about Tucker Carlson's background. Also, the other guy that you're suggesting is Daryl Cooper. I haven't seen his 20-hour podcast, Fear and Loathing in Jerusalem, right? I think that's what it's called. But Daryl Cooper has also, again, said a bunch of really fucking strange things about Adolf Hitler directly. Something that Tucker Carlson himself won't do, of course, because he recognizes the permission structure around this kind of thing far better than anyone else ever would. Okay? But Tucker Carlson himself, that's been debunked. What do you mean debunked? I saw him say it on Joe Rogan. Not only that, but also, we're not even talking about Daryl Cooper anyway. We're talking about Tucker Carlson. This is the thing that I know the best, okay? Hasan, I'm seeing chatters in here calling Tucker this random guy younger people don't know, I think. Yeah. I've been following Tucker Carlson's career closely since especially 2016, professionally, okay? Go back and look at some of my older work on Tucker Carlson if you want. Just, you know, type HasanAbi Tucker Carlson and then filter it to like pre-2018. Tucker Carlson was the most successful Fox News most successful commentator on Fox News for years. Tucker Carlson comes from the Swanson food dynasty. If socialism is so unpopular, how could Mamdani win? I mean, socialism in America broadly is considered a scary thing because Americans have been misguided about what socialism is. They don't know what it is. And the ones that have heard about it or kind of know what it is are terrified of it. Okay. They've been, they believe that it's like a horrible, scary thing.
Create Lebensraum. That's what I was describing to you when I said what Ben Gurion's vision was regarding borders. So
could you define the word?
Lebensraum means living room. You want a big country. You want lots of space for your people.
Yes. Strategic depth.
Strategic depth, yeah. And so that's one goal. The second goal that the Israelis have is they want to make sure that their neighbors are weak. And that means breaking them apart if you can, right? And keeping them broken. So the Israelis were thrilled that mainly the United States and the Turks broke apart Syria.
So would you say anti-Zionist advocates shouldn't go on programs with Tucker in the first place? I feel like, no, it's not. No, I'm not saying that. Tucker Carlson has a ginormous platform. Even if he asked me, I would go on it. It would not be a pleasant conversation for Tucker Carlson, but I think anti-Zionists should go on every platform that they possibly can, with obviously notable exceptions. Tucker Carlson, while Tucker Carlson is a dangerous, perhaps the most dangerous fascist propagandist out there, okay? He's still a quote-unquote reputable media figure. He's in the in crowd, okay? The exception for those things, those sorts of things, like in terms of like platforms, is like Nicholas Fuentes, okay? Because Nicholas Fuentes is beyond that. Like Tucker Carlson might agree with Nicholas Fuentes on many issues, right? He might even go so far as to say he disagrees publicly with Nicholas Fuentes. But the reason why he's doing that is because he wants to stay within the confines of permissible politics. You know? Thinks he's friends with Tucker Carlson. Rupert Murdoch was afraid of Tucker's popularity. Living space. Seen you debate, dude. Ain't your strong suit. Okay. Then maybe Tucker should have me on and destroy me in the marketplace of ideas.
One could argue that Syria was even broken before Assad fell. But the Israelis want Syria to be a fractured state. They want Lebanon to be a fractured state. what they want in Iran. We talk about the nuclear program, the nuclear enrichment program, and the argument is sometimes made that the principal goal, the only goal, is to go in and eliminate their nuclear capability.
That's a lie.
Well, it's just part of the story. You could call it a lie.
Yeah.
What the Israelis want to do is they want to break Iran apart. They want to make it look like Syria, right? You want neighbors that are not powerful. You want them to be fractured. Jordan and Egypt, they have a different solution there. And what's happened is because those countries are economically backwards, the United States gives them huge amounts of economic aid.
I've noticed.
Yeah. And that's done for a purpose. And anytime the Egyptians...
And what's the purpose?
Because anytime the Egyptians or the Jordanians get uppity about Israel, the United States reminds them, you better behave yourself because we have huge economic leverage over you. You have to be friendly to Israel. So Jordan and Egypt never caused the Israelis any problem.
It sounds like our entire foreign policy, at least in the Western Hemisphere, is based on this one country.
Like, Tucker Carlson has done a fucking complete reversal on so many of his positions as time has changed because he reads the room. That is why he is even more dangerous than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is like easily manipulated, narcissistic at the end of the day, and still a very violent force for American politics, certainly, as we've seen so far. Tucker Carlson, in my opinion, goes beyond Donald Trump because I think he's, one, smarter than Donald Trump, two, a better room reader than even Donald Trump is, and Donald Trump certainly was a great room reader in general. But last but not least, the scariest part of Tucker Carlson's force, the influence that he wields, the scariest aspect of it is he is ideologically committed to a white nationalist world view. And when you have a charismatic force that is a dangerous propagandist like this, who is a great room reader, and on top of that, has an ideological commitment to white nationalism, that creates a very scary future, even scarier future than what Donald Trump presents for America. You need to claim this. He's bringing better information to Palestine than AOC right now. You need to claim this as a leftist interview. This is so good at talking points and right information. It's so bad in the moment of truth. You start yapping about how right-wing they are. It's like the KPD being like, why are you saying that Hitler is not actually socialist? He's bringing in so many large crowds. I'm so confused. Why are you just not saying? I mean, he literally calls himself a socialist. Why the fuck do you say Adolf Hitler is not a socialist? He's bringing in large crowds. Come on, man. This is really, really fucking sad. This is really, really fucking stupid. Don't do this. Yeah, Trump is a leftist because he has tariffs that he implemented. He's a trade protectionist, so he must be a fucking socialist himself. I think it's important to showcase the dangers of Tucker Carlson while simultaneously talking about the truthful information that they're literally that they're the back and forth that they have here that is otherwise truthful about Israel. No, you're not taking my argument. These are leftist ideas. I know, but I already explained the parts of Tucker Carlson and Mersheimer's conversation that is truthful and good. And I even said it's good that Mersheimer went on Tucker Carlson's platform to speak convincingly about how Israel operates. It's not a bad thing for anti-Zionists to gain prominence. It's not a bad thing for people to explain how Israel operates to as large an audience as possible. Okay? Part of that is because of, as I've said over and over again, the void of information in mainstream circles. You do not have a lot of opportunities to speak for this long on fucking CNN. You will never be able to speak like this on CNN in general, or maybe in the future if things go really fucking south. Really south for Israel, which could happen.
Well, I would say in the Middle East.
Well, yeah.
In the Middle East, there is no question. People now call it West Asia, I believe. I call it the Middle East. In the Middle East, our policy is profoundly influenced by Israel. We give, as I said to you before, we have a special relationship with Israel that has no parallel in recorded history.
Also true.
It's very important to understand it. There is no single case in recorded history that comes even close to looking like the relationship that we have with Israel. Because again, as I said, states sometimes have...
This is where I agree with Mersheimer, though, and it's because it's not just, oh, Israel's a vassal state, Israel's a client state. Because of its client state status, Israel has been able to prop up an incredibly sophisticated network of influence in the Western world in general. But that only happens because Israel played a profoundly important strategic role in America's interest in the region and even against USSR influence during periods of pan-Arabic nationalist struggle. Okay? That's it. But the reason why it stretches far beyond any other client state, for example, is because Israel has taken advantage of the allowance that the American State Department has given it to come back to the United States, to come back to all of these other Western nations and prop up instruments of influence, advocacy groups, and the like. And also, of course, all of that is captured under the umbrella of AIPAC. That's what people usually point to. But that's what I mean when I say AIPAC influence or Israeli influence. There is no other country that has ever been allowed to do the shit that Israel does, both to American military positions at times, or even espionage, like open espionage against American interests at times, at other times. And a part of that reason, and the part of the reason why like so many fucking politicians say, oh my God, even if the fucking state fell apart, we would still find money to give to Israel, is because of that. It's not because they are tied to the hip to Israel with like America's strategic interests. It's also because of the pervasive influence of Israel in American politics in general for decades. But it's also falling apart. One of the more ridiculous things about the special relationship between Israel and the U.S. is that Israel has a long history of lying to the U.S., and the U.S. always knows Israel is lying and decides to promote the lie or otherwise help Israel anyway. The 67 war was maybe the first case of this. Yeah. Tom Nichols, in the tradition of international law, preemptive attack is a spoiling attack meant to strike an enemy who was imminently going to strike you. This is what Israel did in 1967, getting the jump on Arab armies that were about to attack. That's usually permissible. Okay, Tom Nichols, Radio Free Tom, writer of The Atlantic, an outlet that is literally owned by an Israeli concentration camp guard. A right-winger would never do it. If you start yapping about how good deportation is, they would immediately say, HasanAbi finally goes right. And because your base changes, you can't perform your left-wing ideas anymore. What are you talking about? What? If it's like Hitler is doing leftism and you start talking about how it is right-wing, no, you're fucking stupid. That's not. Tucker Carlson is not advocating or even doing anything that's remotely leftist. What the fuck? I think it's important to still explain to people why Tucker Carlson is engaging in this, especially when people ask this question, or especially when people say, Tucker Carlson has been a very proud, out and about white nationalist for most of his fucking career. should we have him as an ally? It's like, no, be reasonable, okay? Actually, Israel blatantly lied to both the U.S. and the UN in 1967 that Egypt had attacked it first, precisely because the case for an imminent Egyptian attack was weak and contradicted even by Mossad. It only admitted it had attacked Egypt first later. Motherfuckers are gonna start glazing Candace Owens in here next. I know. Holy shit. But this is why I was mentioning how even a cynical, cold, calculated way of defending Palestinians is so successful at bringing people onto your cause. This is it. This is why they're doing it. And it's a very dangerous fucking void that actual progressives have left in discourse. It's so fucking awful that the Democratic Party is not loudly and proudly saying fuck Israel, okay? And people like myself do not have the same prominence, do not have the same level of influence that Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens do, because Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are first and foremost coming from that professional media background. Candace Owens at the Daily Wire. Candace Owens was propped up by David Horowitz, went to the Daily Wire, was routinely on Fox News. Tucker Carlson was the most popular political commentator in the country for a decade, also at Fox News. They have a lot more institutional clout. They have a lot more motion, even when they go independent. I'm the largest singular socialist, leftist media figure in North America. And I do not have a fraction of the institutional prominence that Tucker Carlson has. Same with Candace Owens. This is because the environment, the media landscape, and the communication landscape is directly designed against the left. The only group of individuals that are outcast, are considered pariahs, are leftists, socialists, Marxists. We have to eat it from both the liberals, and we get cast aside by the liberals as spoilers, and we have to withstand attacks from the right. Right-wingers do not have this same issue, no matter how extreme they are. Okay? Right-wingers don't have this issue because, directionally speaking, reactionary ideology always wants to go more and more right-wing. And therefore, someone like Nicholas Fuentes is more in line with the current administration than someone like myself ever will be with a Democratic administration. It is like the daylight between Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump is more marginal than the daylight between me and like Bernie Sanders, I guess. That's it. It would be like if Bernie Sanders and the entire Democratic Party was like redesigned by Bernie Sanders and everyone was like Bernie. Only then would it look like the difference of opinion between Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump. Do you understand? And when people say, oh, the Netanyahu government, that's what Bernie says, or Bernie's a liberal Zionist. Exactly. Okay, Trump is a Omega Zionist, and Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. That's why I said there are differences in opinion between Nick Fuentes and Donald Trump, but they're directionally on the same side. And there's not a lot of daylight between the way that they present certain issues, like the dangers of immigrant crime or whatever, and mass deportations. So there is no equivalence between people who are leftists and doing independent commentary and people who are far right and doing independent commentary.
Have similar interests, and this includes the United States and Israel, but they also have conflicting interests. And when a great power like the United States has conflicting interests with another country, it almost always, except in the case of Israel, acts in terms of its own interests. America first. But when it comes to Israel, it's Israel first. And if you go to the Middle East and look at our policy there, there's just abundant evidence to support that.
So then the question, I mean, there's so many questions, but the question is why? Like, what is that? And I think it's really causing serious problems in the current ruling coalition because the contradiction is too obvious. It's not America first. And people can see that because it's so evident. But what are the causes of it? Like, why would, for the first time, as you said, in recorded history, a nation spend, whatever it is, $1 trillion a year in effect to serve the interests of another country? Like, why?
Well, I believe there's one simple answer: the Israel lobby. I think the lobby is an incredibly powerful interest group, and I'm choosing my words carefully. It has awesome power, and it basically is in a position where it can profoundly influence U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. And indeed, it affects foreign policy outside of the Middle East. But when it comes to the Middle East, and again, the Palestinian issue in particular, it has awesome power. And there's no president who is willing to buck the lobby.
What sort of power is it? Because it's not rhetorical. It's not, the most powerful movements in history are fueled by an idea. It's usually the most powerful or fueled by an idea that it's like true, right? But I never hear anybody make a detailed case for why the United States benefits from the current arrangement. Never. No one, ever. Nikki Haley came as close as anyone by saying the United States gets a lot more out of the relationship than Israel does, but then never explained how exactly that works. So it's not a matter of like convincing people, clearly. So what is it a matter of? Where does that power come from?
Well, let me put this in a broader context. I think that in the past, when I was younger, the lobby operated on two levels. One was the policy level, and two was the popular discourse.
Yes.
And I think in terms of the popular discourse, for a long, long time, right? And this would be well into the 2000s, the Israel lobby basically influenced the discourse in ways that made the Israelis look like the good guys. And it made it look like every time the United States supported Israel, it was because it was in our national interest, right? So the discourse was not at odds with what was happening at the policy level.
Right.
Now, the situation you described, which I think is a perfect description of the situation that we face today, is that the lobby has lost control of the discourse. And people now understand that the United States is doing things for Israel that are not in the American national interest. Furthermore, they see the lobby out in the open engaging in smash mouth politics. People are now fully aware that there is a lobby out there, that it's trying to control the discourse. And in fact, it basically does control. Maybe that's a bit too strong a word, but it's close. It basically does control the policymakers. So now you have this real disconnect.
Well, it controls the policymakers. I mean, that's demonstrable. I think it's measurable.
Yeah.
So,
yes, but so you have what you were describing is the disconnect between the discourse and the policy world that now exists. But what I'm saying to you is you want to remember that the lobby was immensely successful for a long period of time because the discourse and the policy process looked like they were in sync.
So
once again, that is just how lobbying works in general, though. That is how complex financial interests work in general. Americans broadly want free health care, in spite of a media apparatus consistently telling them that it's actually scary to get free health care. It's bad. It won't work. They still want it. And yet, no politician comes out and says this is what we need to do, with some notable exceptions. Israel is not different. That's it. There isn't like a dramatic difference between the Israeli lobby and like the fucking pharmaceutical industry and its lobbying efforts and its influence campaigns.
Successful that just basic historical facts about the creation of this nation state in 1948 are like unknown to people, and it's shocking to hear them. And you think, well, that can't be right. That's like so far from what I heard as a child that's obviously what? All the Christians were kicked out. All these Christians were kicked out of their historic homelands there, and of course, many more Muslims. And did that really happen? I mean, people just have no idea what the facts are. It's kind of interesting.
Yes, well, the lobby went to great lengths to make sure that you didn't know the facts.
And anyone who said the facts out loud was like a lunatic or a jihadist or a hater of some kind.
An anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Self-hating Jews. You know, it's very interesting. I often think about my own evolution in this regard. When I grew up as a kid, I was heavily influenced by Leon Uris's book, Exodus, and then the subsequent movie with, I think, Paul Newman and Eva Marie Saint. And that, of course, that Exodus story portrayed the Israelis in the most favorable light and the Arabs or Palestinians in the most negative light. So for much of my life, up until the late 80s, early 90s, I thought the Israelis were, without a doubt, the good guys up against the bad guys. And it was really David versus Goliath as well. And the Israelis were David up against an Arab Goliath. That was the picture I had in my head. But then
it is, by the way, just in the reverse. Israel is not the David in this situation. It's the Goliath in this situation. Big Pharma is driven by greed. AIPAC is driven by colonization. Yeah, but why? Why does colonization take place? It's still the same evil. It's still greed. Everything else is seasoning. Everything else is just to get people on board. It's for resource. That's at the root of all politics.
Late 80s, early 90s, a group of historians in Israel called the New Historians came on the scene.
Benny Morris,
Avi Schleim, Ilan Pape.
Some of them were amazing.
Amazing, yeah.
I agree.
And what they did was they had access to the archives.
Yes.
And they told the real story.
And that was a moment where I think Israel felt confident enough to allow that conversation internally and that honesty.
I think that's exactly right. The lobby had been so successful.
Yes.
Israel had been so successful.
Yes. I went there. I was amazed. What a beautiful place. Great people. It was great.
Yeah. They thought they had things under control.
They did.
That's right. And that they could allow these historians to tell the truth. Now, I believe they could have gotten away with it if they had stopped expanding or if they had agreed to a two-state solution. The problem is that after the early 1990s, when this literature came out, the Israelis continued to act in barbaric ways towards the Palestinians. And
they had a prime minister who tried to reverse the trend, and then I guess he was shot to death.
He was moving in that direction. I think there were a number of Israeli leaders who understood that the course that Israel was on was unsustainable.
You often heard them say that.
Yeah.
And there was a robust debate within the country about this.
Well, whether they would have agreed to a Palestinian state ultimately is an open question. But the fact is, Rabin was killed. Ehud Barak, who made moves towards a two-state solution, ultimately.
Yeah. Except, if you look at the polls at the time, there was evidence that even if Yitzhak Rabin was not fucking assassinated, Benjamin Netanyahu was going to win the election. So, if you want to understand what the public sentiment looked like in Israel at the time, the guys who played a formative role and called for his assassination are now running the country. Do you understand? Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu was a political opponent to Yitzhak Rabin. He led many rallies demanding that he get killed. In the aftermath of his assassination, he once famously said, "I'm sad that he was killed because I wanted him to experience me defeating him." Netanyahu was a part of the far-right coalition that demanded Yitzhak Rabin. That egged on his assassination. Itamar Ben-Gvir, another formative part of Netanyahu's far-right coalition currently, held up the Rolls-Royce hubcap of Yitzhak Rabin's car on national television only a couple weeks prior to his assassination. He very famously said on national television that today we got his car. That means tomorrow we can get him. The hood ornament, not the hubcap, sorry. The hood ornament. I thought he had a Rolls Royce. Was it a Cadillac? Anyway, I'm getting some of the fucking information wrong, but ultimately, now that person is in charge of interior security. Not sure Tucker Carlson is only motivated by ideology, as neither are you. You are as American and substantially are for the same thing as all this right politicians you criticize. I don't just criticize the right. I criticize the left as well. The left politicians like the liberals with regular frequency. I think you're a bit confused.
Ultimately couldn't pull it off. And we are where we are today. And the problem is...
What is this guy doing? I don't disagree at all. I'm pro-immigration. The point is that immigrants have undocumented status and therefore less liability to argue for labor rights, allow for corporations to use the labor pool to undermine workers. The fix should be to make all workers documented and have the same status. That isn't the argument, though. Wait, what? Are you trying to fucking argue that Tucker Carlson is not like a fucking white nationalist in the chat? Is that what we're actually doing? Okay, it's over. I got to do this now. Where is it? Where is it? Tucker Carlson.
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the third most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
But he did not, notably, advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it nonstop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries go, maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75% of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me like we got a problem with people who got here legally, altering the landscape politically. I don't like it. You. Stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis.
All the people on the right there are, at the time, were famous neo-Nazis. Richard Spencer, I think one was like Christopher Cantwell, who's the famous crying neo-Nazi who participated in, or I think he like literally was responsible for Unite the Right rally.
As opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic. That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there. And that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with unconstitutional regulations. And even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hasan Piker. If you're mad that one of the biggest cable news shows is spreading white nationalist propaganda, please share this video with your friends and leave your thoughts in the comment section below.
Is that a little bit more helpful? Do you understand? Is it good? How the tables have turned with Tucker. MSM is pure evil. 80% of Americans think mass illegal immigration is a bad thing. History will prove that Tucker was right. Hasan doesn't represent or respect American people. He has his own far left agenda. Tucker is right, and Hasan is a beta soy boy. This is from a year ago. That just had a mental breakdown because his viewers have dropped almost to zero. Bah ha ha ha. What a loser. Is this an old take? Chatter, this is from October 3rd, 2018. 7 years ago. 7 fucking years ago, dude.
That something else occurred in the late 90s, early 2000s, which fundamentally affected Israel's position, and that's the internet. Because once you get the internet and once you get social media, and the mainstream media is not the sole source of information on these issues, the story about the real creation of Israel and what Israel is doing today.
This is literally true. It's not just the real stories came out. It's also the fact that Palestinians also had an unprecedented opportunity due to social media to directly communicate their own demise, to directly show you their own humanity, to directly show you what Israel was doing to them. But yeah, it's part of the reason why they want to fucking censor the goddamn internet in its entirety too.
Available to the vast majority.
And it's shocking to people. So you have to shut down the internet. You can't allow that.
Yeah. You can try to shut down the internet, but there are limits to what you can do.
But it does seem like so you were describing the two separate tiers, the policy and the discourse about the policy, and that one remains basically the same, but the other has changed just so radically and so fast that it's gone off in some dark directions that I just want to say on the record I totally disapprove of. I don't think you should hate anybody, period, especially groups of people. It's immoral, and I mean it. But that's happened because there's been just like an avalanche of new information, a lot of which is totally real. People haven't seen it before, and their minds are exploding. And so public opinion is moving so radically in the other direction. I feel it all around me. Do you feel this?
Of course.
Yeah. And your life, I should say, for people who aren't familiar with your background, you wrote a book with Stephen Walt of Harvard. You're at the University of Chicago. So both of you are, have tenure, are famous in your world. You're not crazy. And you write this book in 2007. And both of you are immediately attacked in like pretty shocking ways, also defended by some of your colleagues, but really maligned for it. And now, 18 years later, people are saying that Mearsheimer guy, actually, he was kind of right about everything. So that's a reflection, I think, of the change in public opinion. But that's not sustainable. You can't have in a democracy policy that's 180 degrees from public opinion over time. That just doesn't work. So you have to either change the policy or change public opinion. And no one's even making any attempt at all to change public opinion through good faith argument, through like, hey.
Chatters be like, see, Tucker said he doesn't hate Jews. The proof is right there, man. Why would you ever say that he might actually have some anti-Semitic opinions? I mean, to be fair, I also do say I don't know if Tucker hates Jews or not. Okay? Because he was such a fucking formative force for neocon sentiment for so long that if he truly was like an incredibly anti-Semitic person from the get-go, I don't think he would have been able to fucking hide that. Like, a lot of you guys don't understand. This man was so firmly committed to America's imperial efforts and is a rabid Islamophobe. Okay? Why is this freak making this video? I don't get it. What do you mean? I already explained it. I already explained it so much. I explained it so many fucking times at this point. It's because there are plenty of people who see this and go, wow, maybe Tucker's a good guy. Maybe I was wrong about him.
I know you think this, but you're wrong, and here's why. There's none. It's shut up Nazi, okay? And that's not working. So I really think the only option is to stop the conversation. Or maybe I'm missing something. Like censorship is the only option if you want to.
He is right about this, though.
Well, there's no question that they're trying to stop the conversation.
Yes.
There's no question. I mean, they went to great lengths to shut down TikTok, and the evidence is that the lobby played a key role.
Just banning one of the world's big.
He is absolutely right about this. Anti-Semitism is wielded like a fucking weapon to defend Israel because Israel's position is so unsustainable, so untenable, so against like what you have learned about the Holocaust, about Nazis, about nationalism, that they can't have that conversation. So they have to literally be like, oh, don't say it at all. That's anti-Semitism. Shut the fuck up.
Social media apps because it says things you don't like.
Yeah. Well, this is the way they've always behaved. The lobby's always behaved this way. And I mean, this is what happened to me and Steve. You know, we originally wrote an article, and we at one point thought the article would never be published. After we wrote the article, and we went through all sorts of interactions with the Atlantic Monthly that had commissioned the article, we put the article in the back closet and just said,
So you were asked to write a piece about the influence of a foreign lobby, the Israeli lobby, in Washington, which is one of many foreign lobbies in Washington, but is by far the most effective and the biggest. And you write the piece and they didn't run it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they got cold feet. I mean, what invariably happens in these cases is that down at the lower levels of a journal or a newspaper, people will be interested in somebody writing something on the Israel lobby or writing a piece that's critical of Israel. But then as it filters up the chain of command and people at the top see it, they kill it. Right. And
that happened to you?
Oh, that's definitely what happened at the lobby, at the Atlantic Monthly. They killed it. And then Steve and I went to Princeton University Press and a handful of other journals and asked if they would be interested in either the article or turning the article into a book. And in all of those cases, everybody at first exudes enthusiasm. They think it's a great topic. Something needs to be written on it, which of course.
Tucker is an opportunist capitalizing on the vacancy of anti-Israel Dems in American discourse. Is that your assessment? Yes. He might also, I've spent years covering Tucker Carlson, and he is, because he's such a good propagandist, a scary propagandist, that he has never touched that third rail of ever like blaming Jews in the way that he'll say like great replacement is happening, you know, like other vulnerable populations of marginalized communities. So I don't know. He's never ever talked about like the Holocaust like that. You know, he's never been like even a Holocaust revisionist or anything like that, which is why I can't convincingly tell you that he is anti-Semitic. I suspect he is, but I can't tell you without a fucking shred of doubt that he is led by anti-Semitism. But I will say a big part of his audience is, of course, anti-Semitic. He has interviewed Holocaust revisionists. He is aligned with Holocaust revisionists. His propaganda on everything but the Jews in particular is verbatim, almost directly identical to prominent neo-Nazis. But it's the third rail that he does not actually touch. He doesn't even fucking go near it on purpose. So it doesn't even matter whether he's anti-Semitic or not, because he is a straightforward white nationalist. You know what I mean? That would just be in Tucker Carlson's instance, it would just be like, oh, okay, this too. You know what I mean? But if you're asking me what I think his goals are with doing this kind of interview, with doing this kind of commentary, yes, Tucker is an opportunist capitalizing on the vacancy of anti-Israel Dems in American discourse, recognizing how popular anti-Israel sentiment is amongst the regular public. He is able to channel tremendous good favor by doing this at a time when virtually no one is doing it, right?
This is true. But then they think about it for a month and you get a call back and they've lost interest. So Steve and I actually put the article, as I said, in the back closet and just said.
What's wild is you're both at this point very well known in your. Can you explain who Steve is to your co-author?
Yeah, Steve is a chaired professor at Harvard University. And at the time that we wrote the lobby article, he was the academic dean at the Kennedy School.
Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people already know that, but I just want to make it totally clear. You're not two random guys on the internet who are like anti-Semites or something at all. You're like some of the most famous people in your field. And you're totally moderate. I don't even know what your politics are, but you're not a political activist at all.
No, as I used to like to say, if Adolf Hitler were alive, he would have thrown Steve's wife and his 2 children in a gas chamber.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, the idea that we're
Dog, you are such a boomer. Oh my God, he is such a fucking boomer, dude. Maybe that's oh my God, dude. Just say your co-author and good friend, tenured professor and dean at the fucking School of Politics is a Jewish person. Just say he's Jewish. You don't have to say that. That's crazy. I know it's a joke, bro. He's such a fucking boomer. That's why I said this is. Yeah, his partner who wrote the book with him is Jewish. His wife is Jewish. Mersheim's wife is Jewish. I know that. I'm just saying that's such a fucking boomer ass joke to make.
Semites. I mean, this is a laughable argument. We're both first order philo-Semites. I mean, I can't prove that, but it's true in my humble opinion. But anyway, we were certainly, at the top of our academic discipline.
He's also lame as fuck for that too. You don't get it, Tucker. I fetishize Jews. Again, this is what happens when you're fucking 900 years old, okay? Calm down. He's just an insanely boomer guy. Calm down.
And highly respected, which is not to say people didn't disagree with what we wrote.
But you weren't crackpots at all.
And the other thing is, I want to make it clear that we worked very carefully with the Atlantic to get our final draft up to their standards, right? We did what they wanted. And you also want to remember that Steve and I are both excellent writers. Many academics cannot write clearly. Whatever you think of the substance of our views, there's no doubt that we're 2 of the best writers in the business. And it's the 2 of us working with the editors at the lower rungs of the Atlantic Monthly that produced what I thought was an excellent article. But anyway, it was killed there. And we couldn't get it published.
Kind of proving your point.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, I probably shouldn't tell this story, but I'll tell you, we told the editor at the Atlantic as we were going through the process that we thought he was getting cold feet. And he was quite offended by that. And he said to us, just to prove that that wasn't true, he would give us a $10,000 kill fee That means if they didn't take the article, they'd give us $10,000. So I said to Steve, I remember it very well, that's the fastest $10,000 we ever made. He said, oh, John, you're being too cynical. Anyway, we collected the $10,000.
Did he paid you?
Yes. I mean, but what he did.
How ashamed was he when he, because I'm not going to name him, I know the editor. This is a pretty well-known editor who's just been in magazine journalism for decades and, has a high regard for himself and good reputation and all that stuff. And he's told from somebody else who's more powerful than he is, you can't do this. How embarrassed was he in that conversation?
I had no evidence that he was embarrassed.
Oh, so he has no soul. Okay.
I mean, who knows, what kind of face he had to put on things. Yeah. I don't know what happened inside the Atlantic. I've never been told. But again, he said he'd give us a $10,000 kill fee because he thought the piece was going to go forward. And somebody sat on him and told him that was not going to happen. I don't know what happened. But I don't want to be too harsh on him because this is the norm.
Yeah.
This was the norm.
He didn't own the magazine.
And so what we did was we put it in the back closet. And I remember Steve and I had a conversation, and I think Steve said to me, this is why we have tenure, so that you can spend 2 years of your life writing something that never gets published, and you're not punished in terms of promotion to tenure, right? But anyway, what then happened is that somebody inside the Atlantic, who was actually involved in the original commissioning of the article, gave a copy to a very prominent academic who had close contacts at the London Review of Books. And that academic, who I knew very well, sent me a note and said that Mary Kay Wilmers, he said, I got a hold of your manuscript. And I sent it to Mary Kay Wilmers at the London Review of Books, and she'd be very interested in publishing it. And so I remember I was in Heidelberg, Germany. I called up Mary Kay, and she published it, thankfully.
It was like a bomb. It was like a bomb went off. I'll remember that. I remember that so vividly. So the piece.
This is his book about the AIPAC, the lobby. The book that he wrote.
Atlantic comes out in the London Review of Books. What's the thesis of the piece, if you could just sum it up for people who didn't read it?
Well, the argument basically has 4 parts to it. The first says that the United States has this special relationship with Israel. It's unparalleled in history. We give Israel unconditional support, huge amounts of military and economic aid. That's the first part. Then the second part says it's not for strategic reasons that we do this. Then the third part is
can you explain what that means?
It's not in the American national interest. In other words, from a geopolitical point of view, right? Because Israel and the United States sometime have different interests, it makes no sense for us to support Israel unconditionally. We should support Israel when its interests reflect our interests, but otherwise not. But that's not the case. So that's another way of saying what we're doing is not in our strategic interest. Okay. Third part is it's not in.
Dog, what, like, I'm sorry, but this actually goes against JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization agreement. Like, that was a real difference in methods between the United States of America's interests and Israel's interests. Israel wants to destroy Iran and destabilize Iran and maybe even bring America into this like endless fucking bloodshed so that there is no regional actor that could ever defy the greater Israeli project. America had a different opinion. Israel still tried it, by the way. They still went through the same route, the networks of influence. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu literally was invited to speak against Barack Obama in Congress. And all of our fucking dipshit Congress members went there and gave him a fucking standing ovation. But to say that like American foreign policy at that point was was not diametrically opposed to what Israel wanted to do in the fucking short term, or that America was not guiding its own Middle East foreign policy at that point, is wrong. He's explained that even when these interests clearly don't align, we are not indicting and critiquing Israel. Israel sabotaged those talks in that agreement, and American support for Israel never waned. Yes, that is true. But ultimately, that is a big divergence from what Israel immediately wanted to do versus what America wanted to do. Ultimately, their interests still align, which is not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, okay? America doesn't want Iran to have a nuke. Israel doesn't want Iran to have a nuke. America doesn't want Iran to have a nuke and was willing to entertain the peaceful solution, the successful solution, mind you. That's what Obama did. Israel did not like that. Israel aggressively campaigned against it. America did nothing when Israel did that. But ultimately, we were still holding on to the fucking wheel of the car. Donald Trump came in and said, fuck that, YOLO, and gave Israel the driver's seat. And Joe Biden never turned around and changed that trajectory.
In our moral interest, because when you look at what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians, this violates basic American precepts, liberal precepts, right? So from a moral point of view, what's happening in Israel doesn't make sense. So then the fourth part deals with the question of why we do this.
Right. Fair,
right? If we
fair
don't,
question.
Right. If we don't do it for strategic reasons, we
Right.
don't do it for moral reasons, why do we do it? And the answer is the lobby. So that's the story, the lobby.
And the lobby is a very large, complex, informal organization of which AIPAC is a part, but not the total.
Absolutely.
And then you describe how that works.
Yeah, it's very important to emphasize it's a loose coalition of individuals and organizations like AIPAC, the Anti-Defamation League, and so forth and so on, that work overtime to support Israel, loosely coordinated. I think your description was right on the money. Very important to understand, it is not a Jewish lobby. And it is not a Jewish lobby because many Jews don't care much about Israel, and many Jews are opposed to what Israel or the Israel lobby is doing.
Including many religious Jews, Torah Jews, sincerely Jewish Jews disagree. I know some, so I know.
Absolutely. There are a large number of Jews who are anti-Zionists.
I'm aware.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're exactly right. So it's not a Jewish lobby for that reason, but also there are the Christian Zionists.
Yes.
Who are a core element of that lobby.
I've noticed.
Christians United for Israel, for example. So that's why we call it the Israel lobby.
I love this is a really good conversation to have, especially with Tucker Carlson, because it's so funny because you got Tucker Carlson conceding that anti-Zionist Jews are right. And you know who's wrong? Omega Christian evangelicals. You know, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome. Man, I'm an insincere Jew. I was born in New York. This guy is stealing all your points bar for bar. That guy wrote the points, brother. What are you talking about? What? Yo, what's this guy's channel, bro? He seems to be stealing your fucking talking points, dude. Who's this content creator, bro? I don't understand. Don't let him get away with this, dude.
And what explains the enthusiasm of Christian groups for policies that kill Christians in the Middle East?
Well, they have this belief that until Israel controls all of greater Israel, right? It gets back all the territory that is rightfully theirs. You won't have the second coming. So they are deeply committed, these Christian Zionists, to supporting Israel's conquests and supporting Israeli expansion for religious reasons.
And are there defined borders that, when reached, will trigger the second?
How can he be this informed and not understand that American interests are the interests of the ruling class and not his hypothetical realpolitik needs of the American state? Because he loves America. He's like an unironic America dick rider and also a massive hawk against China anyway. Unless his opinion has changed. I don't know. I might be misremembering. But Mersheimer is a anti-China hawk and also believes in this, like, ironically, non-rational spiritual identity of America and the American state. Okay? It is one that does not exist in the real world.
No.
When we say Greater Israel, do we have a clear map in mind of what that will mean, could mean? No.
No, whenever you talk about Greater Israel, there's hardly ever a real map in mind. I talk about it in terms of the occupied territories plus Green Line Israel. But obviously the Israelis themselves, most Israelis, I think, have a bigger map in mind.
Do we know where that ends? I mean, it doesn't go to Cairo, I assume.
No. I think the Sinai, what they take of Egypt, I think will, if they can, will be the Sinai. And I don't think they would take all of Syria or all of Lebanon, but they would take big chunks of the south of those two countries. But the idea behind the Christian Zionists is that to facilitate the second.
He has takes on China becoming unstoppably the next superpower and critiquing the U.S. in those views, so they have changed, or you are misremembering. Yes, Tucker Carlson's father was in the CIA. Tucker Carlson's father wasn't just in the CIA, he was the operator of Voice of America, which is the CIA's media wing.
Coming. For religious reasons, we should support Israel. But this does, as you say, cut against the fact that the Israelis oftentimes treat Christians as badly as they do Muslims. There was recently a case where they bombed a Catholic church in northern Gaza. And Trump was infuriated when he heard this. And he called up Netanyahu and told him, this is recently, like within the past 2 weeks, told Netanyahu that he had to apologize. And the Pope even spoke out on this. But even there, the criticism is quite muted because, again, hardly anybody in the West really criticizes Israel in a meaningful way.
It is just a little bit odd that you could, on Christian grounds, support the bombing of a Christian church. I mean, there are lots of theological differences between sex and Christianity, but if you're getting to the point like where Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is, where you think Jesus is commanding you to support the murder of Christians, you don't need to be like a theologian to think maybe I've gone off course. No.
Yeah. You're not going to get any argument from me.
Interesting. Jesus can command you to kill Muslims, maybe even Jews, but not other Christians.
On that.
Yeah. So where does it go from here now that things that, everyone was afraid to talk about any of this to the extent that people understood it because they don't want to be called names and because those names it's horrible to be called that. And sometimes it's true, but for most people, it's not true at all. They're not hateful. That's not why they have these views. So once those slurs lose their power, as I think they quickly are, in the same way the word racist lost its power from overuse, like, where are we? What happens next?
It's hard to tell a happy story, but here's how I think about it. The first question you want to ask yourself is, what are the Israelis likely to do moving forward? In other words, if the Israelis all of a sudden got reasonable, a lot of these problems would go away. But there is no sign the Israelis are going to get more reasonable. If anything, the political center of gravity is moving further and further to the right in Israel as the years go by.
Yep.
So Israeli behavior in the Middle East, if anything, is likely to be even more aggressive and more offensive to people around the world. So what does that mean here in the United States? It means that the lobby is going to have to work even harder than it's now working. And again, you want to remember, the lobby's now out in the open and it's engaging in smash mouth politics, but it's going to have to work harder. Now you say to yourself,
most vicious people I've ever dealt with, ever.
Yeah. Anybody who's dealt with them, and I've dealt with them for longer than you have, understands full well what you're talking about. But see, here's the problem, Tucker. The problem is that support among younger people for Israel is much weaker than it is among older people.
Including Jews.
Including Jews, yes. Very important to emphasize that. Very important. So the problem is that inside of American society, you're moving towards a situation where increasing numbers of people in the body politic are critical of Israel, extremely critical of Israel, because older people are dying off and those younger people are turning.
Have they once said the phrase anti-Zionist? What are you talking about? Fuck Tucker Carlson, but this is Mersheimer. He's been a fucking vocal critic of Israel since before you were in your father's testicles as protein. Like, the fuck? And yeah, they do say anti-Zionist. Not that it fucking matters. What are you talking about? Have some respect for the elders here. In 2007, Mersheimer and Stephen Wall wrote The Israel Lobby. Mersheimer told Tucker why it's not the Jewish lobby. So many Jews oppose Israel, but also DC's key loyalists are often a sect of Christians who believe they must support Israel, even when Israel kills Christians. Wait, Dick Durbin is not Jewish? What? Bro, this is like finding out Jerome Powell is not a black man. Or Sherrod Brown. He said his wife was? I'm surprised. No offense, HasanAbi, but in all my life, I've never met a Jewish person named Dick. I guess you're not wrong. No, I'm not talking about Colin Powell, dude. I'm saying Jerome Powell. The joke is that Jerome Powell is not. He's white. His name is Richard. Dick is short for Richard. I guess Richard is a Christian name only. Is that what it is? I thought, are Jews named not named Richard? Like, what the fuck? There's definitely plenty of Jews named Richard, bro. I mean, it's not a common, sure, maybe it's not a common one, but Richard Lewis. Richard Wolff. I don't know that I've ever met a Jewish person named Richard, to be honest. There's definitely a bunch of Richards that are Jewish. Okay, I don't know where we got here. Anyway, I'm done with this fucking video. We watched enough of it. But goddamn, it was good. Now let's look at the DOJ launching a probe in intelligence regarding Trump and Russia in the run-up to the 2016 election.
Attorney General Pam Bondi has ordered a new grand jury probe. She wants to look into the Obama administration's investigation into Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia, good morning.
Nate, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. A source familiar with Attorney General Pam Bondi's efforts tells CBS News she has directed Justice Department staff to begin legal proceedings and ordered a federal prosecutor to present evidence to a grand jury, which could consider an indictment if the DOJ pursues a criminal case. It's unclear what the charges could be and who would face them, but we know President Trump, without evidence, has accused former President Obama of treason, leading an effort to link Trump to Russia and undermine his 2016 presidential campaign. This comes after Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard made a criminal referral to the DOJ last month, saying there was expressed intent to create a fake manufactured intelligence document and evidence that, quote, can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people. Democrats dispute her claims, pointing to the findings of a bipartisan...
Dog. This is so stupid. Number one, you won the election, dumbass. And it was the last one, not even this one. We're talking about the last one, which Obama supposedly tried to coup on. Number two, nobody gives a fuck about Barack Obama at this stage. Top 10 smokescreen, it's so bad. It's such a bad smokescreen. No, I don't think this has any impact, dude. I think this doesn't even move. Like, I know Republicans fucking hate Obama. Obama is black. You know, he's African, Muslim man, all this shit, right? Like, but I don't think this moves the needle at all for these motherfuckers. And it's extra funny because it's like, one, at this point, numerous investigations have been conducted on the Russiagate stuff. And like, everyone has basically said, including Tulsi Gabbard, when she like revealed this bombshell, that like there was decent reason as to why people, one, investigated Russian interference, and two, found Russian interference. Now, did people greatly overemphasize the extent of that influence operation? Certainly. But it's not like they didn't find anything. They did. Russia was trying to intervene in American elections. So what are we talking about? Like, they literally fucking did that. It's so stupid. And last but not least, perhaps the dumbest part is the charge. A conspiracy to do a coup. Dog, you did January 6th. What the fuck do you mean? Obama was, by your own administration's estimations, with numerous bipartisan investigations committed, was like in charge of a perfectly valid investigation that actually found evidence that there was Russian collusion and also Russian interference attempts, is responsible for treason and trying to do a coup, but you did January 6th, and it's supposed to be nothing? Like, what are we doing? You want me to sit here and be like, yeah, a perfectly valid investigation into a foreign adversary's involvement in our elections is actually treasonous coup, but also literally trying to do an insurrection is not a coup? Like, what is, we need a different term for it then. It's funny because, like, Russia did literally try to help Trump, but they also, I guess, had, like, evidence that they didn't reveal about Hillary Clinton or something. That's it. That's the only reason. I guess it's a coup for that reason, because Russian opera on Hillary Clinton was not revealed.
Partisan Senate investigation that was co-chaired by now Secretary of State Marco Rubio that concluded that Russia had attempted to influence the 2016 election. Obama has not commented on Bondi's investigation, but last month, a spokesman for him called Gabbard's allegations bizarre and ridiculous. Gail.
All right, Weisha, thank you very much.
And now to the guests that we've been talking about all morning. President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Wish you could be here in person, but
we already talked. We already watched this. He said Mexicans have a genetic.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know she was.
Oh, wait. Okay, maybe it's
Elaine
longer.
Chao
Let's
was
just
on
watch it.
yesterday, and I know. And now to the guests that we've been talking about all morning. President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome. Thanks for calling in. Wish you could be here in person, but we'll do this.
Good morning, Joe.
We've been talking about the BLS and the employment numbers all morning long. Sometimes I know you get a chance to tune in. I want to bring up a chart. I hope you can see it, or else I'll describe it to you. This is the response rate over the last 10, 12 years for the BLS, the household survey. It's dropped from 90% or so on time down to 60 and sometimes even lower. It's arguably the most important number we get about the economy. Yesterday, we had Wharton Professor Jeremy Siegel on. Just bear with me, Mr. President, and listen to this. I know you're familiar with Wharton, but unsolicited, this is what Jeremy Siegel said yesterday about the numbers.
I'm not going to let the BLS off the hook. I mean, you talk about how to fix it. Make these questionnaires mandatory and give them a time limit to fill it out. I think the response rate's down to 60%. I mean, that's unacceptable for the most important statistic that we have. It's almost like we're sending them out, fill it out when you can. We know you like to go to the beach in the summer, so it might be a little bit late. This is just not acceptable today. We need that response rate has to go up. And when you make the biggest mistake in 50 years, why? Why wasn't there an explanation?
It's 258,000 less in 2 months. That was the biggest revision since 1968, Mr. President. So we're in the internet age. We still can't get any instant data. We're still using snail mail to get the responses back. It is the government, after all. Antiquated, no doubt, and certainly suboptimal, but rigged? Where do you get the notion that it's rigged, or do you have any evidence there?
It is antiquated, but it's also very political. And, I had an election recently where I did very well, won every swing state, won the popular vote, won everything, all right? Won all the counties. It's, I think, 87% of the counties were Republican up. That's never happened before. And yet I had to go through hell. And just days before the election, they put out numbers that it was like the country was on fire. It was doing so well. And then they did a revision about 2 weeks later, and the revision was down by almost 900,000 jobs. You remember that? And I said, what would have happened? What would have happened if I lost? Think of it. I would have said... They gave phony numbers, and then they revised them a week and a half later.
Those were benchmark numbers, though, Mr. President. That happens. They do that. They do that twice a year. and it reconciles the monthly figures with like the overall numbers, and it was a big number. And obviously,
but the numbers were rigged. The numbers were rigged. Biden wasn't doing well. He was doing poorly. They announced these phenomenal numbers 2 days before the election, and a little bit before that, always these great numbers. And you knew it wasn't doing well. You knew prices were through the roof and inflation was terrible. The whole thing was bad. But think of it. Then they did the biggest revision, I think, in history of almost 900,000 jobs. And it turned out to be more than that because later on they did another revision. And so they gave phony numbers in order to win the election. After I won the election, I said too big to rig. But after I won the election, then they announced a downward number, in other words, to bring them back to reality. And I said, wow, supposing I would have lost, I would have blamed that. And people would have said I was a conspiracy theorist. You know, it's crazy.
Elaine Chao was on yesterday, and I know, she was, I think she was labor secretary for 8 years under Bush II, and she was your transportation secretary as well. And she said, the commissioner.
Remember, the reason why he's doing this is because he wants to ease the fears of the market. Okay? You don't go on CNBC unless you want to do that. That is the express purpose of going on CNBC. Now, Trump is perhaps the worst person to go and do that because he's virtually incapable of easing people, especially like when the role here requires clarity. The role here requires honesty. And even Trump's appearance on his own is just a reflection of the desperation that the administration feels. And he's a loose cannon. Well, let's hear it.
Doesn't really even get involved with the actual minutia of putting all these things together. And there's no way that it could have been, that she could have chosen to rig these numbers to make them look bad. And these are statistical changes based on this antiquated system, and it's just a
Wait, you said he gets no pushback in the media? Dude, this is the last place where he would get pushback. Are you kidding me? These guys are not in it to make a name for themselves. They're not journalists. They're literally there to be like, please don't say anything stupid so that like the markets don't fucking plummet. Please, 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 please. That's it. They're having this conversation because they're like, his goal here is to just like navigate the conversation to make Donald Trump come across as reasonable so that people don't panic.
A big leap to go to rigged. And then it also, Mr. President, it makes anyone you pick is going to be, critics are going to say, hey, he's picking a guy that's going to give him or a gal that's giving him the numbers that he wants. So it undermines confidence in the system to some extent. You had, according to many people, all the rights in the world to try to replace a commissioner when it's hasn't gotten any better. But that is maybe a bridge too far, according to most people.
Well, I think when somebody says the commissioner is not involved, I don't want to get into any arguments with anybody. Why should I? She's a very nice woman.
Exactly.
But when they say that that nobody was involved, that it wasn't political, give me a break. Look, before the election, I had this massive outflow of beauty for Biden. I mean, he didn't know he was alive. And for Biden, the economy was roaring. It was a beautiful thing. And I said, there's no way this is happening. It's going the opposite direction. And 2 weeks later, they said I was right. But even if you look at the original, the ones from the other day, the numbers were very timid. And then they announced something that made them even more timid on top of it. On sort of a reporting day, I don't know why, it just seemed a little bit more important than most times when they announced these numbers.
We talked earlier that the unemployment rate is still low. It's 4.2%.
It's fine. I'm not
and the
saying
tariffs,
earth-shattering.
no, but
I will say this. The numbers before the election were earth-shattering. I'm not saying these were earth-shattering. But
No,
then they announced a couple of 100,000 to make it look a little bit worse from, months before. I said, where did those numbers come from? So
for as much as you want
to, it's a highly political situation. It's totally rigged. Smart people know it. people with common sense know it. And a lot of people to keep their head under the cover.
See? I told you. His job is to, like, make Trump come across as coherent, make Trump come across as reasonable so that fucking people don't, like, panic sell or some shit. The issue is Trump is an unstoppable force. You feel me? So how are you going to make that motherfucker look reasonable when the very nature of his call here, the very reason why he's calling CNBC is because he's panicking.
And
let's move on to this. Which number do you believe at this point? Because if you noticed, suddenly the chances of what you've wanted for months and argued for
Trump is literally like, I'm gonna molest the money. I love money molestation. Money, money, money. I'm gonna molest it. There's nothing you can do about it. And the guy's like, please don't do that. Don't say that. Mr. President, let's move on to how you hate molesting the money. He's like, nope, I love molesting it. I love diddling the money. I love it. It's my favorite thing. They let you do it. They let you grab it by the pussy. When you're president, they let you molest the money. Believe it, folks. I won't stop. They call me the Epstein of the money. That's crazy. That's a twofer.
Months, the chances of a rate cut soared.
Meanwhile, you should stop talking about the Epstein thing. Don't do it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about Epstein.
Because of these numbers. Do you not believe the current numbers? Because they're playing right into what you want the Fed and Jay Powell to do. They're not horrible, as you said, but, perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want.
Maybe there's a little bit of concern. Maybe there's a slight slowdown. Perhaps. But maybe it's not so bad, right? Come on, just say it's not as bad. America's hot, right? Come on. Look, I'm going to run it again. Look.
Perhaps with the tariffs, some businesses delayed some spending. Some consumers may have been less certain about the future. So maybe we're seeing a slight slowdown in labor, but you're going to get exactly what you want based on these numbers. Which ones do you believe? Do you not believe the revised numbers either?
It's not what I want. I don't want that. I wanted it a year.
I don't want those numbers. Dog, you're the president. Like, this is supposed to be an independent investigation. Like, this is supposed to accurately reflect the reality of the labor market. What you want has no basis here. I mean, you could fix it, I guess, theoretically. It is within your powers. But the real issue is not that the labor market is not looking great. The real issue is he doesn't give a fuck about that. It just makes him look bad.
I wanted it a long time ago. Jay Powell is highly political, and I think, I call him too late. Jerome, too late. Powell, he's too late. He's too late always. He always has been, except when he came to lowering interest rates before the election, that he did. He worked that out.
Who would you replace him with? I know you watch the show occasionally, and we had an extended interview with one of the prospective replacements, Kevin Warsh. Were you watching that day? Or
I was. He's very good. He's very good. He's very good. Sometimes they're all very.
He sounds sleepy. He just sounds angry, resentful, sleepy, in a panic state.
Good until you put them in there, and then they don't do so good. But a lot of them, I think he's a very good guy. I think I say Kevin and Kevin. Both Kevins are very good, and there are other people that are very good too. But
Kevin's like Karens. I don't know if that's good.
A lot of times they're very good. Like this character that we have in there now, Jerome Too Late Powell. He was very good. He said, "Sir, I'll keep interest rates so low. I'm a low interest rate person, sir." You could hardly hear him talking over the desk.
Is Warsh in
somebody that worked for me.
Wait, he's doing voices. He's doing voices. Sir. Yo, this is crazy.
He was a big fan of his, not a fan of his, he hardly knew him, but he wanted him so badly. I did somebody a favor, I put him in there. No, he's too late. He's too late. That name will stick to him
Can you
for
handicap it at all? Who you're, or you won't know? When will you know? And when will you announce it?
I think the two Kevins are doing well, and I have two other people that are doing well. You look, it's in the end, there are numerous people that are qualified. Everyone on your phone right now, in terms of at your beautiful studio, would be very qualified in my.
I think he's talking about Jamie Dimon, maybe. I don't know. Who did Trump do a favor by appointing Jerome Powell? I did somebody a favor by putting him there. It turns out he's terrible, terrible, terrible.
Opinion, you guys are better than most of the people that do it for a living. But I watched a lot, actually. No, I think that it'll be one of four people.
Are the other
I'm going
two
to make
names?
the decision soon. And don't forget, we have somebody that left early, which was a pleasant surprise. We have a woman that left early. She announced 2 days ago that she's leaving, and I'm going to be announcing that very shortly, too. That will be, most likely it'll be for the 4 months, for the short period of time. But a lot of people say that when you do that, why don't you just pick the person who's going to head up the Fed? That's a possibility, too.
Looked like you were going to have a meeting, and people were talking about it with President Xi, and then you went out of your way to kind of say other people are saying, I think you even called it fake news or
Banks
something.
discriminated against me after I was president. What? They debanked me. I do not believe that.
It almost, it looked like you were indicating that you were unhappy or that talks had broken down, and we've had a couple of frameworks or some positive moves. And China, you've had a lot of success with other countries. China is a big deal and a big, not quite the elephant in the room, but certainly an important trading partner. Where does that stand? Will there be a meeting between you and President Xi? Anything planned at this point? What's the sticking point now, and how optimistic are you that we get a comprehensive deal?
Well, I can have a meeting. We have a very good relationship, but I didn't call for the meeting. He called for the meeting. So the fake news announced Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'll end up having a meeting before the end of the year, most likely, if we make a deal.
It's so funny because objectively wrong, okay? Especially because, you can tell it's wrong because Donald Trump is the only party that has lowered tariffs in the process after literally increasing it for no fucking reason whatsoever. This is perhaps the most embarrassing aspect of his tariffs regime, where he's like, "That's right, I wanted to destroy China, and then I decided I'm gonna save China." When Donald Trump wants you to know something, just know that it's the opposite. Okay, the truth is the exact opposite. When Donald Trump says "I never called she called me first," know that it's probably the opposite.
If we don't make a deal, I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? But we're getting very close to a deal. We're getting along with China very well. I will tell you, you had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way, because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But when...
Dude, what? Dude. What? What? You just said you were slapping erroneous tariffs on America's largest trading partner? Dude. I'm just being the president. What the fuck? Oh my God. He's like, I don't know. One day I said 50. Next day I said 100. Why not 150? What the fuck? I mean, this is shit that we say about Trump. You're not supposed to admit it, dude. This is like what I would say. I'd be like, wow, it kind of feels like Donald Trump is just like making it up as it goes along, just adding random numbers onto a pile. He's like, yep, it just made it up on the spot. It was great. Believe me. I made it up so much I forgot what I made up. And then people told me, Mr. President, you're at 145%. I said, wow, I'm so crazy. I love money molestation. I love molesting the money. I won't let you keep a bag. I will do everything in my power. If this were a CEO of a public corporation, they would be removed by the board. Oh, yeah. That's so awesome. That's fucking awesome. Fuck it. Who cares, dude? Whatever. Well, what are you going to do? I can't believe he's on CNBC too. It's like not even, again, and I can't stress this enough. This isn't Sean Hannity. These are the motherfuckers who are like slammed to the TVs. These are dudes with Bloomberg terminals listening in intently to see what kind of decisions they must make. He just straight, I'm going to run it again.
News announced Donald Trump wants a meeting with China. No, I didn't want it. No, he asked for a meeting, and I'm not going to have a meeting. I mean, you know, what's the purpose of meeting if we're not going to make a deal? You know, you had a point when I had 145% tariffs on. I put in for fentanyl. I actually said to people, where are we now with China, by the way? Because I kept adding more and more. They said, sir, you're up to 145%. I said, you got to be kidding. So I sort of had to bring it down a little bit. But when they...
You got to be kidding. Wow, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Lost track of the tariffs. Little old me did that.
was up to 145%, meaning we were doing zero business with China. China was collapsing. I don't know if you know that. You haven't reported it, if you do. But China was collapsing.
China was collapsing. It was over. It was one step removed from collapsing. Oh, any minute, China was collapsing, and I saved it. I saved China.
China is very reliant on the United States. My relationship with him is very good. I think we'll make a good deal. It's not imperative, but I think we're going to make a good deal. But no, they had a thing that Donald Trump really wanted to go there. No, I don't. It's a 19-hour flight. It's a long flight. But at some point in the not-too-distant future, I will. And just to end this conversation in China, I have a very good relationship with President Xi. Always had, other than the COVID moment where I was very angry with him and essentially didn't want to talk to him, frankly, because, you know, it did come out of Wuhan, in all fairness, which I was saying from the day one. I was saying I knew exactly where it came from. But that did interfere with the relationship. But no, I've had a great relationship with President Xi. We respect him a lot. They respect us a lot. They didn't respect Biden. They thought he was a numbskull. They couldn't believe he was the president.
So I don't get it. If China did COVID, wouldn't that imply that they respect you way less than Biden? Like if China did COVID and it wasn't just like, if it was like a biochemical attack, like clearly they don't respect you at all then. They did it when you were president. What is this? You are cooked?
Hi, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the
Oh my God. Dude, mRNA research is at the cutting edge of like, am I crazy? Isn't mRNA research like literally working to cure cancer? He's just like, we're just letting it go. We're just, fuck it. Like, this is not even just about COVID. We're talking about like cures to incurable disease. Cures to incurable disease like cancer, like HIV. This is I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I've joined the war on cancer on the side of cancer. That's right. Dude, that's crazy. That's a wild move. I mean, respect. I guess these guys are just straight up invested in destroying the planet, like destroying America's hegemonic status for sure. This is shocking. Yeah, RFK is molesting the RFK, another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. A Jeffrey Epstein associate is molesting the field of medicine.
pandemic showed us mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA...
Top scientists at the NIH were like, hey, this new field of medicine that we've been dumping all of our resources into is actually fake and gay and wrong. That's what they said. Like cutting edge medical science. Nah, it's bad. Shitty, woke, gay. President Trump once boasted mRNA-based coronavirus vaccines were a modern-day miracle, and that was appointees like RFK Jr. are throwing doubt on the technology with largely unfounded claims. That's when they were lying to him too. Many fell for their lies. Largely unfounded means questions remain, and questioning science is how you do science. Unlike Trump, Kennedy is not falling for their bullshit. I think this is one of those things where there's not really much you can do about it. I think like we're just forever going to be tainted with medicine skeptics. And I don't mean just like vaccine skeptics. I mean like just straight up anti-medicine. I think America's so cooked on that front. I really, a big part of this skepticism does stem from profit being playing a formative role in the field of medicine. Like it should not exist. Profit should not exist in the field of medicine at all. But because it does, I think in countries where it's especially a major issue, it's virtually impossible to go. It's virtually impossible to fight against this kind of like skepticism. So We're just cooked. Yeah. We're slapping a 50% tariff on coffee producer that supplies 1/3 of America's coffee consumption. We produce maybe 0.3% of our yearly coffee consumption domestically. Now, these beans Trump is pricing Americans out of being able to afford are going to China. China welcomes 183 Brazil coffee sellers in the wake of U.S. tariffs. Can somebody explain the logic here in terms of market protectionism and spurring manufacturing to slap blanket 50% tariffs on Brazil, including on a crop we don't and likely can't harvest at scale here? Yeah, as I've said before, coffee is pretty much region locked. So there's not really anything you can do about it unless you would just like wait for climate change to do its thing. I don't know. It's a very strange thing to do. You don't understand. He wants to fight woke by removing the caffeine supply. I'm giving up coffee until Brazil is a desert. I know people who spend years growing a coffee plant under hydroponics and they get enough coffee. They get enough for one pot of coffee, maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, this is probably the worst thing he's done to me directly. As you guys know, I guzzled that shit. But I guess like Donald Trump wants every American to just only drink energy drinks or something, you know? Maybe that's the goal here. I don't know. But this hurts me. Next, Zin, watch out, bud. No, RFK is a Zinner. He is the Zinfidel. Luckily, Zin's not going away anytime soon.
A technology poses more risks than benefits for these respiratory viruses. That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these
local roasters over chain coffee every time. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Where do you think local roasters get their beans from? What are you saying? I make my own espresso. Bug, give me that shade-grown coffee. What do you think it means when I say coffee bean production is region locked? Okay? America happens to be, with some exceptions, outside of that region. Do you think the roasters are just fucking also growing the coffee bean in their backyard? Region lock, just use a VPN. Also, this kind of fucking wide sweeping blanket tariff on coffee beans is unironically going to hurt small local roasters way harder than fucking Starbucks. Like Starbucks is cooked too, make no mistake. But if Starbucks is cooked, then local roasters are cooked tenfold.
22 contracts totaling just under $500 million. To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies, like whole virus vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate. Let me be absolutely clear. HHS supports safe, effective vaccines for every American who wants them. That's why we're moving beyond the limitations of mRNA for respiratory viruses and investing in better solutions. Thank you.
Oh, great. What are the better solutions? Colloidal silver. Oh, also this happened, which was really funny, but not great. White House orders NASA to destroy satellite used for monitoring climate change, according to NPR. The censorship campaign goes to space. I guess if you can't see the climate change, then it isn't changing. The stupidity is exquisite. And like the operation for these fucking satellites is not even that expensive in the grand scheme of things. Like, this is important not just for measuring climate change. We have to know these things. It's important for farmers, for example. It's so like, did someone not inform Donald Trump about the negative consequences of this? Yeah, these are satellites that are used for agriculture. It's already up there. And I think like the yearly cost is like 17 mil or something, which is nothing for the government. Do you understand? It is kind of cool. Someone said like Mao with the sparrows. I was going to say, it is kind of cool to see in 2025, like shit that you would hear happening in like socialist developing states. You know, people making like ginormous mistakes, like gigantic mistakes at a time when they were like desperate and they wanted to solve the issue of famine. But then they ended up just like fucking up agricultural production for decades. You know, it's cool to see that in 2025 in the United States of America when we've moved beyond it. And those socialist states or former socialist states have actually moved beyond the issue of famine. Like they fixed it, they solved it. But Donald Trump is just doing it for the fun. For absolutely no discernible reason. Very cool. This is cool. This is history unfolding, I guess. American Lysenkoism 2025. No, it's great. It does truly feel like he's just trying to destroy America. I'm not kidding. Because some of this stuff doesn't make any sense. Like you love the fossil fuel industry, but like, and you want to say climate change is fake. You're worried that like China is now officially the domineering force in renewable energy, right? You can't move in that direction. You don't want to waste any fucking time, resources on R&D for renewables, even though it's literally the future. But even then, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make sense at all. This is such a weird development. Meanwhile, in Asia, Pakistani and Chinese researchers say they've developed a new hybrid rice seed aimed at increasing yields and climate change resistance. Woke, gay, going to turn your children autistic. Yeah, meanwhile, the leader of the free world is on CNBC being like, I don't know how many tariffs I put on China. They're weak. They're weak. They love me.
United States, and neither can anyone else let that happen.
Mr. President, on a different topic, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that you're prepping an order that they say would punish banks that discriminate against conservatives, including potentially Bank of America. I'm going to be actually talking to Brian Moynihan here later today. Can you tell us about that executive order? What's in that? And what do you think the banks have done?
Well, they did discriminate. I had J.P. Morgan Chase. I had hundreds of millions of dollars in cash. I could see if they want to, if they want to do something bad because you don't have any money and you defaulted and they took people out. But I'll give you me as an example. I had hundreds of millions. I had many, many accounts loaded up with cash. I was loaded up with cash, and they told me, I'm sorry, sir. we can't have you. You have 20 days to get out. I said, you got to be kidding. I've been with you for 35, 40 years. They said, and I mean, I had all this. I didn't know what to do with it. And I went to, and you could ask him. Maybe he's not going to admit it. So I said, I was informed by my people that we have to get out of Chase Manhattan. That's Jamie and J.P. Morgan Chase. So I said, I can't believe it. Well, I was never in this situation before. I've never had anything like it. And it's not like, gee, you defaulted on a loan.
You have. You have. You have 7 times. 7 bankruptcies. So you've definitely been in a situation far worse than this.
Understand that. That's different. But there's no defaults. I mean, there's nothing but cash. It's a really, I have a really great company. And then what happens is I call up Bank of America routinely because when I was president, this was after I got out, by the way, I call up Bank.
Oh, also, attorney for Sean Diddy Combs. It's my understanding that we've reached out and had conversations about a pardon.
Have they had conversations with the Trump administration?
Yes.
It's like boom, 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 boom. Diddy pardon, Ghislaine pardon. We're nuking the satellites that help farmers figure out agricultural output. Every moment of every day is another unique opportunity for Trump to fuck something up, okay? Money molestation, also actual molestation.
Of America routinely. And I speak to him and I speak to a couple of people and they have zero interest. Brian was kissing my ass when I was president. And when I called him after I was president to deposit $1 billion plus and a lot of other things, more importantly to open accounts, which banks always like. They like accounts because they get interest-free, the overnights and things. There are a lot of reasons for it, but they like accounts. I had hundreds of accounts, and he said, we can't do it. No, we can't do it. So I went to another one. I ended up going to small banks all over the place. I mean, I was putting 10 million here, 10 million there, did 5 million, 10 million, 12 million. I have them all over the place, the craziest thing. And it's lucky I even had them. They were doing me a favor. And that's because the banks discriminated against me very badly. And I was very good to the banks. I had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I was president. And by the way, our economy now will blow that away.
I didn't realize he went on Squawk Box and went on, dude. Like there's like 4 more videos like this.
But our economy now, because we're a rich country again, because of our trade deals, we've become a rich country again. But no, they totally discriminate against, I think me maybe even more, but they discriminate against many conservatives. I told that story.
Like I want to click away and do something else, but it's fire. Like he is bitching and moaning about the funniest shit. I can't look away.
And sitting around tables with other people that were conservative or Trump supporters. I think the word might be Trump supporters more than conservative. And I believe what they did is they went to the regulators. Banks are not afraid of anything but a regulator. They're regulators and their wives. They're more afraid of their wives than the regulators. But the group they're really afraid of is bank regulators. And I believe that Biden or Kamala, and I don't think they're smart enough to do it, but the people that are surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk, the high IQ people that are radical left, I believe they told the banking commission, the bankers, that the banking regulators do everything you can to destroy Trump. And that's what they did. And guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
Yeah, Mr. President, you've talked about...
He's like a kid. Guess what? I'm president. How did that happen?
You want success, not retribution. The Justice Department now tapping a grand jury to look into the intelligence community's assessment of what was happening with Russia. Is that you have nothing to do with directing the Justice Department?
No, I have nothing to do. Pam is doing a great job. I have nothing to do with it. I will tell you this. They deserve it. I was happy to hear it. I actually read it just like you did. I have nothing to do with it. But what they did in the election, what they did in even the last election, but it was too big to rig, But what they did in the 2020 election is grotesque. I mean, that was a rigged election, 100%.
Okay, we can't relitigate that. We can't relitigate that.
No, we're back to rigging again. Well, you can use it because everyone knows.
Yeah, we are.
You know what? A year ago, you would have been upset if I said it. Today, it's different. I say it all the time.
Yeah, because you're the president and he's the market man, and your word has tremendous impact in the one area that he does care about. Come on, man, just click this. Hasan versus Asmongold rap battle by the channel Swamp Cheeks. I would rather click a button that launches me directly into the sun than click this video.
It was a rigged election. It was 100% rigged.
We can't relitigate because it.
And I'm sure that's going to be brought up
independent sources, even your Justice Department. But then I'm bringing up Bill Barr. But even they decided that there were things that happened, but nothing that would have swayed it.
Well, they were wrong, and Bill Barr was wrong, and Bill Barr didn't investigate, and he should have. And why didn't Bill Barr give the? Why didn't he give the Derma report?
It's so funny. He literally knew. He literally knew. I'm bringing up Bill Barr. Fuck.
Why didn't he give that report? The stuff that's in there, that's all this stuff is coming out of it. Why didn't he give it earlier? I mean, why did it take so long to do it? And why didn't he give it? Why didn't they announce it earlier? Because it morphed. What happened is it morphed into the Biden administration, and the Biden administration buried it. So it's too bad.
How about Texas? Now we're going to do mid-year or midterm gerrymandering based on that's going to be a quid pro quo or something with in blue states now, Mr. President. Did you?
Well, they did it to us. Those blue states that you're talking about. Somebody gave a good example. In Massachusetts, I got, I think, 41% of the vote. It's a very, blue state. And yet it's got 100% of Congress, 100%. So I got 41% or something. And yet 100% of Congress in Massachusetts. No, it shouldn't be that way. We should have a couple of Congress people, but we have none. And think of this, 100%. In Illinois, where you have probably the dumbest of all governors, Illinois, that guy is really the business is flowing out of his state. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing that Pritzker's doing. He was the black sheep of the family. They threw him out of the business. But in Illinois, what's happened is terrible, what they're doing. And you notice they go to Illinois for safety, but that's all gerrymandered. California's gerrymandered. We should have many more seats in Congress in California. It's all gerrymandered. And we have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
I don't know. I have to check on that. And they expect...
Check it. Why don't you check it, Brian?
The fact checkers expect us to check everything you say on the phone.
I want you to
but
check
for 4 years, those fact checkers
didn't
fact check anything that was said about.
Oh my God! Yeah, the Biden. I mean, oh fuck.
We don't need to relitigate that either, but they expect fact checking.
Joe, why don't
immediately.
you check it, okay? Because I'd like you to. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, okay? By a lot.
Mr. President, can I ask you back to the economy and just on some of the things we've seen with the jobs report, the weakness in those numbers that came out last week? People are trying to figure out where the weakness is coming from. Part of it may be because of immigration. Now, people voted you into office because they were concerned about immigration.
Why are they so scared of this fucking guy? Because he could just be like, I'm doing a 700% tariff on everyone, like on this phone call, and then cause the markets to plummet. Because he's a dangerous, unstable man who has the capacity to molest the money. Okay? He could just molest the money as hard as he wants to. And they're just like, oh my God, please don't molest the money. This is fine, please. He's so powerful. These guys only care about one thing, markets being green, okay? That's it, nothing else. the entire world could be fucking collapsing. And as long as there is like confidence in the American stock market, confidence in like all the companies, and people keep, I don't know, magically deciding that things are going great for some reason, in spite of all evidence that points to the contrary, these guys will be like, Mr. President, I will suck your cock on screen. Okay. I will suck it hard. No one will suck it as hard as I've ever sucked it. Thank you. Biden sucks. He's old. He's decrepit. Do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say something about Biden? I'll say it.
Policy in this country. But if you look at the jobs
Please don't molest the money further.
report last week, it did show a 1.7 million drop off of foreign-born workers from March to July. And
That's a great number, by the way. That's a great number because it means we're putting Americans to work.
Well, the problem is immigrants have accounted for more than half of the U.S. workforce growth over the last 3 years. And so you wonder if that gets into an issue. And I know you've spoken with farmers who have had concerns about being able to find temporary workers there.
That's right.
And I think their pleas have kind of hit you in a way where you looked at that a little differently.
Yeah, as in you don't care about the humanity of these people, but the humans that you do care about are capital owners, aka farm owners, who came up to you and were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? People don't want to come to work. People are too scared to come to work. And you're fucking up the agribusiness. And Trump was like, all right, well, let some of the Mexican slaves continue working, which he is literally going to say.
Well, I think this. We're getting the criminals out of our country because they had an open border policy because they were fools, and they allowed people from prisons and gang members and drug dealers into our country. We're getting the criminals out of our country by the thousands, and they're taken. We have murderers. We have people that are mentally insane. They come out of insane asylums and psych wards, and they come out of places that you don't want to know about. You would not like to see it. But they dumped everybody in our country, from the Congo in Africa to all over South America. They dumped millions of people into our country that are dangerous people, and I'm getting them out. I'm working with the farmers, however, and the farmers have been great. I also got the highest vote for farmers, I think, that anybody's ever gotten. And I take care of the farmers. I love the farmers. They're a very important part of this country. And we're not going to do anything to hurt the farmers, and we're working on that, and we're going to be
Bro, he sounds like Austin doing a Trump voice.
Coming out with rules and regulations. I mean, you'll see a farmer with the same person working for him for 20 years. The person's even paying taxes and other things. And we're looking for the criminals, the people that murdered. You know, we have 11,888 people that came into our country under Biden, with our great czar, a border czar. She never called
Gambala.
You know, she never called. She was a border czar. She never went to the border, and she never made one call.
She literally went to Guatemala. Like, I'm not defending Kamala Harris. I think she did a horrible job as vice president. She was tasked with a horrible job to begin with from a president that didn't want her to do a good job anyway. But she did fucking straight up fly to Guatemala to say, do not come. Do not come.
To the Border Patrol. You know, other than that, she did a great job. But they had hundreds of people that were murderers, 11,888 murders, 50% of which murdered more than one person in our country. We've already gotten a lot of them out, and some of them are so dangerous we don't want to bring them back. We want to put them in our own prison because we don't want them coming back. But they allowed 11,888 murderers, many of which murdered more than one, into our population, and we're getting them out.
Wait, he also admits why some people don't get deported. He literally is admitting that the murderers that he's deporting have the capacity to come back into the United States. Wait. I mean, all the numbers he just said are made up, but that's literally the point. That's why some people don't get deported even after doing like a heinous crime, because there's no guarantee that they're going to, they're not going to be freed in the country that they sent back to. That's the justice system. That's a criminal justice system.
Rapidly.
But Mr. President, I just want to hear you clearly. You're saying the people who have been here for years and who have been even paying taxes, you're going to look at them
President Trump, people love tariffs
very differently, and maybe they belong here in the workforce?
I want to work with them, and in some cases, we're sending them back to their country with a pass back in legally, and we're doing things that are very difficult to do and very complex, but it works really well. We're sending them back, and then they're schooling, they're learning, they're coming in legally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody.
This is new.
These.
Why do you have to send them back then? Why don't you just process them here? What? He's like, no, I love deportations. I love them so much. I got to do a little bit. I got to do some deportations. Believe it. It's got to happen. It's going to happen. Believe it. That's why I'm doing it. I'm doing a little bit of deportation and then a little bit of reportation. We're porting them back in. After we port them out, deport and then report.
These people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said,
like, this is so psychotic. We covered this earlier, but I wanted to run it again. But it is such an insane thing to say. It's like the Mexican natural farmer, big build. And when they get a bad back, we kill them, we shoot them, we bring them to the glue factory.
That's interesting, isn't it? These are very, in many ways, they're very, very special people. Okay, go ahead.
No, okay, so.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
Here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you were talking about,
then you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more.
No,
don't qualify it by saying, I got the highest number of votes
you did.
in the history
I'm moving
of
on.
Texas.
I'm moving on to your claim that revision helped Biden hurt you for the 800,000. It was in August. There was still plenty of time for voters to see that those weren't real jobs.
After the election in November, I believe it was in November.
No, this was before the election. It was. He's talking about the revisions that took place before the election, which you literally used as a way to attack Biden before the election. He's shouting because he's getting fact-checked.
August.
And this guy doesn't want to do it. He literally was like, let's not even touch that because I'm going to be forced to fact-check you. He said it. He did not want to do this fact-check. He's like, oh, let's not talk about that then, because if we do, then I have to go in and I have to correct you. And he doesn't want to do it. He does not want to do this fact check. Okay? And Trump is literally like, don't do it. Don't say it. Don't say it, Joe. If you say it, I'll fucking deport you. What are you, Lithuanian? I'm sending you to Estonia. That's where we're at. What is this? Quiet as a mouse. Huh. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Huh? Who are you looking at? Go on. This is so funny.
There was a massive revision downward on
the
jobs.
first one, the 800,000 or 900,000, I think, was in August, and then later it came out in March of 2025. It went to 598, not 818, but the original one.
Listen, 598, but there were other revisions downward from prior to the election. because the numbers were rigged, okay? And as you said, look, you take a look after the election, how many revisions downward there were. But let's get back to Texas, because you said you were going to say something else. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again? The
No,
Constitution
probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
And you're not going to fire Jay Powell. We'll go all talk about all the stuff that.
Hey, Becky, I'd like to run. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. You know why? Because people love the tariffs, and they love the trade deal, and they love the countries, and they love that foreign countries aren't ripping us off anymore. For years, they ripped us off, friend and foe. And the friend was worse.
Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do.
What? He said what? Gaia, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, you can't get up. You can't get up. You can't. Don't do that. Don't try to jump on me. What? I'm going to run it again.
Overall poll numbers, you don't know.
And the friend was
numbers,
worse.
you don't. Overall poll numbers, you don't have the best you ever had in overall poll numbers. You do. I'd cite you one of those.
I have the best. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had.
Among
I
Republicans.
have poll numbers where I'm 71%.
What? Dude. What?
I have the best poll numbers. Look,
those are among Republicans. You've
no. Among Republicans, I'm at 94 and 95%. No, I'm talking about generally. I have the.
There is not a single poll that says he has 71% approval. What the fuck is he talking about? Did someone show him like a poll where he has 71% approval among Republicans or something, which is like very low? What? What the fuck is this guy saying? Does he mean like a Twitter poll or something? Like Gunther Eagleman. How many of us love the president? Showing this poll. And he's like, he got 74% of the people.
Let me put it this way. There was a gentleman on Harry Emden yesterday on CNN, and he went crazy over how
holy Toledo,
how well Trump was doing. Now, you don't put that on because I think CBS is a shade. Actually, CNN's a shade better than NBC. I think NBC is probably the worst of them all. But if you check CNN tomorrow, watch Harry Emden, and you'll see
Harry Emden. Harry Emden. Gaia, enough. No, I can't play with you yet, baby. Stop. I can't play with you. This is crazy. She's trying to play. Gaia, place. Go. Place. Come on. Now she's mad. Harry Emden.
About the numbers, but that's okay. We have to defend ourselves, Joe.
I know, but there are other. They can cite. Your haters cite polls that have you down in the 30s, Mr. President. And,
yeah, but they're fake polls, Joe. I had a lot of fake polls. You also have me in the 70s.
No, that's not real. What? Who? What is he talking about? Does anyone know what poll he's talking about? Which poll did Harry Emden point to? He's molesting the polls. It was Gunther Eagleman? Shut the fuck up. No, you're just joking. I just made that up. There's no way that he was pointing to a fucking Gunther Eagleman like Twitter poll or something.
I have fake polls. Fox gives me terrible polls all the time. They do nothing, but I've never had a good poll with Fox. And then I win an election and I go through the roof. Because look, I won every swing state. Did I not? I won every swing state. Andrew, I won the popular vote by millions of votes. Even though they tried like hell to cheat, I won by millions of votes.
47% of Republicans would still support Trump, even if he were linked to Epstein's sex activities, according to Ledger. Now that's a good poll. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all of these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think,
yeah, this is from like 2 weeks ago or something. But under,
if anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump. Look at our CNN poll. The prior,
yeah, that's Republicans. Okay, what's the
were Republicans? How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% with Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex or close there too in terms of his popularity.
Yeah, with Republican voters, man, that's not. There is no point that he has 70% approval ratings. I think he means disapproval. Maybe someone just like flipped the numbers or something. Harry Emden, he's the good guy. He's the guy.
I won the counties and all of the counties. I won 2,750 to 502.
Wait, is this what it is?
Is arguably the most influential this century and probably as well dating back a good portion of the last century as well.
That's not a good thing, Rapid Response 47. Wait, what? That's not. It's true. He is the most influential president of this century. He has single-handedly changed American politics. I said this before the election. We are now living in Trump's universe. We're living in Trump land. We're living in Trump politics. Even if he lost, he would have forever changed the Republican Party. Okay? But I don't think he understands. This is not like a good thing. This is...
Like it, lump it. Trump is remaking in the United States of America. Let's talk about tariffs first, right? There's all this talk that Donald Trump always chickens out when it comes to tariffs.
Has anyone been able to find what the poll Trump was talking about? Because I really want to know.
No tacos for Trump. The effective tariff rate, get this, it's 18%, the highest since the FDR administration in the 1930s, up from, get this, just 2% last year. From just 2% last year, we're talking about an effective tariff rate level, get this, 9 times as high this year than last year. But it's not just on tariffs, which of course Donald Trump ran on, in which you're seeing a tremendously influential presidency. What about...
Yeah, it's like nukes were very influential on Japan. Yeah. Yeah, it's like saying Adolf Hitler was one of the most consequential and therefore influential politicians of this past century. Okay? Yeah, it's true. Doesn't mean it's good.
About immigration, of course, Trump ran and has always run on a very hawkish immigration platform. Get this, 2025 net migration in the United States down at least 60% from last year. In fact, we may be heading for the first time in at least 50 years in which we have net negative migration into the United States. And last year, of course, in 2024...
People are leaving. Why is this a good thing? Why would anybody celebrate this? Oh my God, we're so dumb. Fuck it, dude. It's just like, we're so dumb. This is such a stupid country. What do you say? What do you do? You know?
The net migration in the U.S. was 2.8 million. This year, we might be talking about negative net migration. My goodness gracious. Now, of course, this is part of a larger story, as I was mentioning. We're talking about immigration, net migration. We're talking about the effective tariff rate. But get this. How is Donald Trump doing it? Well, he is signing a ton of executive orders. Get this, 180, the most in a year since
Thank God he has the capacity to put that green line next to the 180 number, because otherwise I would not be able to pay attention to what number he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Oh my goodness, you have to go back to the first half of the 20th century, the last century, and to make a comparison, Joe Biden signed, get this, just 77 during his entire first year, and we're only a little bit in August so far, and Donald Trump making history with 180 executive orders signed so far this year. So that's why I said that in my mind, Donald Trump is the most influential president of this century, and probably dating back a good portion of the last century. That is
nothing that he mentioned here could be read as like objectively good. Like,
is because he is remaking the country in terms of tariffs. He is remaking the country in terms of net migration, and he is remaking the country in terms of how much policy changes he's putting through in executive orders. As I said, it truly is history making. Love it, like it, or lump it.
They can't even say hate it. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. U.S. could require up to $15,000 bonds for some tourist visas under pilot program. Washington, the U.S. could require bonds up to $15,000 for some tourist and business visas under a pilot program launching in 2 weeks, a government notice said on Monday. An effort that aims to crack down on visitors who overstay their visas. The program gives U.S. consular officers the discretion to impose bonds on visitors from countries with high rates of visa overstays, according to a Federal Register notice. Well, that's going to be good. We don't want you. If you're poor, don't come to America. You need at least $15,000. Yeah, you get your money back when you leave, but who the fuck has 15 grand? Who the fuck has $15,000 to put down when they're coming into the United States of America? Like, you got the Olympics coming up. You know what I mean? You got like the World Cup coming up. That's fucking psychotic. If a country, like, I have 15 grand that I could put down, right? But if a country were like, oh, you can't come in unless you pay this country, unless you pay me $15,000 in a bond, I'd be like, okay, well, I guess I'm not coming. Like, I have the money and I'm still not going. You know what I mean? It's so fucking stupid. I have, there is 65 cents in my bank account. I have $54. I wouldn't even go to Japan if I had to pay 15 grand in a bond to get into Japan. Okay? Unless I was permanently leaving, let's be real. Then if I was going to be an illegal migrant in Japan, an illegal refugee, a refugee from America. I'm glad that we got net negative migration. Okay. People are leaving more than they're coming in. All right. That's one. We got tourism has taken a fucking nosedive. It's kind of funny because, like, you see places like Spain or like European capitals where there's like people who are mad that like people keep coming. Like, all these places that are propped up by tourism dollars are now offended or just like mad that tourists are coming to these areas. And Donald Trump heard that and was like, we should do that here. We should make sure no tourist comes into the country ever again. I saw it. They're spitting on our tourists like it's the West Bank. Only there is it allowed to spit on our big, beautiful Christian tourists. Only in the West Bank. When they do it, it's all right. When they do it in Barcelona, they're calling it. They're saying Barcelona. I call it Barcelona. They call it Barcelona. They're spitting on our tourists.
and I won the election in a landslide. And obviously, that's only, we're only 6 months in. But my poll numbers are better now, much better than during the election. And now part of that,
oh my God,
part of that is.
Oh my God. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. He got, dude, he literally got, I know this is fucking absolutely malicious. I know this is malicious. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like $6 million from AIPAC. Okay? Lock him up. Yes, he's my senator. Shifty Schiff. Trump truth about Adam Shit. I've always suspected Shifty Adam Schiff was a scam artist, and now I learn that Fannie Mae's Financial Crimes Division have concluded that Adam Shit has engaged in a sustained pattern of possible mortgage fraud. Adam Schiff said his primary residence was in Maryland to get a cheaper mortgage and rip off America when he must live in California. Because he was a congressman from California, I always knew Adam Schiff was a crook. The fraud began with the refinance of his Maryland property on February 6, 2009, and continued through multiple transactions until the Maryland property was correctly designated as a second home on October 13th, 2020. Mortgage fraud is very serious and crooked. Adam Schiff, now a senator, needs to be brought to justice. Dude, mortgage fraud? You're a real estate developer. That's what you've done. Like always. This is the most says you moment. Donald Trump going after Barack Obama for trying to do a coup, and also simultaneously going after Adam Schiff for mortgage fraud. What's next? Going after Bill Clinton for pedophilia and being a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate? I see what you're doing there, sir. He's fixing the SEO. He's fixing the SEO, dude.
Because the Democrat Party is self-destructing. I mean, when you have low IQ people like Crockett, I wonder if she's in a relationship to the late, great Davy Crockett, who was a great gentleman.
What?
I wonder if she's got any relation.
What? Bro, what is he saying? This makes no sense, dude.
To Davy Crockett, the great old Davy Crockett. But you have this woman Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding. The Democrats are lost. They have Trump derangement syndrome so bad that they can't walk, they can't talk, I mean. They don't know where they're going. Schumer is finished. Schumer, look, I watched him the other day. He's like, lost
Mr.
all
President,
of his confidence.
40%.
Mr. President, I have to fact check you. Davy Crockett died in the 17th century. Or this is not 17th, sorry. Mr. President, Davy Crockett died in the 19th century and was a white man. I have to fact check you, Mr. President. I'm so sorry. There's no relation to Jasmine Crockett and Davy Crockett.
of the country has
No, he meant Jasmine Crockett. I wonder if she's related to the late, great Davy Crockett. That's what he said.
So you're never going to get above 60 in any poll, and it's because 40% have TDS, and we know that. Mr. President, we used to do this every Tuesday. It was called Trump Tuesday. Maybe we can start. This is going to be the start of something again. But we appreciate all your time today, and hope to be able to continue this discussion on all these different issues in the not too distant future, if we could.
Joe, could I finish one thing?
Yes.
1 year
You're the
ago.
president.
1 year ago, our country was dead. Now we have
Now it's hot. It's hot. It was dead. Now it's alive. It's hot.
Hottest country anywhere in the world by far. And that was told to me by every leader of NATO, which they do whatever I want. That was told to me by the...
He's like a child. He's like a kid. I do whatever I want. They love it. They love me. They can't say anything. They say, you're hot, Mr. President. You're so sexy.
King of Saudi Arabia, by the leaders of UAE, by the leader of Qatar, by many, many. We were a dead country 1 year ago. Today, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and I'm very happy to help.
Mr. President, what kind of teeth, though, are in those investments? What kind of teeth are in those investments, meaning that would force the EU to make those investments? If they don't make those investments, what happens on the other side?
Well, then they pay tariffs of 35%. No, they brought down their tariffs. So they paid $600 billion, and because of that, I reduced their tariffs from 30% down to 15%. And a couple of countries came, how come EU is paying less than us? And I said, well, because they gave me $600 billion. And that's a gift. That's not like, a loan, by the way. That's not a loan that, 3 years comes up, we have to pay it back. There's nothing to pay back. They gave us $600 billion that we can invest in anything we want.
The deal that you
and nobody knows it, Becky. Nobody knows it because they don't know.
No, we have been trying to figure out the details on that, Mr. President. So
well, there are no
the
details.
Clarity on
the
that.
details are $600 billion to invest in anything I want. Anything.
Okay.
I can do anything I want with it. And the purpose was they've been, ripping us for so many years that it's time that they pay up, and they have to pay up. We couldn't afford to have the deficits. Look, I did something with Switzerland the other day. I spoke to their prime minister. The woman was nice, but she didn't want to listen. And they paid essentially no tariffs. And I said, we have a $41 billion deficit with you, madam. I didn't know her. I said, we have a $41 billion deficit, and you want to pay 1% tariffs. You wanted 1%. I said, you're not going to pay 1%. We lose. Because I view deficit as loss. You have some people. By the way, I think
pharmaceuticals are a big issue with Switzerland. I think.
Well, I'll go into pharmaceuticals. Yeah. They make a fortune with pharmaceuticals, and they make our pharmaceuticals in China and Ireland and everything else. And within the next week or so, we're going to be announcing tariffs on specifically. This is a separate class than the 15% tariffs on sort of everything. These are excluded classes, I call them. I like to call them excluded, like steel, aluminum, etc.
Right, the
well,
232.
We're going to be announcing on semiconductors and chips, which is a separate category, because we want them made in the United States. And by the way, they're being made in the United States. We have the biggest in the world, as you know, from Taiwan is coming over and spending $300 billion in Arizona, building the biggest plant in the world for chips and semiconductors. But on pharmaceuticals, we'll be putting a initially small tariff on pharmaceuticals. But in 1 year,
President
1.5 years maximum, it's going to go to 150%, and then it's going to go to 250% because we want pharmaceuticals made in our country. And that's not the CHIPS Act like Biden did because he didn't know what he was doing, where they gave billions of dollars to companies that had more money than they knew what to do with.
President Trump, can I ask you about something that you're doing that's opposite of the Biden administration, too? And that's the latest deal that you've announced.
Yeah,
the latest deal, though, that you're announcing with India, you're upset with the trade deal there, especially because they're buying Russian oil. The Biden...
Yo, PBM left FaZe Clan? Wait, really? I thought it was a meme. Max actually left? Why did he leave? I thought it was like, I thought it was bait. That's usually, those guys love doing shit like that. They love. You are way too phased the fuck up. They're just redoing his room after the wars. It's a troll, I think. Yeah, there's no way. Ex-Doge staffer nicknamed Big Balls left bloodied after savage DC carjacking attempt by 10 juveniles. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local, in air quotes, youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens at the same time, knowing that they will be almost immediately released. They are not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults. Oh my God. Yeah, of course. Of course, Donald Trump wants minors to be treated like adults. Interesting. I mean, and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans, and more importantly, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we will have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago. Then this incredible young man and so many others would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime. If this continues, I am going to exert my powers and federalize the city. So they got Big Balls. They got him. They took out Big Balls. Not Big Balls. Least insane tweet about this. Breaking. The two teens who attacked Doge's Ed Korstein, a.k.a. Big Balls in D.C. have been arrested. D.C. must not release them. Make them pay. Big Balls saved the young woman who was being carjacked, suffering injuries because of it. Big Balls is a legend. Both suspects were 15-year-old black teens, one male, one female. Lock them up. I'm having a very hard time believing that this is the story. He got his ass beat that hard by two 15-year-olds, bro? Bro. Look. Like, I ball at a lot of local parks, okay? And let me tell you, sometimes I ball with 15-year-olds. And there is no way that two 15-year-olds can do this much fucking damage to someone like myself, okay? And I'm not like a fighter. I'm not like a great fighter. I've been in fights. But this is like, what the fuck? They beat the doors off of this man. Two 15-year-olds, Big Balls, got beat up by a 15-year-old girl. That's not a story someone would put out to make themselves look good. Yeah, but that's Big Balls. He's him. Yeah, unless those 15-year-olds are straight up from Dagestan. Unless those 15-year-olds are from Dagestan and they went for like 2-3 years in Dagestan is going to be a hard time. The suspects fled when an MPD cruiser pulled into the block. Police said two of the suspects, a 15-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl. One of them is a girl? Wait, I didn't even read that. Like, I didn't even understand. One male, one female. Oh my God, it didn't even translate in my brain. Oh my God. No, I just X'd that out. Like, I read it out loud, but you know, sometimes when you read something out loud, but it's like, you don't even, it just seems so ridiculous that you don't even think about it. This is one of those moments. Like, I thought you guys were joking, like saying, oh, I wouldn't put it in the newspaper if I got my ass beat by a 15-year-old girl. I thought you were joking, like as in, like the carjacking didn't actually take place by a young woman, and it was actually a young woman that beat his ass. So they were just lying or something. You're laughing? They fucking lynched Big Balls and you're laughing? Everything about this story is suspect, but it's also very funny. Like, it's just, I want to feel bad for this person. Like, no one deserves to get fucking their ass beat like this. But like, you got your ass beat by two 15-year-olds and one was a girl? What the fuck? Me big, women small. What do you sound like right now? I mean, they're 15. Are they like professionally trained MMA fighters? Like, what are you talking about? That's not a woman. That's a child. That's a girl. That's a little girl, a 15-year-old girl and a 15-year-old boy. He got his ass whooped by children. Like they have fucking braces on and shit. You know what I mean? Like they got algebra, bro. They got fucking they got books to read and shit. They got ChatGPT to do their homework. They get ChatGPT to do their homework. Like what are you talking about? This is crazy. Like these are high school freshmen. Like they're just freshly in high school. What the fuck? They have to be exceptional teenagers. More details per MPD report. 3D officers were actively patrolling the area, observed a group of approximately 10 juveniles surrounding the complainant's vehicle and assaulting complainant one, listed as Big Balls. Big Balls advised that he saw the suspects approach and make a comment about taking the vehicle. At that point, for her safety, he pushed his significant other into the vehicle and turned to deal with the suspects. The suspects began to assault Coristine. What the fuck is this story? So 10 high schoolers were trying to steal a car? Chatter's over here thinking he was beat up by Baki Hanma. Like a bunch of teenagers went beast mode. First they tried to steal a car, and then they tried to they successfully beat the fuck out of Big Balls. Does it say what neighborhood in which this took place? If it was in Navy Yard or anywhere in the Southwest, this is accurate. Like I don't know, maybe because like I have like I'm 34 years old, okay? I've been around teenagers, like a bunch of teenagers who get rowdy as fuck, okay? I play basketball. I play basketball in local parks. And they get rowdy as fuck, but under no circumstances can you not like command a situation with a bunch of teenagers, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense. What do you mean pause big bro? It's a normal fucking part of local parks in West LA. Here's how you know motherfuckers don't know shit. Okay. First of all, everybody from all around Los Angeles goes to the fucking local parks in WeHo. It's not just people that are in West Hollywood proper that are playing at the public parks in West Hollywood. What if they had uncommon gear? No confirmation for MPDs that Elon Musk posed. Oh, this happened like a couple days ago. Elon's statement about the man in the photo rushing to help this woman doesn't match up with what the MPD put in their press release. They say that the suspect approached the victims who were standing next to their vehicle. The suspects demanded the victim's vehicle and then assaulted one of the victims. DC Fire EMS confirms no EMS transport. This happened at 3 a.m. in the morning on Sunday on August 3rd. Not yesterday, as POTUS stated. Mike Lee, based Mike Lee, big balls for the Medal of Freedom. Who agrees? Hashtag federalize DC. Look at the precinct report. A 15-year-old. On Sunday, August 3rd, at approximately 3 a.m., the suspects approached the victims who were standing next to their vehicle in the 1400 block of Swan Street Northwest. The suspects demanded the victim's vehicle and then assaulted one of the victims. During the assault, an MPD cruiser pulled into the block, causing the suspects to flee. Two of the suspects were apprehended by the on-scene officers. One of the victims was treated on-scene by DC Fire and EMS for injuries sustained in the assault. A 15-year-old juvenile male and a 15-year-old juvenile female of Hyattsville, MD, were arrested and charged with unarmed carjacking. The case is under investigation by MPD's carjacking task force, which comprises MPD detectives and agents of the FBI Washington field office. Multiple suspects remain outstanding. Kids being kids, give them a third place. This is their third place, bro. What do you mean? 3 a.m. just beating the doors off of fucking big balls. Yeah, they presented this like he was the hero of the story. It turns out he was a victim. If the testimony is correct and real, and that's what happened. I mean, it's fucked up. I shouldn't be laughing. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Doge employee Edward Corstein, also famously known as Big Balls, got attacked by a criminal mob of teens in Washington, D.C. as he was defending a woman who was being attacked. Not only does Edward Corstein patriotically work to gut our government of waste, fraud, and abuse, he is also a hero for sacrificing his own safety to defend a helpless woman. We need more men like Edward Corstein. Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, is tragically one of the most dangerous cities in America. I support President Trump in taking over the city to establish law and order. If this was a leftist, they would be making fun of them. Oh, 100%. I mean, for sure. For sure. We don't have to be as bad as the right. I still feel kind of bad. It's just that, like, the perpetrators being 15 years old and one of them being a 15-year-old girl, the other one being a 15-year-old boy, it just like kind of changes the dynamic a little bit for me. I just I'm not, it's still fucked up. It's still fucked up. You shouldn't be as bad as the Republicans, okay? We must defend big balls. What? Seems pretty real to me, Sag.
Yes, I'm leaving FaZe. Like I just say, I can't fully go into depth while I'm leaving FaZe, but I am leaving, and I'm ready to, you know, embark on my journey. And
Black Boy Max officially announces departure from FaZe live on stream and says he'll be focusing on himself and says he'll forever have love for the FaZe boys as their family. Ain't no way, dude.
Worked the hardest I ever have in my career to do whatever I got to do to make.
I don't believe it.
5-star the biggest shit possible, make myself the biggest shit possible. Just keep working like we have for the past 4 years. Anyone that's been watching me for a while, yeah, I know I was never, like I always said, there's old clips where y'all niggas thought I got. Because I'm like, oh, I never joined a group, etc. Ended up joining a group, and I'm going to be honest, it's one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, joining FaZe, like, for sure.
He wants to be solo. I get it. It feels real. Yeah, me and Max, we got to go solo, bro. Yo, me and Max are an unstoppable force, bro. I get it, bro. What do you mean? Chatter be like, we're going solo, bro. We're locked in on this shit, gang. Okay. Oh, dude. Do I think he's trolling? I don't know. Probably. I hope. Yeah, me and Max gotta be nerf for real, bro. You think he's trolling, Hasan? He left FaZe? I think he's trolling. I hope he's trolling. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it.
To all my FaZe bros, like this shit changed my life. I'm gonna keep it a buck. It did. And I know this shit probably hitting y'all like, what the fuck, this out of nowhere. Like, we got all this shit coming up. But it's some shit that was sitting with me for a little that I really had to battle in my head. I'm gonna keep it a buck and just figure out what's going on. Like I said, I can't really go into depth on the details and shit that happened behind the scenes or whatever. So yeah, and I know there's always there's like, it's gonna feel like a gap of information. Like, I'm trying to understand. I understand that, and I apologize to y'all for that. But yeah, like joining this group was one of the best things that ever happened to me. I enjoy my time here. I built relationships and bonds with people that hopefully last a lifetime. You feel me? To all the boys, I became family with niggas. Like, I consider niggas family for real. I'm gonna keep it a buck. And we always gonna be family in my eyes. But just we're wearing different jerseys.
It's real. Live in reality. I don't believe this even for a second. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. I don't want to believe it. I'm staying prayed up and I'm staying phased up. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Why? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it was all just a phase. Don't even do that. Don't even be like that. Don't even talk like that. The chat was saying L script. It's a L script. It's real. Don't even play like that, dude. What? He just announced a collab with Philip Plein. Wait, what? Why am I clicking on this fucking dumb shit from this freaking consistent troll? You got banned once, okay? You think he's this good at acting? Come on now. I don't think this is particularly good acting, to be honest.
Like, this shit changed my life. I'm gonna keep it a buck a day.
Porn star Max. Fuck you. Lying. Can't hear shit. Damn. So face subathon. Damn. Cabin. Speak on it. Rock Nation. Your raid says is real? Bro. I'm not going to say anything. Never mind. That was... Oh. Rage is a paid actor. Yes, he is. He is a paid actor. Bro, he's not. When's the last time he did a face collab, dude? I know. Double knee surgery. It's because he's not invited me to be his caretaker. That's why I'm mad. I think this is fake. Your ass is not doing that. You hate fun. You're just too old, Unc. So is Rage. Rage's old too.
And I know this shit probably hitting y'all like, what the fuck, this out of nowhere. Like, we got all this shit.
Dude, this is not good acting. I'm sorry. Okay. No disrespect. I just don't believe this is happening. I don't want to believe that this is happening. And that's it. You're pushing 40, gang? I am. Whatever. So is Kason. I'm 50. I'm pushing 50. I'm still alive. Okay? It's okay for a man to show emotion. Oh my God, his Twitter face tag is gone. I know. Shroud just joined AARP. It's okay. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. I'm in the denial phase. First big balls, now this. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. No. 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 I mean, FaZe Clan has been doing incredible stuff. They've been doing fantastic content. They're killing it. I hope it's not real. I don't think it is real, for the record. It'd be ridiculous. And that's it. They've been popping off, dude. They're killing it. They're doing so much great content. They voted for Donald Trump. Big money moves. Yeah, phase up. Me too. They influenced me to also vote for Donald Trump. You know, we all voted for Donald Trump. Stay phased up. You too old for this, King? No, it's fine. First bank steps down as CEO. Now this is terrible. Dude, you're 35. You can't be saying phased up. Dude, this is a fucking lifestyle for me. Okay. I've been saying it since I was like 26. Okay. Do you understand? I've stayed phased up. Also, Banks is my age. So fuck you. Okay. If he can stay phased up, so can I. That's the funniest part about FaZe Clan is that it is like genuinely an old ass org at this point. Like straight up 10 years and you still ain't in phase. Okay, shut up. Don't even bring that up. It's because like I would change the dynamic too much. You know what I mean? They've asked and I'm like, nah, you guys have a good, cool thing going. You guys have a cool thing going. Don't worry about it. Like I'll stay on the sidelines, you know? Wasn't FaZe around before you started streaming? Yes, FaZe has been around. Yeah. Cutie got a chain before you? Yeah, because like, I mean, I got a pillow. I got a FaZe pillow. Shut up. Some might even say an exclusive FaZe pillow is even cooler than the FaZe chain. That's what people are saying. That's what the word on the street is. Hold on, I'm going to show you. Look. This is archive from the bank's archives directly. Okay? Think about that. It's my most prized possession. It's more intimate. They spelled your name wrong? You're so stupid. Yeah, they did. But it's okay. That's what they call me. They call me Nissan at FaZe. That's my FaZe name. Honorary member. Yeah. Like, look. If I wear the pillow like this, it almost feels like I'm in FaZe. I'm wearing the jersey. You know what I mean? It's almost like I got a huge head. Normal size head. Okay. Kai out here looking at it like a chew toy. I know, I see that. All right. We saw your gameplay you aren't in, big dog. Bro, you guys are wrong. I was in. All right, that'll be all for today. That's all I got. But tomorrow is another day. I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Stay phased up, everybody. Another 7-hour day in the books. Another half day. At this point, it's all half days. All right, everybody. Peace.
The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan